Chapter 1. Ye Feng, the mobile phone you threw into the sewer was restored by the police. Shamai. Groove. Ye Feng suddenly opened his eyes, and his whole body was covered in cold sweat. When he saw the surrounding streets clearly, the people also let out a long sigh of relief. Are you all right, sir? The driver pulling the cart noticed Ye Feng's abnormality and hurriedly asked. He is just a rickshaw driver, and his wife and children at home, and his old mother who is paralyzed in bed, and this family can all depend on him to support. If this Ye Feng died in his car, then he was afraid that he would not want to mess around in the rickshaw world. After all, who dares to go up and sit in a dead car? Don't worry, I'm just having a nightmare, don't worry about it. That's good. Hearing Ye Feng's reply, the coachman was also visibly relieved. It's just that Ye Feng's pale face and slightly thin body make people feel uneasy no matter how they look at it. Although Ye Feng's face is beautiful, and he can even be called handsome and extraordinary, with a unique temperament, but there is a little less blood, it still inevitably gives people a sense of direct vision of a sick seedling. In this regard, Ye Feng ignored the coachman's gaze, and just sighed in his heart, hoping that his nightmare did not come true. He was originally a modern person living in 2023 and was sent here by a strong big truck. However, Ye Feng did not die at the moment of being hit. Because he still retained a little consciousness, he immediately took out his mobile phone and prepared to format it. It's just that because the blood has blurred his vision, there is no way to operate. And right next to him, there was a drain for a sewer pipe. Therefore, Ye Feng could only throw the mobile phone down and pray that his garbage mobile phone that was less than 1,000 yuan would be scrapped directly, so as not to let his family and the society discover some secrets that could not be said. Ye Feng's 6-foot man, he is not afraid of broken bones, and naturally he will not be afraid of death. But people can die, but they must not die, this is the bottom line. Now, the world Ye Feng traversed was the island country where Ghost Slayer Blade was located. It is the late Meiji era, and in a few years, the island nation will enter the Taisho era. And Ye Feng has been traveling to this world for 18 years, and he has been weak and sick since he was a child. But perhaps because of the crosser, his mental power is particularly good. Not only do I remember all the memories of my past life, but I even have the instinct to never forget. Unfortunately, the body is worse, and it belongs to the kind that has no strength to hit people. If it weren't for his physical integrity, Ye Feng would have wondered if he was born with a missing waist. As for Ye Feng's parents and relatives in this life, it must be a sacrifice to the heavens. However, they did not die in vain, leaving Ye Feng with a rich family base. Although they are not very rich, they are also a rich man in their area. At least, with normal expenses, that property was completely enough for Ye Feng to live a life of brocade and food in this life. Sir, Yoshiwara Yukaku has arrived. Okay, this is money, no need to look for it. Ye Feng casually threw out a 1 yen coin, and when the coachman pulling the cart saw this, he was immediately excited, and his eyes lit up. Thank you, sir. No wonder the coachman is so excited. In this day and age, the purchasing power of the yen of the island country is still very high. 1 yen is equivalent to 1 gram of gold. The monthly salary of domestic employees generally ranges from 10 to 20 yen. Even for civil servants, it's almost 50 yen. With the current purchasing power of the island country, 1 yen is almost enough to buy 20 kilograms of rice. If you save some food, it will be enough for the coachman's family to live for a month. In this regard, Ye Feng just waved his hand and did not care. Speaking of which, the reason why he knew that this was the world of Ghost Slayer Blade was also because not long ago, the system successfully arrived and bound. Ye Feng's system is called the symbiotic system. The system has only 2 functions. One of them is crossing. The system has the ability to let Ye Feng, the host, travel to other worlds, but this has a premise, that is, it must wait for the end of the main story of the world to which it is crossed before it can be used. Just like the ghost annihilation world he is currently in, Ye Feng can only carry out plane crossing when the ghost killing team kills all the evil ghosts, including the Ghost King Ghost Mai Suji Wu Miserable, or the evil ghost extermination ghost killing team led by Wu Miserable. Of course, this is just a prerequisite for crossing. Whether to cross or not, it all depends on the will of Ye Feng, who is the host. The system only provides this function, it is not mandatory. Another function of the system is its main function, called symbiosis. As the host, Ye Feng can select a target for fusion and symbiosis. After symbiosis, Ye Feng can obtain all the abilities of the target. Whether it is realm, skill, or cultivation, etc., all of them will be mastered by Ye Feng. Of course, Ye Feng, as the main body, can also share his ability with the goal of being integrated and symbiotic. Moreover, because it is a symbiosis with Ye Feng as the main body, the target of the fusion, whether it is soul or will surrender to Ye Feng and become Ye Feng's slave, driven by Ye Feng. Of course, Ye Feng can also split the goal of fusion symbiosis and use it as manpower. Moreover, the effect of the system will not disappear due to splitting, unless Ye Feng, as the host, takes the initiative to dissolve the relationship. And as long as Ye Feng, the subject, does not die, then the symbiotic characters bound by the system will not really die. However, although this feature is powerful, it is not without limitations. One of them is the goal of fusion symbiosis, which must be a famous and surnamed character who appears in the original plot. Ordinary passers-by, the system does not recognize, can be described as quite a picky eater. The second is that it can only be used on one target at a time. And after fusion, there will be a 3-day cooldown, and there is no unlimited use. Otherwise, Ye Feng would have been invincible long ago, and where would he run to this Yoshihara Yukio lie? Unfortunately, the people of the ghost killing team have always been secretive, and ghost slaying requires activities everywhere, and it is difficult to find people. The plot characters who can determine the orientation are either too young or have no value in integration and symbiosis. What is really worth starting with is the evil ghost camp led by Boss Wu Wu. Ye Feng thought in his heart that although he didn't know the exact location of many ghosts, he actually didn't care. If nothing else, Ye Feng actually has a spiritual purity, just like Tong Mo in the 12 Ghost Moon and the Second of the Windings. In terms of hunting, Ye Feng is only interested in women. The reason why he came to this Yugualai was also because his target was the fallen Ji of the Sixth Wind. Chapter 2. Wow, what a handsome little brother! I really didn't expect that boys can be so beautiful. Little brother, come to my sister. With Ye Feng's arrival, the wandering girls on the street also threw winks at Ye Feng from time to time. However, Ye Feng was not much interested in this. Although he was a single dog in his previous life, he didn't even touch a girl's hand, but this does not mean that any girl can hook Ye Feng's heart away. On the contrary, after the baptism of the information explosion of modern society, Ye Feng has seen too many beautiful girls. Perhaps most of their beauty is made up or beautified, but it also nourishes Ye Feng's appetite. All in all, if it wasn't for a beautiful woman, Ye Feng really couldn't look at it. Moreover, Ye Feng's time to visit Guo was during the day. And during the day, when the wandering girls are resting from work, they will not pick up customers. Of course, this is not absolute. It's just that compared to night, Yoshiwara Yukaku will be relatively deserted. And Ye Feng Qingtian came over during the day, in fact, there was no way. After all, ghosts are afraid of the sun, and if they do things during the day, Ye Feng can still take the initiative a little. Although he also prepared a lot of things in order to take this trip, he was a sick man, and he faced a powerful ghost, no matter how careful he was. In fact, he couldn't be excessive. What a good place, more peaceful than Fuyuki City, and part of Tokyo, the hottest city in the island country. It's a pity, it's a little early, otherwise, you might still have fun. Ye Feng sighed, and the person also stood in front of the gate of the Bale House, and then walked into it. Guest, et. The proprietress, who originally wanted to politely refuse Ye Feng, after seeing Ye Feng's face, the whole person was also stunned, and her face couldn't help but like it more. Boss lady, I want to find Hanaki Yasuzuheim. You actually want to find Yazuji by name, distinguished guest, you should know the rules. The proprietress carefully looked at Ye Feng's outfit, and saw that he had an extraordinary temperament and was wearing a suit, obviously not an ordinary person, and couldn't help but speak. Although Ye Feng's appearance made her like it very much, Hua Kui was not an ordinary wandering girl, and she couldn't see it if she wanted to. In island countries, wandering girls are also graded. Ordinary wandering girls are just that, they have no human rights. As long as the guests can afford to pay, they can naturally play casually. But Hua Kui is different, they are carefully cultivated by every nightclub owner. Not only is the food and clothing very exquisite, but the dress and accommodation are also very exquisite and gorgeous, and to learn high-end and elegant traditional knowledge such as tea ceremony, musical instruments, and floral arrangement, you must also undergo rigorous training, master calm demeanor and elegant speech to be qualified. Such a flower leader has naturally become a cash cow for every store owner. And if you want to get the service of Huaqui, you must first pass the test of the boss. This first element is naturally financial resources. After all, it's all consumption, and the more high-end the commodity, the more expensive it is. If there is no money, then stop daydreaming, where to fight and where to go back. In addition to the test of the shop owner, Hua Kui himself also has the right to decide. That's right. In the island countries Yukuo, the top goods can also choose to use her. After the shop owner has tested and confirmed that the customer has the financial resources to spend, he can ask the flower leader to meet with one of them. After the men and women meet, they will have a simple conversation, which can be regarded as a preliminary understanding of the guests. And if Hua Kui feels that the guest does not meet her expectations, she can also make a request not to see each other again, and naturally she will not want to get Hua Kui's service. Of course, no matter how good Hua Kui is, she is always a woman. If it is a woman, there will be a day when someone is old. Even, you can't wait for people to be old. Because the flower itself is very rare, it is not necessarily precious. In order to ensure this cherishability, even the official has made clear regulations. No matter what kind of flower Kui, after the age of 28, you have to remove all your aura and become an ordinary wandering girl or servant woman. It's like a beautiful flower that will eventually wither. If they can't get a good home before withering, then their fate will be very miserable. Of course, this is not a big problem for the shop owners who nurture them. Even if Hua Kui only receives guests a few times a year, it is enough for them to earn a lot of money. Don't worry, lady, I understand the rules. Ye Feng took his suitcase and shook it in front of the hostess. Although his parents and relatives left him a lot of assets, even so, I am afraid that he would not be able to play Hua Kui a few times. However, Ye Feng did not feel that he would fail. In his previous life, as a lover of anime, Ye Feng still knew Yuji very well. It is a beautiful female ghost who only eats beauty, and this so-called beauty does not specifically refer to beautiful women. As long as he is beautiful, even if it is a man, Gigi will lower his mouth. In contrast, Gigi hates eating old people and ugly people. She thought that the old man's dried meat was too difficult to eat, so Yuji definitely did not eat things that were both ugly and dirty. Ye Feng is also confident in his beauty, and the young 18-year-old handsome young man will definitely meet Gigi's appetite. It's just that when the time comes, who will eat whom, it is difficult to say. After all, high-end hunters often appear in the form of prey. So, girls, treat this distinguished guest well. Yes, lady. All the wandering girls who did not rest were rushing towards Ye Feng with joy at this moment. On the one hand, Ye Feng is so beautiful, they also like it tightly. The same guests, they naturally prefer service that suits their hearts. It's just that ordinary wandering girls have no choice, and they simply don't have the right to refuse tourists who pay money. On the other hand, every time a famous guest is a famous guest, it is undoubtedly a guest with deep pockets. Although it is to spend money, if you want to show your financial strength, you must also entertain a large number of wandering girls, which is also a means for the owner to test the financial strength of customers. And during this period, for these ordinary wandering women, it is undoubtedly a good period to make extra money. After making this list, they can also get a lot of rewards. This can be fun to play, but also to get money for free, such a good opportunity, any ordinary wanderer will not miss it. And Ye Feng did not refuse. He knew that now was the time for him to scatter coins. Instead, it was the hostess, who also walked to Zuji's room at this time. It's just that the expression on his face is no longer the joy before, but a little more apprehensive. Yazuim is very strict with her guests and almost never picks up guests during the day. Coupled with that strange temper, for some reason, she is obviously the owner of the store, and every time she sees Yazuji, she will be afraid. But think about it, Yazuji is a pseudonym when Yuji pretends to be Hana Kui. Under normal circumstances, every 10 years, Gigi will change her appearance, age, and the store where she stays. Now it is called Yazuheim, and in the future, it will be called Fernheim. In the face of ghosts, people are naturally afraid, and it is also natural. Chapter 3 Yazukiheim, Yazuheim. Lady, what's going on? Fallen Ji's voice came from the boudoir, and the proprietress was stunned and did not dare to open the sliding door, for fear of attracting Fallen Ji's anger. At this time, she couldn't help but swallow her spit, her expression was a little nervous, and said, "It's like this, there are guests who want you to serve. Didn't I say that I don't pick up customers during the day?" "Yes, yes. It's just that this time the guest is very much in line with your requirements, do you want to take a look?" Da. The sliding door slammed open, and the boss lady was also frightened and sat on the ground, her expression was white, almost no worse than Ye Feng. Especially when she looked at Shang Yuji's eyes, it was obviously a pair of beautiful eyes, but it made the boss lady have the feeling of being stared at by a poisonous snake, which made her shudder. "Remember what you said, hostess, I hope that guest will really satisfy me. Otherwise, I'm going to be angry." Gigi stroked the face of the proprietors, and the contact between her palm and cheek gave her goosebumps in an instant. "Absolutely, absolutely satisfying you, Yazukiheim, he is the most beautiful guest I have ever met. Much more beautiful than the guests you've ever received." "Yes, I'm looking forward to it," Yuji said, and the person also slowly walked to the living room. Although ghosts basically don't come out to move during broad daylight, they are just afraid of the sun. As long as it is not directly exposed to sunlight, it is not much of a problem. In the original plot, the protagonist Tanjiro was able to run around carrying the beans that turned into a ghost in the early days, and there was no problem because of the wooden box as a cover. And when Fallen Ji, who incarnated as Yazuji, appeared in the curtain and saw Ye Feng, her eyes immediately straightened. This is the temperament that is incompatible with the current era, and although it is slightly thin, but it is beautiful and beautiful facial features, it instantly attracts the heart of Gigi. In Yuji's opinion, such a beautiful boy is not only fun, but also tastes very good. And delicious things, the nutritional value must be very high. At this moment, even Yuji had to admit that she wanted it, wanted to love Ye Feng well, and then eat him alive one by one. "How is it, Yazukiheim, what do you think?" "It seems that you are right, the boss lady, this customer, is indeed very suitable for my requirements. Then, I'll arrange for you to meet at once." "No thanks, I took it," Yuji said, which made the proprietress immediately stunned, but quickly nodded in agreement. "I know, then, I'll go and get ready for the parade." The lady said that when Huaqui picks up customers, it is necessary to prepare a team to parade the street, so as to highlight Huqi's temperament and appearance to the outside world, so as to attract more customers. Therefore, every time Huqi picks up guests, there will be a lot of movement in Yuqiu, attracting onlookers from tourists. Don't bother so much, lady, you should know that I don't like the sun. However, this is the rule of Huaqi. If you don't do it, is it some? Before the proprietress finished speaking, she swallowed the words alive. Especially under the gaze of Yuji, it is clear that the sun is shining in the sky, but the air seems to be frozen, which makes people fearful. My rules are rules, what's the problem? No, no, as long as you don't feel like the price drops. The proprietress was also pale at this time, and at this moment, she also seemed to remember that every time the distinguished guests received by Gigi seemed to disappear the next day. Although every time Gigi said that the guests left early, the hostess herself knew in her heart that she had never seen the guests received by Fallen Ji leave the Parago house. Where those guests went has long been a mystery. But one thing is certain, Gigi is mysterious, so mysterious that she feels terrified and does not dare to resist at all. Therefore, a long time ago, the proprietress gave herself a warning, and she must not be as strong as she is with other wandering girls and flower quay, but must be well behaved and obedient like her grandson. Then, go and prepare. Tell the guest that I'm waiting for him in the boudoir. Okay. The proprietress answered, and the Fallen Ji people also smiled and returned to the boudoir. Seeing the beautiful food, Gigi's mood is naturally particularly beautiful. This Yoshiwara Yugoku beautiful woman is actually not a few, and many have already entered her stomach. But a beautiful man, especially someone as beautiful as Ye Feng, is really a peerless treasure. If it weren't for that, Yuji wouldn't have directly asked the proprietress to invite Ye Feng to her room. How to say that she is also a famous flower leader in Yuqiu, even if she wants to eat beautiful food, she will not pick up customers so easily. It can only be said that Ye Feng's appearance is indeed the heart of Zhenzongji. And Ye Feng, who was in the hall, was also receiving the singing and dancing services of the wandering girls. Plus the two beautiful wandering girls sitting next to him are waiting for them. I have to admit that Ye Feng somewhat overestimated his concentration. 2 lifetimes, single for more than 40 years, the first time to consume in this kind of bright and green place, it really stimulated Ye Feng's body and mind. Although he has been patient, but Xiao Yefeng can no longer bear it, he has already held his head high, and he can't wait to rush into Wurong Dao and kill all sides. If it weren't for the important things in his body and knowing that the big things were important, Ye Feng felt that he was afraid that he would not be able to hold it anymore, so he directly pounced. Guest. Lady, how is it, would Yazuki-Heim like to see me? Ye Feng asked. Before coming, he had done his homework and was well aware of Huaquei's rules. Although he was very confident in his appearance, if Yuji didn't want to see him, then Ye Feng could only admit it. Yes, guest. And, congratulations, because Yazuim doesn't like the sun, plus she is very satisfied with you, so I want to invite you to her boudoir, you are now the guest of honor of Yazuim. Hey? Is that simple? It's not needed. Ye Feng was a little stunned, because according to normal procedures, if he wanted to become the guest of Huaquei, he had to scatter coins at least 3 times. For the first time, like Ye Feng, he received a large number of wandering girls in the store and showed his financial strength. There were at least a dozen of these wandering girls, and each Ye Feng had to tip and pay the proprietress. With this money, it is enough to spend a good night with all these wandering girls. After that, what snacks and drinks are also very expensive, just like eating in a big hotel. Even a bottle of mineral water outside, here has to be dozens of times. By the time all the processes are over, the yen spent will be no less than thousands. You know, this is an island country in the early 20th century and the end of the Meiji era. These thousands of yen are in modern times, I am afraid that they have reached millions, and they are still the kind of RMB. Chapter 4. This, under normal circumstances, naturally has some rules. If you wish to come according to tradition, I will respond to Yazuim. Forget it, no need, just follow what Yazuim means. Ye Feng hurriedly opened his mouth and said, he had a lot of money, but that did not mean that he could waste it casually. Although he is a crosser, he is not yet to the point where he can spend money casually. If he really had to follow the traditional rules, he would have to spend at least thousands of yen. Even if he came here destined to scatter coins, Ye Feng didn't want to be a fool. If you can save a lot of money, why not save it? Then, it's a bother to the boss lady. Ye Feng said, and the person also took out tens of yen as a tip to give a tip to the wandering girl who served him. As for the hostess, it is naturally a few hundred big gives. Moreover, this money is not yet given. Where, please follow me. Seeing Ye Feng being polite and close to others, the boss lady was also happy in her heart. Although she made a lot of money without steps, she was able to please Gigi more than anything else. Soon, Ye Feng, led by the proprietress, appeared outside the door of Yuji's boudoir. Then, don't disturb your meeting with Yazuim. The proprietress said. Ye Feng also bowed slightly, and she left immediately. When Ye Feng opened the sliding door, a woman who was so beautiful that she could be called enchanting also met Ye Feng's eyes. Although Ye Feng had long expected in advance that Gigi might be incredibly beautiful, he couldn't help but be a little shocked when he saw it with his own eyes, and he could even be said to be directly dumbfounded. The wandering girls who served Ye Feng before, although there were also many good looks. But compared with Yuji, it is completely vulgar powder, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a world of difference. And perhaps because of being a female ghost, Yuji also has a temperament that ordinary female humans do not have. This temperament is very special, even if Ye Feng knows that Yuji's own temperament is very bad, it also has an extraordinary attraction to him. Just like when modern people hear that a female ghost will inhale yang qi, the first reaction may not be fear, but whether this female ghost is beautiful. It will be the same from which part. Guest, please over here. Yuji looked at Ye Feng, and there was also a touch of joy between his expressions. I couldn't see clearly through the curtain before, but now I observe it up close. At a glance, Yuji could see that Ye Feng was a chick. Don't look at Yuji as a flower leader in Yukuo, but she has never really been eaten. On the contrary, the guests who were received by her were all eaten by her. The kind that really eats. Therefore, although Gigi does not have that special hobby, and has never experienced male and female love, she can also be regarded as reading countless men. What was Ye Feng's situation, she could see it through at a glance. Sorry for interrupting. Hey! Guest, what are you talking about? Could it be that you named me Yazuim just to apologize? Yuji covered her mouth and snickered, feeling more and more interesting Ye Feng. Ye Feng, on the other hand, blushed shyly, and scolded himself in his heart for not contending. Of course, he can't be blamed for this. After all, he really has no experience in communicating between men and women. If he really knew how to talk to girls, he would not have been a single dog for more than 40 years. Interestingly, in his past college career, those classmates who talked all day long, after leaving society, when they reached middle age, they were basically alone. And those students who seem to be extremely honest, only know how to study every day, and have a righteous and incomparably serious appearance, end up hugging left and right. No way, this society is like this. Sometimes, Ye Feng is also very helpless. At the moment, others also took a deep breath and calmed their own mentality and emotions. Looking at the suitcase in his hand, Ye Feng knew that he had no way back. Coming to Yuji, then today is either he hugged the beauty back, or he became a wine dish, and there is no other choice. I don't know what guests are called. Just call me Kaed. So, I wonder where Mr. Kaed is. Me? I didn't go anywhere, that is, my family opened a hospital, many pharmaceutical companies, and there were shares in our family." Ye Feng opened his mouth and said, "It has been almost 50 years since the Meiji restoration in the island country, and many Western things have already appeared in the island country. This suit Ye Feng was wearing was like this, as was the shares of various companies. Although, the so-called opening a hospital and owning shares in a pharmaceutical company are all nonsense. The purpose? I never thought that Mr. Kaed still has such an identity." Yu Ji's eyes lit up, and there was more joy in his heart. In this paramount house, for the hostess, as long as there is money, there is no problem. And for Yu Ji, as long as there is delicious food, it is no problem. It's a pity that Yu Ji can't do whatever she wants. As a senior migrant worker, she must work for the boss behind the scenes. As ghosts, although they are immortal and can even use the blood demon technique as a magical power, they are not without weaknesses. One is sunlight, which is a puzzle that all ghosts cannot overcome. No matter how powerful the ghost is, as long as it is illuminated by direct sunlight, the body will turn into ashes, and the difference is only the time it takes to turn into ashes. The second is the Nikawa knife, which is the weakness of most ghosts. Its blade is made of sun-absorbing materials, orangutan crimson iron and orangutan crimson ore, and is the only weapon that can deal damage to ghosts. Of course, it only causes harm. If you want to be fatal, you still have to cut off the head of the ghost to cause fatal injuries. It's just that some ghosts have a very deep obsession, even if their heads are cut off, they won't die. Instead, it will break through the limits and get rid of the weakness of decapitation. For example, the Ghost King of the Crumb Boss, he is a ghost who is not afraid of beheading. As for the third, it is wisteria flowers. For humans, wisteria flowers are just ordinary plants, non-toxic and harmless. But for ghosts, wisteria flowers are highly toxic. Even if it is just the fragrance of wisteria flowers, most ghosts can't stand it. If you can make wisteria flowers into the corresponding poison, it will have a miraculous effect on most ghosts. It's just that for a powerful ghost like the 12 Ghost Moon, the effect of this poison will be much worse. Especially the winding ghosts, they are so powerful that they can call the regenerative ability and self-healing ability of bug. And they can completely decompose the toxins in the body before they are poisoned, which is no longer something that wisteria flower poison can handle. Of course, even if they are not afraid of wisteria flower poison, they will still instinctively dislike and stay away from the fragrance of wisteria flowers, and will not approach casually. And for Boss Wu Wu, these three weaknesses, only sunlight can really kill him. Bugs like those of Ji Koyuan Yi can only be regarded as exceptions and cannot be judged as common sense. Therefore, the Crumb Boss only needs to overcome the sun. And to overcome the sun, he must find a medicinal herb called blue flower. So far, whether it is ghost making or various latent work, the boss has also carried out around this purpose. On the contrary, it is a ghost killing team, and the boss just deals with it by the way, and does not particularly care. Chapter 5. Of course, among all the ghosts who work for the boss of the crumbs, naturally including Yu Ji. For beauty, the crumb boss has always been dismissive. When he was a human, he had 5 wives, but they were eventually forced to death by him with various words. Therefore, at this moment, for Ye Feng, the prey, Ji was also obsessed. Although she really wanted to eat Ye Feng now, before that, she had to do her job well. Since Mr. Feng's family has such an industry as a hospital and shares in major pharmaceutical companies, I don't know if I've ever heard of the blue flower. Ji's voice is soft, like a light breeze, which makes people very comfortable just listening to it. Her eyes seemed to be hooked, even though Ye Feng knew her nature, but when he looked at her, he couldn't help but blush. And it seems that he also knows his embarrassment, and the fallen Ji people also helped him pour a cup of tea, and they were not in a hurry. Now after all, it is daylight, and as a ghost, she only has the habit of eating late-night snacks, so there is no problem in slowing down. Perhaps. Snap. Ye Feng's reply directly shocked Gigi, and even the teapot in her hand scared her off. She has been here for Yoshiwara Yukaka for hundreds of years and has entertained a variety of tourists. After all, she is a flower leader, and those who can name her to serve are naturally people who are either rich or noble. And every time Gigi asked a question about the blue flower, he got a negative answer. Therefore, although it is a part of daily work, Yuji has never had much hope. It's just that she never expected that the blue flower, which had not been heard from for 100 years, would have it today, which made her a little incredulous and even overwhelmed. Yasuhime, are you all right? I'm okay, Kaed-san. So, do you really know the blue flower? Yuji thought that he had misheard and asked again. In this regard, Ye Feng also nodded, and a flash of essence flashed in his eyes. I really know that although it is a very partial medicinal herb, normal pathology is basically not used, but in some aspects, it has a miraculous effect. Maybe it's also a fate, Yasuji, the blue flower you asked about is actually one of the main medicinal herbs for my treatment. Hey! Yuji was stunned and looked at Ye Feng with dismay. In this regard, Ye Feng smiled and said, actually, you should be able to see that my body is not good. In fact, when I was very young, I was weak and sick, and when I was born, the doctors even thought I was a stillborn and almost cremated me. Fortunately, my family is a medical family, and my grandfather and father are very good doctors. Under their care, I was able to live to this point. Especially my grandfather, who found a very special herb. According to the medical books handed down by our family, it was a medicinal herb called blue shore flower. It doesn't actually have any special effect, but it has a miraculous effect on congenital weakness or congenital genetic diseases. Ye Feng's words shocked Gigi, and at this moment, she was extremely sure that the blue flower in Ye Feng's mouth was the target of her unscrupulous boss. Where is it? Where is the flower on the other side of the blue? With a flying pounce, Gigi threw Ye Feng to the ground, and the whole person looked extremely excited. I'm sorry, Kaed-san, I gaffed. It's just that the blue flower is very important to me. So, please tell me the whereabouts of the blue flower. Gigi also found that her posture was wrong, but at this moment, where can she manage so much? After getting the whereabouts of the blue flower, these ghosts can explain to the boss. And Wu Wu, who is hiding in a mansion and pretending to be a rich man with skin diseases, is also very excited at this time. After 1,000 years, it has also looked for 1,000 years on the other side of the blue, and finally has news. As a ghost king, he has been monitoring the strongest 12 ghosts under his command, the 12 ghost moons. In particular, Yuguo, who is in charge of Yuji, can obtain a lot of information and contacts there, and has always been a focus area without misery. Therefore, the conversation between Yuji and Ye Feng was all listened to and extremely focused. Moreover, Ye Feng's experience also made him quite shocked. It was simply a copy of Ghost Mai Suji's miserable life. Therefore, for Ye Feng, Wu Miserable was also interested at this time. Ye Feng, Yasuji, although I really want to tell you the whereabouts of the blue flower, my father and grandfather have always been responsible for medicinal materials, and I don't know this. Although he was full of lies, but at this moment, he was pressed by the two murderous weapons of Yuji, and Ye Feng still couldn't help but feel a little short of breath. This way, muttered Gigi, and the person was also preparing to get up from Ye Feng. It's just that everyone is in front of him. Where will Ye Feng let her go, and directly hold her? Yasuim, I really like you, I am willing to spend a lot of money to redeem you from the shop, are you willing to marry me? The most urgent thing is to blend into his family first and find a way to obtain information about the blue flower from this man's father and grandfather. Just when Yuji was confused by Ye Feng's marriage proposal, a miserable voice suddenly sounded in her mind. It's just that what Wu Wu didn't know was that just when he was communicating with Yuji, Ye Feng had already talked to his system. Ye Feng, system, I want to live in symbiosis with fallen Ji. System, Confirm target, GG, May, real name, meet the requirements of system symbiosis, start symbiosis. Kaed-san, Yasuhime is willing to marry you. Then come on. Yuji opened his mouth to respond, and Ye Fengren also showed joy. In the next instant, his abdomen also bloomed with golden light, and golden chains drilled out directly entangled Gigi's body, and pulled it into Ye Feng's body. Similar to the sealing technique in Fire Shadow, King Kong Blockade, everything is so sudden, whether it is Fallen Ji or Wu Miserable, before he even reacts, most of Fallen Ji's body has been pulled into his body by Ye Feng. System, ding, warning, found that there is a foreign object in the target's body, identity confirmed, is the prostitute Taro. According to the rules, two goals cannot be coexisted at the same time, and the prostitute Taro is now expelled. The sound of the system sounded in Ye Feng's mind, and in the next second, a meatball also suddenly flew up from Fallen Ji's body and was directly thrown out. Brother, save me! Although Yuji didn't know exactly what was going on, she was sure that if she was absorbed, it would definitely not be a good thing. May. The prostitute Taro was also in a hurry, and he couldn't figure out the situation at all. It's just that seeing that Gigi is in trouble, as an older brother, he is naturally anxious. Unfortunately, it was too late, and everything came too suddenly. Before he could make a move, Gigi had already been completely pulled into Ye Feng's body. Chapter 6. Ding! Symbiosis completed, you get the symbiotic character, Fallen Ji. Physical constitution sharing success. Skill sharing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ghost body, and the physical fitness is strengthened. Strengthen success. You acquire a skill, Immortal and Immortal, Pseudo. Due to physique sharing, weakness elimination, your skill, Immortal, Pseudo, transformed into Immortal. You get a skill, Vampire Magic Ribbon. You gain skills, Vampire Magic, Ribbon, Yay Belt Slash. It was detected that there were other restrictions of will in Yuji's body, and it was forcibly erased. Erase successful. Host, Ye Feng. Gender, male. Age, 18 years old. Height, 172 m. System, symbiotic system. Symbiotic character, Fallen Ji. Physique, normal human constitution, ghost body. Skill, Blood Demon Art. Silk, 8-fold belt slash symbiosis. Cooldown, 71 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The voice of the system sounded in Ye Feng's mind, and countless messages also emerged in Ye Feng's mind. Ye Feng's body was glowing white, not only his pale face began to turn rosy, but his slightly thin body also began to become stronger, and he could even faintly see the lines of his muscles. Finally done. Unfortunately, I wanted to see if I could take down the prostitute Taro by the way while taking Yuhime. Sure enough, the system is not so easy for people to exploit. Ye Feng looked at the prostitute Taro with a little disgust. Although the other party's blood demon skills were excellent, he really wanted it. But the prostitute Taro is indeed ugly, even if it is really symbiosis, Ye Feng will definitely kill him in the first time after sharing his ability, saving him from looking sick. Bastard, where did you get my sister? The prostitute Taro angrily scolds that Yukihime is his proudest sister and his bottom line. Whoever dares to get her, the prostitute Taro will die, and will fight with it. And the misery of a rich man's house somewhere far away is also confused at this time. He never expected that the situation would take a turn for the worse. Originally, he was still fantasizing that Fallen Ji could hang Ye Feng, and after Fallen Ji sneaked into Ye Feng's family, he took action to find the whereabouts of the blue flower as quickly as possible. At that time, with the blue flower, whether it is a ghost of the same kind or something else, it will no longer matter to Wu Miserable. Even if at that time, for Ye Feng's sake of helping him become an ultimate life form, it would not be impossible to give Fallen Ji to Ye Feng as his wife. It's just that now, Yuji is so inexplicably gone, which is really unexpected. He didn't know what happened to Fallen Ji, but he really couldn't feel the existence of Fallen Ji. In Wu Ji's opinion, 9 out of 10 times Gigi has already been killed. However, although Gigi is gone, the news of the blue flower will not give up. Even if Ye Feng had deceived them before that, he still hoped to know more information. After all, what if Ye Feng really knew about the blue flower? Moreover, he was also very curious about how Ye Feng took down fallen Ji. No misery, calm down, prostitute Taro. Prostitute Taro, no misery Sama. No misery, take this man down, I will live. Yes. Yes. The prostitute Taro answered in his heart, and he did not dare to disobey the order without misery. Of course, even if he didn't say anything, he wouldn't kill Ye Feng. Even if he doesn't mention the blue flower, for the sake of his sister, Yu Ji, the prostitute Taro will capture Ye Feng Sheng alive. It's so ugly, I have to be glad that I didn't absorb you together. Although Ye Feng knew what happened to the prostitute Taro and Gigi when they were humans, he would not sympathize with the two. In this world, there were so many poor people that Ye Feng didn't have the extra feelings to sympathize with them. Moreover, Ye Feng also knew very well what sins this nasty country would commit against the flower planters in a few decades. Even in modern times, the country is still doing things that are angry with people. Ye Feng sometimes couldn't figure it out, why didn't the world shoot a pest like an island country to death? After all, isn't the greatest respect for pests exterminated? Of course, although he hated this country, Ye Feng would definitely not hate himself. And as a visual animal, he has a simple judgment on beauty and ugliness. There is no need to go too deep, for the prostitute Taro, Ye Feng really hates it. Slender to abnormal waist, squid body, face full of spots, plus that green hair similar to kelp. Ugly, so trademark ugly. You guy, not only took away my sister, but also looked so beautiful, hateful, jealous, hateful. Decided, I'm going to peel your skin off. Anyway, the adult only said that he wanted to capture you alive, then, a little disability, there should be no problem. The prostitute Taro gritted his teeth, and the man directly summoned his weapon, 2 blood-colored scythes. Ye Feng was stunned, and immediately reacted and said, so it is, it's not miserable. It seems that I can't stay here for too long, although it's daylight now, and I can't come without misery. But if he ran into it, it would also become a very troublesome thing. Boom! What? The prostitute Taro was shocked, and with Ye Feng's words, ribbons with strange patterns immediately flew out from the depths of the underground of the Bale house, directly destroying the house. For a while, the whole house also fell apart and began to collapse. The wandering girls in the house also ran away and ran out. This huge movement has already shaken the entire Yoshiwara Yukaku. This is my sister's blood ghost technique, you bastard. The prostitute Taro wanted to curse, but as the sun shone, the pupils of the others also shrank, and they hurriedly burrowed through the gap in the house into the ground. If he is hit by the sun, he is afraid that he will disappear in the first place. Speaking of which, he and Yukiheim were able to eat people comfortably in Yoshiwara, or because Yukiheim opened a cave in the underground of this place as their secret granary. Now, this secret granary has instead become a hiding place for the prostitute Taro. At the very least, he can be spared the threat of sunlight. Instead, it was Ye Feng, standing in the sunlight, not affected by anything at all. Although the blood demon technique and the ghost body of the fallen Ji were shared, it was only shared, not a completely unilateral inheritance. Such sharing can fully compensate for the weaknesses of the capabilities of both sides. After all, human beings are not afraid of the normal sunlight, nor are they afraid of the poison of wisteria flowers. Now he can be said to be both a human and a ghost. Not only that, if Ye Feng splits Fallen Ji out in the future, Fallen Ji will no longer be afraid of sunlight and wisteria flowers. Even Ji can eat human food just like humans, without the need to devour humans. This is the strength of the symbiotic system, and this terrifying symbiotic ability is what Ye Feng relies on in the future to traverse the major worlds. Chapter 7. Perhaps because of the fear of the proprietress of the Paradise House, no one dared to approach near the boudoir of the fallen Ji for a long time. At this time, the building collapsed, and although the movement was not small, no one dared to step forward to check the situation. Even if it has alarmed the nearby people, most of the people are watching the excitement at this time. Although there was a sheriff nearby, he couldn't catch up for a while. Ye Feng did not hesitate, opened the suitcase he brought, took out a few smoke bombs prepared in advance, and threw them out directly. For a while, the entire area around the Paramount House was immediately filled with smoke. Ye Feng took advantage of the chaos of the people and fled directly. For this operation, he made a lot of preparations. On the one hand, he sold most of his assets and collected all his funds in case of accidents. On the other hand, he relied on the connections of his parents in this life to prepare a lot of objects. In addition to the smoke bombs that escaped, Ye Feng also made several Molotov cocktails by himself. Although the Molotov cocktail has not yet been invented in this era, it is not difficult to make Molotov cocktails. As long as there are materials, it is not an exaggeration to say how much it is. In addition, there are some means against ghosts. Wisteria flowers are not a rare thing in island countries. If Ye Feng wanted to get it, it was naturally very easy, and the only trouble was how to make wisteria flowers into poison against ghosts. Ye Feng didn't know the recipe, so he simply dried the wisteria flowers, crushed them into powder, and integrated them into smoke bombs. Therefore, this smoke bomb is not only a prop for him to escape, but also can be used to dispel evil spirits when necessary. Finally, there are weapons. Ye Feng had never come into contact with the ghost-killing team, but with his connections, it was actually not difficult to get a Nikawa knife. However, he also knew that his physique was not good, and it was impossible to kill the evil spirit. Not to mention, this evil devil is still winding 6, that neck is hard, I'm afraid it's not much worse than steel. Therefore, Ye Feng specially asked the craftsman to recast the Reiwa knife into a dagger. And during the production process, the sap of the wisteria flower plant is also used many times to soak to ensure that the evil spirit can be caused to the greatest extent possible in the case of not being able to decapitate the evil spirit. Unfortunately, these props are no longer useful. Because he was so well prepared, even what to say and what identity to disguise, Ye Feng simulated several times. Fallen Ji, the cute woman in the upper string, eventually became Ye Feng's tailed beast, helping him become a human pillar force. Of course, such a result is naturally excellent. If something really went wrong, Ye Feng felt that the things he had prepared would most likely not have any impact on the sixth wind. At night, maybe Wu Mi will come over specially and gnaw his big belly and snail powder with the prostitute Taro and Gigi. Failed, that guy Taro the prostitute. Mummy, who was hiding in the rich man's house, looked angry, but he didn't blame the prostitute Taro much. On the one hand, the time is not right. If it was night, then with Ye Feng's small body, it would definitely be difficult to escape the palm of the prostitute Taro. On the other hand, Ye Feng was able to use Fallen Ji's blood demon technique, which was quite shocking even to Wu Wu. One thing is certain, though. Now he has a strong interest in Ye Feng. Carefully recalling Ye Feng's words, it was not difficult to find that what the other party said was very targeted. Those words were not so much for Yu Ji as for him hiding behind the scenes. Although it was not clear how much Ye Feng knew, Wu Yuxian felt that it was really necessary for him to arrest him and interrogate him properly. The next day, Kudo's mansion. Young master, breakfast is ready. The maid's voice came from outside the door, and Ye Feng also opened his eyes and slowly stood up. Looking at the white-haired beauty lying beside him, Ye Feng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. After 2 lifetimes, he finally got rid of the single. Although Gigi's background is not very good, her first time has never been taken away by other men. Therefore, Ye Feng also fully experienced the process of a girl becoming a woman. And as a flower leader, although it is also the first time, his skills are definitely top-notch. While Ye Feng helped Fallen Ji complete his transformation, Fallen Ji also helped Ye Feng achieve growth. What a wonderful word! Garden, prepare more breakfast. Oh. B. Ye Feng's voice came from the room, and although the maid Yuanzi was a little stunned, she nodded and immediately began to prepare. Gigi, get up. The host. People still want it. As soon as Gigi, who was awakened by Ye Feng, opened his eyes, he immediately looked at him with an obsessive expression, and the breath of the horse fork worm came to his face. We are already immortal existences, are we afraid that we don't have time to play? Well, the master put me away. You. Looking at Gigi coquettishly, Ye Feng also nodded helplessly, and then integrated her into his body. And when Ye Feng ate breakfast, several servants, including Yuanzi, were directly stunned. Ye Feng, who used to have a very small appetite, is particularly edible today. Early in the morning, I directly dried 5 bowls of rice, and even the tea, I drank 2 pots. Obviously, their young master was not a rice bucket before. However, Ye Feng was not very surprised. After fusing Fallen Ji, not only did it improve Ye Feng's physique, but his demand for energy would naturally become greater. Therefore, he became able to eat some, which was expected by Ye Feng, so he was not surprised. The only thing he is worried about is that after too many people are integrated and symbiotic in the future, the food intake is directly out of control, which will be troublesome. However, Ye Feng can't manage so much at the moment. Let's make himself strong first. Yuanzi, I'm going to the courtyard to exercise later. If there is nothing important, don't let people disturb me. Yes, young master. As soon as the garden answered, the other servants also nodded. Since Ye Feng's parents and relatives sacrificed to the heavens, this Kudo family has already been Ye Feng's say. Yuanzi is a servant who has taken care of Ye Feng since he was a child, and he is also deeply trusted by Ye Feng on weekdays. The big and small affairs of the family are basically the responsibility of the garden, and Ye Feng is very relieved. Soon, in the courtyard, Ye Feng was also controlling the 8 ribbons and doing various trainings. After sharing the ability of Fallen Ji, what Fallen Ji can do, Ye Feng can naturally do, and even achieve the same level as her. It's just that everyone with discerning eyes knows that Gigi's strength is very watery. Her so-called Winding Six is actually all supported by her brother, Taro, the prostitute. In terms of the real level, I am afraid that it is the level of the lower string 1, or the lower string 2. Chapter 8. So it is, tough and sharp, and the degree of flexibility and freedom is also extremely high. It is indeed a very powerful blood demon technique. It's a pity that Fallen Ji's level is limited, and he can't exert the power of this blood demon technique to the extreme. Ye Feng gave an evaluation in his heart, and tested the limits of the Fallen Ji Vampidemon technique. Can be controlled remotely. After conjoined, the longest attack length is about 200 meters, up to 8 ribbons can be controlled at the same time, and use the ribbons to connect their limbs, so as not to be cut off. Ye Feng flicked 8 ribbons, and like Fallen Ji, Ye Feng's ribbon was also cast from the back, like 8 tails, and he could whip and cut enemies freely. It's just that when Ye Feng was ready to challenge the limit and control the 9 ribbons at the same time, he immediately felt the difficulty. Both the attack accuracy and speed of the ribbon began to be significantly affected, and even the attack range was reduced a lot. Damn it, can't you? Fallen Ji, can you cooperate with me to use the blood demon technique to enhance the power of the ribbon? Gigi, I know, master. The voice of Fallen Ji appeared in his mind, and in the next second, Ye Feng was also shocked, and 8 silk ribbons extended from his back, dancing wildly in this courtyard. And Ye Feng also entered a magical state, as if Fallen Ji's mind was completely united, whether it was control ability or strength, it was significantly enhanced. It is worthy of the symbiosis and sharing ability of the system, so the use of this skill is far from being as simple as 1 plus 1 is greater than 2. Ye Feng's heart was extremely excited. If it was just a simple Ye Feng or Fallen Ji to use this blood demon technique ribbon, then these individuals could only play the level of lower string 1 or lower string 2 at most. But if the two cooperate and use the blood demon technique at the same time, it can already be compared with the upper string. At least, in Ye Feng's opinion, he who can control the 16 ribbons is stronger than the prostitute Taro of the 6th wind, or the jade pot of the 5th wind. The half-heavenly dog who was on the 4th wind, because he knew his weakness and ability, with a little effort, Ye Feng felt that he could also kill. As for the upper winding, even knowing their abilities, Ye Feng didn't think he could win. No way, the same winding, the strength between them is also a world of difference. I need more and more power to navigate this world unimpeded. Thinking about it, Ye Feng was also thinking about his next goal. On the other side, Yoshiwara Yukaku. Something so big happened yesterday, which naturally attracted the attention of the ghost-killing team. Coupled with Yuguo's lifestyle of going out day and night, it would be strange if the ghost-killing team did not doubt it. Of course, they're just here to investigate. Despite the accident of Park Lothus, it is still prosperous, the liveliest place in the whole of Tokyo, and it is the place where the people of the island country drunk and dreamed of death. The ghost-killing squad itself is not an officially recognized organization, and it acts on the principle of secrecy, so naturally it will not make a big splash. However, because there are victims of cannibals all over the island country, there are also wealthy families. Therefore, in order to help the ghost killer team better eradicate evil spirits, these rich people will use wisteria flowers as a pattern to set up a vine house to provide free help to the members of the ghost killing team. And in this Yoshiwara Yukaku, naturally there is also the existence of the Fuji house. At this time, Purgatory Maki Showero, who is the pillar of Yan, is here. Along with him, there were several ordinary-level ghost-killing team members. How's it going? Lord Yansu, according to our investigation, there were no casualties in the accident at Bale House yesterday, but 2 people were missing. One is Mr. Kaed, who is a tourist. And the other is the flower leader of the park house, Ayazuim. However, although it is said to be missing, strictly speaking, it is actually only Hanakiya Suzuheim. Someone found out afterwards that Mr. Kaed fled the scene in a hurry. If that's the case, then that Mr. Kaed shouldn't be a ghost. Purgatory Maki Toshiro said his judgment, and the other team members also nodded. That's what we thought, Lord Yansu. The incident occurred in the afternoon, and the sun was scorching. If Mr. Kaed were a ghost, he would have been sunburned to death long ago. We speculate that the ghost is supposed to be Hanakiya Suzuheim, but for some unknown reason, she was killed by the sun. That Mr. Kaed didn't know why, maybe because he was afraid of responsibility, so he chose to escape. This is indeed more likely, but just in case, let's temporarily stay here in the next few days. If there are no incidents such as missing people in Yoshiwara Yukaku in the past 2 days, we are leaving. Yes. Hearing Makisuro's words, the team members also responded immediately. However, they are doomed to nothing here. This Yoshiwara Yukaku is strictly the home of Yukiheim, and only Yuhime, who is a Hanakwai, can play the greatest value for Wumi here, and the prostitute Taro is just a thug at best. Now that the Fallenheim is gone, there is naturally no need for the prostitute Taro to stay here, and the others have been screamed away overnight. A few days later, Okutama Town. Located at the westernmost and northernmost point of the island nation of Tokyo, Ye Feng appeared in the town below Mount Yuntori with a salute. That's right, Okutama Kumotari Mountain is the hometown of the protagonist Tanjiro's family. As ancestral charcoal sellers, the Zaemon family lives on Mount Untori. Ye Feng has now obtained the power of the ghost, and naturally he also has to obtain the power of the ghost-killing team. And now there are still about 10 years before the start of the plot. The current Tanjiro is afraid that he is a 2 or 3-year-old ghost. His father, the man who mastered the supreme realm of the world of ghost annihilation, the man who penetrated the world, Tanjiro Stove, is still alive at the moment. For Ye Feng, this is a great opportunity to learn to see through the world and learn the breath of the day. In his opinion, since the target is fixed on the ability of the ghost-killing team, it is natural to learn the strongest breathing method and master the most powerful ability. The breath of the sun naturally became Ye Feng's first choice. It's a pity, you're a man, how nice it would be if you were a beautiful woman. Ye Feng sighed, he really didn't want to fuse and symbiosis with a man, even if that man had a strong ability. But for Ye Feng, who had a spiritual fetish, he was still very resistant. And in order to learn the breath of the sun and master the transparent world, Ye Feng has decided to settle in Oduomo for a while. For this reason, he even sold the Kudo family's mansion. The maids in the mansion were also all dismissed by him. Chapter 9. After a few more days, Ye Feng also completely settled down in the town. Although he lacked the service of servants, he was a little unaccustomed to it. But Ye Feng is not a pretentious person. Before crossing over, he was a flat-headed common man who was righteous, and he also experienced the childhood life of cooking rice in an earthen stove. Therefore, although I moved to this rural town, others adapted a lot. Besides, he doesn't live alone, isn't there still Yuji on the side to help with housework? By the way, because he has been a flower leader for hundreds of years, Yuji has also made a lot of money. And as a ghost, she never put money in her heart, which was cheaper for Ye Feng. When she handed over the money to Ye Feng for safekeeping, Ye Feng was surprised to find that this beauty was even richer than him, and a proper rich woman made Ye Feng himself call it all earned. And with money, even in this country, it will be much easier to get things done. During this time, Ye Feng had also been secretly observing Tanjiro, who came down from the mountain to sell charcoal every day. The quality of the charcoal made by their family is quite good. In addition to the usual fire cooking, in winter, it can also be used as a heating material for the fireplace. Of course, ventilation problems must be paid attention to, do not poison carbon monoxide. In addition to the small town where Ye Feng stayed, Tanjiro would occasionally go to nearby villages and towns to sell charcoal. Of course, this is in the case of bad business. If Ye Feng and their town could digest the charcoal he produced every day, Tanjiro would naturally not go out of his way to sell it far away. However, these days, Ye Feng also found that Tanjiro, who was already thin and weak, had been coughing recently. Although it was far from the time of death that Ye Feng knew, it must have laid the root cause for future death. One afternoon. Mr. Tanjiro. It's Mr. Kaed, do you want to buy charcoal? No, I don't buy charcoal, I still have it at home last time. I just heard that there seems to be a sacrificial dance in your house, and I am very interested in this traditional thing, can you teach me? Ye Feng spoke, and Tanjiro was also stunned and nodded directly. Their family stayed on Yunta Mountain all year round, except for when they came down to sell charcoal and buy supplies. They did not have any contact with the people in the city, and where would they know what is sinister? There is a dance called Kagura, the god of fire in our family, and if you want to learn it, it's no problem. It's just that I still need to sell charcoal. You can rest assured that I didn't learn this in vain. In this way, as compensation for delaying your charcoal, every month, I will pay you a part of the tuition fee, what do you think? This. No need. The ancestors of my family also hope that I can pass on the god of fire Kagura well, so that more people can learn it, which is a good thing. Tuition fees or something. Tanjiro wanted to stop talking. Did he need money? Of course it is needed. Today, he has 3 children with his wife, Ryoshi Tanjiro, the eldest son, Tanjiro, the eldest daughter Yudoko, and the second son, Takeo. This family of 5 lives on his charcoal selling business. And he was weak, even if he worked hard every day to cut firewood and make charcoal, and send it to the mountains to sell, he would earn 5 or 6 yen a month. And his living conditions were very poor. But there is no way, in order to survive, even if he fights hard, he has to work. Now that Ye Feng offered to pay tuition, Tanjiro was naturally extremely moved. But with a pure heart, he has a bottom line, this kind of carrying forward the inheritance, taking money can change the nature, Tanjiro is still very resistant. You're welcome, Mr. Tanjiro. The situation of your family, I have also heard Uncle San Lang say something. This money should be used to buy some nutritional products for the child and replenish the body. Ye Feng grabbed Tanjiro's hand and placed a few bills in his palm. This. Too much, too much. Although he didn't count them, with just a glance, Tanjiro found several 5 yuan and 10 yuan bills, which was 50 yen, more than the charcoal he sold for most of the year. Just take it, Mr. Tanjiro. Otherwise, in the recent period, your charcoal can sell a little less and take more time to teach me, what do you think? This. All right. Tanjiro carefully accepted the money. With this money, he can buy new clothes for his wife and children, and he can also buy more meat to help the family improve their food. You can also go to the doctor, buy some medicine, and tone your body. At this moment, Tanjiro's eyes looking at Ye Feng were full of gratitude. Mr. Kaed, then I'll come back tomorrow morning. Yes, today you can take care of your family affairs, tomorrow, I will wait for you at home. Thank you. Tanjiro thanked sincerely, and Ye Feng also smiled back, watching him push the charcoal cart away. The next morning, Tanjiro arrived as promised. It's just that this time he came, in addition to himself, he also brought his eldest son Tanjiro with him by the way. Although this fire god Kagura was passed down by their family, it did not belong to their family's inheritance, and there was no family rule that forbade external transmission. Some people are willing to learn, and Tanjiro is willing to teach. Of course, if you return to teaching, your own vein must not be broken. And Tanjiro, as the eldest son, will definitely inherit this mantle in the future. Although he is only 2 years old now, it is not a bad thing to know in advance. And Kotanjiro also showed a gentle and polite character since he was a child, and after seeing Ye Feng and knowing that Ye Feng gave their family a generous tuition fee, he also thanked Ye Feng one after another. It was this name that made Ye Feng feel a little unhappy in his heart. Because, Tanjiro called Ye Feng uncle. Kaed-san, now, let me show you Kagura, the god of fire. Good. As soon as Ye Feng answered, Tanjiro also held a wooden knife and danced in front of him and Tanjiro. Although Tanjiro is just an ordinary person, when he jumps Kagura, the god of fire, he has a different kind of beauty. Even Ye Feng couldn't help but be intoxicated by this. And even Tanjiro can do this, if it is replaced by the creator's succession, I don't know how beautiful it will be. Soon, Tanjiro finished the Kagura dance and began to disassemble and explain the movements. Although Tanjiro was not an intellectual and his level of education was low, he tried to explain the main points of Kagura dance in easy-to-understand terms. Coupled with his own demonstration, even a 2-year-old like Tanjiro can understand and see. Chapter 10. In 3 days, just 3 days, Ye Feng learned all the movements of the god of fire Kagura. Of course, in order to transform Kagura, the god of fire, into the breath of the sun, it is necessary to learn breathing and swordsmanship. Otherwise, this so-called fire god Kagura is not much different from radio gymnastics for elementary school students. However, even in radio gymnastics, every time he jumped, Ye Feng could feel that his body seemed to have a burning sensation, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. This also caused Ye Feng to be proficient in every movement of the fire god Kagura, but he could not jump up consistently. Therefore, Ye Feng also guessed that perhaps because he had symbiosis with Ji as a ghost, it would lead to the inability to dance the Kagura dance in its entirety. Because every time Ye Feng danced Kagura, the fallen Ji in his body would communicate with him, saying that his body was very uncomfortable. And this is just Kagura dance, and if it is transformed into the breath of the sun, I am afraid that this repulsion will become extremely violent. As for Ye Feng's situation, although Tanjiro was curious, he didn't pay much attention to it. Everyone's physique is different, the god of fire Kagura he will teach with his heart, but whether Ye Feng can jump well or not, then it is not something he can control, everything only depends on fate. A week later, the sun was blazing. Ye Feng danced Kagura in the courtyard, and although his body still felt discomfort and pain, he still insisted on dancing. In his memory, the reason why Tanjiro was able to master the world was because he insisted on dancing Kagura despite his illness. And the transparent world is precisely in the state of high concentration of mental power and the closure of the body's excess senses. After opening the transparent world, the body of the creature will appear to be transparent. And the speed of action, prediction, and avoidance of attacks will be significantly improved, and the blood flow in the opponent's lungs will become clearly visible. It can also grasp the contraction of its own muscles faster. On demand. Even the breath can be turned off freely. Because perception accelerates, enemies also appear to move slower. Fighting the enemy in this state makes it easy to predict the enemy's next move, be able to attack and evade more effectively, and quickly see through the enemy's flaws. Therefore, the transparent world is the supreme realm in the world of ghost annihilation. Although it is not equal to being the strongest, it is indeed two levels of combat power with and without transparency. Of course, the two special combat powers of Boss Chips and Ji Guo Yuanyi must be excluded. Although the boss of the crumbs does not penetrate the world, as a ghost king, he is no longer an existence that ordinary humans can fight against. As for Ji Guo Yuanyi, this is a bug and does not need to be explained. And Ye Feng naturally hopes to become a bug in this world, and even countless worlds. With the system, he also firmly believes that he can reach that level. Excuse me, is anyone there? Ye Feng, who was dancing, heard a sudden sound outside the gate, and also put down the katana in his hand. In order to be able to better adapt to weapons in the future, he directly used real guys to dance. However, although the weapon is heavier, it is not a problem at all for him who already has a ghost body. The physical fitness of the ghost itself is far beyond ordinary people, and this kind of strength is even more powerful than the pillar that opens the markings. Therefore, even dancing with a real knife was nothing to Ye Feng. Coupled with the fact that the ghost is immortal and has endless physical strength, even if he keeps jumping, it is a problem for Ye Feng. Master, I'll go. Gigi came out of the house, she was still wearing a scarf, and she was holding a kitchen knife in her hand, and you could faintly see that the knife was sticking to the oil stains after cutting meat. She originally couldn't cook, but because Ye Feng had learned cooking before crossing over. Now, with the ability of system symbiosis and skill sharing, Gigi will also be there. Although I can't do my best because of the seasoning, there is still no problem with ordinary home-cooked food. I'll go, Gigi, you make the meal first. All right. Gigi returned to the kitchen, while Ye Feng put away the knives, walked to the door, and opened the door. I saw a young woman standing outside the door with a vegetable basket in her hand. You are Kaed-san, and I am Tanjiro's wife, Riki Stove. It turned out to be Mrs. Stove. Excuse me, is there something wrong? Ye Feng asked. He didn't have any idea about the wife of Tanjiro in front of him, Tanjiro and your Bean's mother. Although this woman also has some pose, because of her farming background and poor family, the years have left a lot of vicissitudes on her. Such a woman, even if it meets the goal of system symbiosis, Ye Feng is not interested in starting at all. However, Ye Feng had a lot of ideas about Tanjiro and her daughter, Yu Bean. Unfortunately, it's still early. If you want to eat your beans, you have to wait at least 10 years. Well, because of your sponsorship, our family's life has been much easier during this time. To thank you for your help, I specially picked some wild vegetables and fruits from the mountain as a thank you. These are also the specialties of Yuntori Mountain, I hope you don't have to dislike it. No, that. Originally, Ye Feng was still going to refuse, and he didn't need to eat those wild vegetables and fruits at all. But when the stove door lychee opened the vegetable basket, Ye Feng's pupils instantly contracted. The wild fruit was just that, but the blue flower made him stunned. As a traverser, Ye Feng's memory was amazing. Therefore, he will definitely not be mistaken, this is the cyan flower that has been pursued for thousands of years without misery, and he can't ask for it. Mrs. Stove, this is a wild flower that grows on Mount Yuntori. It's just rare, it grows in August every year, and the flower doesn't last long, withering in a few days. However, don't look at it as a flower, but it can actually be eaten as a wild vegetable, and it tastes very good. While speaking, the lychee man of the stove door also picked up one with his own hands and put it in his mouth to chew, which made Ye Feng look dumbfounded. This thing, can you eat it raw? Yes, Kaed-san. As long as it is washed and eaten raw, there is no problem. You can try before coming, I have washed them clean. Lychee said. Ye Feng also nodded, picked up a plant and sent it to his mouth to try. And at the moment when the cyan flower entered the mouth, Ye Feng immediately felt that a hot breath immediately surged out of his body. Different from the burning sensation of Kagura, the god of jumping fire, the feeling of the cyan flower on the other side of the river to him is like a furnace rising in the big winter, warm and very intimate. Chapter 11. This feeling. Ye Feng exhaled a long breath, and the whole person only felt extremely transparent. Perhaps because of the ghost body, he could clearly feel that the cells in his body had become extremely active, and even the blood demon technique seemed to have been strengthened to a certain extent. There is no doubt that this cyan flower has a great effect on him. Without any hesitation, Ye Feng picked up one again and sent it to his mouth to taste. For a while, a familiar feeling immediately emerged. It's just that compared to the feeling he felt when he ate the first plant, the effect this time was a little worse, and it was not as strong as the first time. Mr. Kaed, what do you think? Delicious. Thank you, Mrs. Stovegate. Ye Feng naturally wouldn't tell the truth about the cyan flower, but simply thanked him. In this regard, Lychee also laughed and said, just be happy. Our family is poor and there are no good things. What can be given to you is the wild goods of this Yuntori mountain. It just so happens that these days are when this wild vegetable is in full bloom, if you like it, we will help you pick more. It's just that this wild vegetable can't be kept for long, and you'd better eat it as soon as possible. Otherwise, they will break down quickly. I know, then I'll bother you to pick more. GG, get some money out. Okay. As soon as Ye Feng's words came out, Gigi in the house also immediately put down the kitchen knife and walked out with a few bills. Because she shared her symbiotic skills with Ye Feng, she could also clearly feel the change in her own strength when Ye Feng's blood demon technique became stronger. Although the reason is not very clear, since the master spoke, she naturally took the money out at the first time. In this regard, Lychee shook his head again and deferred. No, Mr. Feng, you have helped our family a lot, we gave you some wild vegetables and fruits, it is right, how can I still ask for your money? It's okay, Mrs. Stove, you should be my money to buy you groceries. If you can, I hope you can get more of this dish, it tastes good, I like it. If you really don't care, think that this money is given to my 2 children. They are still so young and need nutrients, you can go buy some milk powder and give it to the kids. But... okay, that's it. Ye Feng stuffed the money into the pocket of the stove door Lychee, and then asked Yu Ji to send the vegetables in the vegetable basket to his own species, and returned the empty basket to the stove door Lychee. In this regard, the stove door Lychee could only answer, and said, in this case, then I will pick more of that kind of wild vegetables tomorrow, but this wild vegetable blooms only a few days a year, and I don't know if there will be tomorrow, so... in the future, if I have time, I will also go around the mountain. When the time comes, I will tire you of entertaining. You can rest assured that our family will treat you well. So, I take my leave, the children at home, and wait for me to go back to cooking." Ye Feng smiled, and Li Qi also bowed, and then turned to leave. It's a pity that she is not Ye Feng's dish, otherwise, Ye Feng would not mind being their righteous father to Tanjiro and Yuduzi. It was also after the stove door Li Qi left, Ye Feng immediately looked at Yu Ji, his eyes full of joy. "You should have felt the feeling before. Yes, the blood demon technique has become stronger." While speaking, Yu Ji also twisted his neck. In the next second, 10 ribbons immediately extended from all over her body. When Ye Feng saw this, the people also laughed. Not only are the number of ribbons that can be controlled by 2 more, but they are no longer limited to the back, but can appear from any part of the body. In this way, when facing the enemy, this blood demon technique will become more flexible and changeable, making it more difficult to prevent. "Master, now even if I face my brother, I will definitely be able to defeat him." Because he had been staying with the prostitute Taro before, no one knew better about the strength of the prostitute Taro than Yuhime. Although her combat ability is not excellent enough, if the blood demon technique is strong enough, it is not impossible to defeat the strong with weakness. "Don't be careless, Jackie. Besides, we're still a long way off, don't set your sights on the prostitute Taro, that guy doesn't have the qualifications to make us bother. It just so happens that there are still a lot of cyan flowers brought by Mrs. Stove, and you can also eat a few plants to see, maybe it will also have a great increase for you. And as long as you become stronger, I can also become stronger again, which is also a benefit of symbiosis." "I know," Yu Ji answered, and she was full of doubts about the wild vegetables sent by the stove door Li Qi before. Now seeing Ye Feng mention the cyan flower, it is not clear where the cause of the matter is. At this time, she also ran to the kitchen with great interest, picked up a few plants and tasted them. "It does work, host. However, it doesn't seem to be as strong as before." "Yes." In this regard, Ye Feng was also a little regretful. It seems that after symbiotic sharing, even the efficacy of the drug has been shared. However, even so, Ye Feng was not very disappointed. In any case, the effect of the cyan flower did play a role in them, there is no doubt about it. At that moment, Ye Feng also continued to pick up the katana and danced the fire god Kagura. And this jump, Ye Feng people were also shocked to find that the repulsion of this fire god Kagura was obviously reduced a lot, especially the burning sensation in it, and the pain in it was reduced by at least half. Although there was still a lot of discomfort, it was enough for Ye Feng to complete this dance completely. "I never thought that the cyan flower also had a miraculous effect on the breath of the sun. It seems that I need to eat a little more." Ye Feng sighed. People also decided to go up the mountain tomorrow and dig wild vegetables with Li Qi in the stove. Time flies, half a year in the blink of an eye. In the courtyard, Ye Feng held a katana in his hand, dancing in the wind like an elf. Unlike Tanjiro, who needed to sell charcoal, feed his family, and occasionally dance Kagura, the god of fire, Ye Feng devoted almost all his time to Kagura dance for most of the year. It can be said that he jumps at least 100 times a day. And such a diligent dance also allowed him to gradually master the rhythm and breathing of this Kagura dance. Now he has been able to jump out of the god of fire Kagura easily and coherently. Even, just 2 months ago, Ye Feng had begun to see the internal structure of the creature's body from time to time. Whether it was the brain, bones, meridians, or even the flow of blood, Ye Feng could see it clearly. Although he couldn't keep it for long. Ye Feng knew that he had already begun to enter the realm of transparent world. Even the attribute template given to him by the system was marked. Host, Ye Feng gender, male age, 18 years old height, 172 m system, symbiotic character, fallen G physique, normal human constitution, ghost body skill, blood demon art silk, 10 heavy belt slash, transparent world symbiosis cooldown, 0. Chapter 12. It was another 3 months. As usual, Tanjiro got up early, pushed his charcoal cart, and hawked around the town. It's just that when he passed by Ye Feng's mansion, people couldn't help but be stunned. Ye Feng, who used to get up early for morning exercises and greet him, is no longer there. Instead, the gate of the mansion was now locked by a heavy iron lock. Here, the building is empty. Alas! Tanjiro's sigh sounded at the gate. If he knew that Ye Feng and Yuji would leave, then he would definitely put down his work, buy some wine and food, bring his family, and have a meal with them. After all, in the past half a year, their Stove family can be regarded as being taken very much care by Ye Feng. Now, Tanjiro can only silently wish in his heart, hoping that a good person like Ye Feng can be happy and healthy. A few days later, the island country, Tokyo Prefecture, Chiyoda Ward. This is the residence of the priest clan, and 13-year-old Izayashiki Yaya came here at the behest of his father to ask for a kiss from the priest family. Since thousands of years ago, the Izayashiki clan has produced such a ghost king as Misery, and the bloodline of their clan is like a curse, and all children are born weak and sick. Many boys, in particular, die young. In order not to cut off the bloodline, their clan followed the advice of the God Lord and married the girls of the God family for generations. However, although the lives of the offspring are extended in this way, they basically do not live to be 30 years old. Therefore, in order to completely end the curse, eliminate the source of misery, and prevent human beings from being attacked by ghosts again, the Izayashiki family established a ghost-killing team. However, even though the ghost-killing team was established for nearly 1,000 years, it still failed to eliminate Ghost Maisuji without tragedy. But even so, the Izayashiki family still did not give up, and they are still working hard for the cause of eliminating ghosts. Today, Yayashiki's father, the head of the contemporary ghost-killing team, is terminally ill and not far from death. In order to ensure that their clan could continue, he could only let Yaya come here as soon as possible to ask for a relative. While 13 is indeed too early, there is nothing they can do. Although the men of the family basically do not live to be 30 years old, there are also many men who die before the age of 25. Yaya's father couldn't afford to wait, and similarly, Yaya himself couldn't drag it out for long. After all, the later they marry and have children, the greater the risks for their people. If the current head of the family dies and the offspring are too young to take responsibility, it will be troublesome. This is undoubtedly extremely unfavorable to their family and the development of the ghost-killing team. Therefore, for their people, the sooner they marry and have children, the better. At the very least, try to ensure that the current head of the family has enough time to educate his heirs so that the risk can be minimized. Soon, under the arrangement of the priest family, the 17-year-old priest Tianyan also met Yaya in the family courtyard. For the matter of slaying ghosts, the clan of priests also supports it. Therefore, their clan and the Izayashiki clan have made an agreement, but if the head of the Izayashiki clan reaches the stage where he can have sex, as long as the priest clan has a girl of the right age, he will marry. It's just that for this kind of marriage between the belly and the belly, the priest Tianyan is not willing to accept it in his heart. Especially when she learned that the Izayashiki family was short-lived, this resistance became extremely strong. Because such a marriage is equivalent to sending these women of the clan of priests to be used as tools of production. Moreover, it is 100% the life of a widow. After all, the male members of the Izayashiki family did not live past the age of 30. Even if Tianyan is 4 years older than Yaya, after Yaya's death, she will only be in her 30s at most, and it is not an exaggeration to say that she is a widow. Such a family, such a marriage, such a fate, but any normal girl, I am afraid that she will not choose to accept it. Please don't be so sad, Miss Tianyan, this will make your beautiful face tarnished. The voice of Shiki Yaya came, which also made Tianyan stunned. Although she rarely walked around and rarely touched men other than clansmen, it was the first time she heard such a soft voice. The fiancé designated to her by this family sounds like a breeze in August, which makes her feel light and comfortable. Thank you, Mr. Yaya. Yaya nodded. He was actually the first time he had seen a beautiful girl like Tianyan. The silver white hair and delicate facial features are like the fairies of the birch tree, and there is an otherworldly feeling. Unfortunately, he also knows the burden on him. Even if he likes the priest Tianyan, his responsibility must be above liking and love. Miss Tianyan, I know my situation very well. If you don't like it, I'll refuse it. This. Hearing Yaya say this, the Tianyan people couldn't help but widen their eyes and be stunned. Although she is dissatisfied with the family's arrangement, Tianyan also has self-awareness, and this matter is not something she can resist. However, if Yaya himself had proposed it, the result would have been a different matter. At the very least, she has a good chance of avoiding falling victim to such a marriage. It seems that I came at the right time, and I ran into such a good thing. Who are you? Tianyan asked curiously. She had a good memory, although the clan of priests had great causes, but the clansmen and servants in the clan, she basically knew. And the young man who appeared in front of her, she did not know. In this regard, Ye Feng couldn't help but look at the priest Tianyan, his eyes full of appreciation. This woman, who was supposed to be the wife of Yaya Shiki, is indeed as beautiful as depicted in the original plot. Even, in Ye Feng's opinion, even those internet celebrity beauties in the modern world are far from her. Although Yu Ji's words are also very good, they are also a little less meaningful. As for Shiki Yaya, Ye Feng was not interested at all. I originally wanted to come and see what was so special about the priest clan who married the Izaya Shiki clan. Unexpectedly, luck turned out to be so good, just in time to meet the blind date scene between the head of the future Izaya Shiki family and the girl of the priest family. Since you met, then, from now on, you belong to me. Ye Feng spoke, and two silk belts immediately extended from his back, directly tying the priest Tianyan and pulling him into his arms. This is... Let go of Miss Tianyan. Yaya saw this scene, although it was unbelievable, but he immediately opened his mouth to stop it. In this regard, Ye Feng did not pay attention to it at all, and directly embraced Tianyan into his arms. System, I want to live in symbiosis with the priest Tianyan. System, confirm the target, Divine Official Tianyan, meet the requirements of system symbiosis, start symbiosis. The sound of the system sounded in Ye Feng's mind, and in the next instant, several golden chains also drilled out of his body, binding Tianyan and pulling it into his body. Everything was so sudden, before the priest Tianyan could even react, he had already merged with Ye Feng. Chapter 13. Miss Tianyan. Yaya looked at all this stunned, and her brain couldn't react a little. The corners of Ye Feng's mouth raised slightly, although the priest Tianyan was just an ordinary human, but... She's beautiful. For Ye Feng, great strength was necessary. But if you have great power but can't do whatever you want, then what good is that power? In his previous life, he was single, and in this life, he definitely can't blind himself this time in vain. Hey! Two ribbons suddenly shot out, binding Yaya and pulling him in front of Ye Feng. Looking at his fairly calm face, Ye Feng was also a little surprised. After all, the current Shiki Yaya is only 13 years old, and he is a serious little ghost. Don't you be afraid, as long as I push a little harder, you will immediately hate the Northwest. What use can fear have, if you really want to kill me, I have no ability to resist at all. I'm just curious now, are you a human or a ghost? Yaya asked, as the next master of the ghost killer team, he had been well trained by the current family master. To put it bluntly, as long as he waited for his father to burp, Yaya could immediately take on the heavy responsibility. And over the years, he has also been to the Vine Attack Mountain where the ghost killing team finally tested several times, and he has also seen the evil ghosts several times. Although he didn't know why Ye Feng could use various abilities, he could clearly feel that Ye Feng was obviously different from other evil spirits. Therefore, he can roughly judge that the other party should be human. It's just that now, the divine officer Tianyan was indeed lost by Ye Feng in front of him, so he didn't dare to guarantee what Ye Feng would do. Ye Shiki, it's still too early to kill you, so let's work hard to eliminate misery. And also, remember to bring a few guards next time you go out. Ye Feng did not answer Ye's question, whether he was a human or a ghost, there was no need to define. However, in the face of the problem of no misery, at least he is inclined to the ghost killer team. Although I hate the island country, when it comes to ghosts, we should give the highest priority to killing ghosts. Even though the Icelanders are animals, they are also human beings. Human problems should be solved by human beings. At this moment, Ye Feng also threw Ye to the ground, and then turned to leave. Wait a minute, please return Miss Tianyan. Stupid, she's already my woman. Moreover, you should be more thankful that you are still useful than Tianyan, otherwise. Hey! The sharp sound of breaking wind instantly crossed, and Ye only felt his eyes flicker, and one ear instantly flew up from his side. In the next second, a piercing pain also hit. Ye covered his left ear, and blood was already slowly flowing from the side of his face. Ah! Cherish your little life, if one day I think you are worthless, then, just as the ghost-killing team will cut off the head of the ghost, I will definitely cut off your head. Listening to Ye's scream, Ye Feng also spoke. His voice echoed in Ye's remaining ears, and as for whether he heard it or not, Ye Feng didn't care. This time, he came to this Chiyoda district by accident. In fact, after Ye Feng left Odoma with Fallen Ji, he originally thought of going to the narrow mist mountain to find Takizo to learn the breathing method recently. As a result, he went to find that the current Takizo had not retired recently, and was still the water column of the ghost-killing team. After all, it is still at least 10 years before the start of the plot, and it is not unusual for Takizo to retire recently. And unfortunately, the cultivator of the ghost-killing team, in addition to Takizuoji, Ye Feng only knows another person, that is, my wife Shanyi's master, Kawahime Tsuguro. And where the other party is currently, and whether he has not retired like Takizuoji, these Ye Feng are not clear. As for the 9 pillars that Ye Feng was familiar with, it was not that he underestimated those people, but in the gap time of the past 10 years, they were afraid that they had not yet joined the ghost-killing team. With no clue, he could only put aside the matter of learning the breathing method for the time being and consider other things. And after pondering about it, Ye Feng realized that the future master of the ghost-killing team, Ye Shiki, may still be a little child, and he is not married yet. Coupled with the curiosity of the priest family, this is what happened to Ye Feng today. And this family of priests is also famous in this island country, and Ye Feng came this way, there were almost no obstacles. It's just that even Ye Feng didn't expect that he would be so quick and just bumped into Ye and Tianyan's blind date. No way, picking up a wife in vain, Ye Feng naturally won't miss it. A few days later, Tokyo, Asakusa. Ye Feng rented a villa and lived in it temporarily. At this time, in the courtyard, the Tianyan people were also controlling the blood demon art ribbon and practicing against Fallen Ji. That's right, Ye Feng used the system's sharing ability to give the Tianyan ghost body and the blood ghost technique. Even if Tianyan does not know how to fight, after gaining the ability, he also has a certain combat ability. It's just that the same power will also appear strong or weak according to the gap between users. Tianyan, as a lady show, has no combat talent in itself. Or in other words, her talent is all in her husband and son. Letting her fight was already a little embarrassing for her. Therefore, in this sparring practice, Tianyan was almost completely suppressed and beaten by Yuji. Of course, she can't be blamed for this. Because, even if he changed to Ye Feng, he was actually not as powerful and proficient as Fallen Ji in the use of the Blood Demon technique and ribbon. After all, the Blood Demon technique silk ribbon was originally from Fallen Ji. If you want to use the power of others to surpass the original owner, and achieve that the blue is better than the blue, this in itself is actually not an easy task. However, Ye Feng didn't have much requirements for Tianyan, at least, he had to have a certain self-preservation ability. Okay, that's it for today's sparring practice. I'm sorry, Master, I let you use it. Seeing Ye Feng shouting to stop, Tianyan also put away the ribbon and apologized to Ye Feng. In the same Blood Demon technique, she used all 10 ribbons, but was pressed and beaten by Yu Ji using 5 ribbons, which is the gap. As far as the combat power shown by Tianyan is concerned, I am afraid that it is not a cord, and it is only stronger than ordinary magical ghosts. No need to apologize, Tianyan. A team, the division of labor must be clear, and I have never put you in the position of a combatant. Ye Feng said with a smile, and the person also gently touched her cheek and soothed her emotions. Master, you mean? Ever heard of a lion? As soon as Ye Feng's words came out, Tianyan also nodded. That's right, the division of labor among lions has always been clear. The entire lion group is generally divided into a male lion and a group of lionesses. The male lion is responsible for protecting the entire lion group, and the lioness, as the main body of the lion group, is responsible for breeding offspring and finding food. However, even the lioness herd did not all go out and hunt together. After all, someone has to stay behind to look after the family and take care of the lion cubs. Chapter 14. That is, the master is responsible for protecting the entire group, and we are responsible for reproducing and fighting for the master. Yu Ji said, and a hint of blush appeared on his face. In this regard, Ye Feng couldn't help but laugh and said, it's true that this is the general situation, but we are human beings and have wisdom, so the division of labor should be clearer. I am the subject of symbiosis, and you are bound by me. Even if I split up, as long as I don't die, then you won't really die. Even if you are killed outside, you can be reborn from me. So, whether I'm the strongest in this group or not, I'm your priority to protect. This is a matter of course, for the sake of the master, even if this life is spared, Tianyan is willing. Tianyan immediately expressed his position, and there was even a hint of worship between his words. Those eyes full of tenderness made Ye Feng feel a little shy when he saw it. Me too. Master, you are my everything, for you, Gigi is willing to do anything. Gigi also ran up, hugged Ye Feng's right arm, and said coquettishly, as if he was afraid that Tianyan would snatch all of Ye Feng's favor. Of course, the real situation is not that complicated. After becoming Ye Feng's symbiotic figure, he will naturally be dominated by Ye Feng, and their feelings for each other are very good. Don't see that Tianyan and Yu Ji have only met for a few days, but they are now a pair of good sisters. The two of them, one left and one right, had already devoted all their bodies and minds to serving Ye Feng. I received your affection. Although you serve me as lord, I cherish you as if you were wives. However, there is one point I must tell you in advance. Because we are symbionts, there is no possibility of reproduction between us. It's okay, it's enough to have a master. That's right. Moreover, having descendants is actually a hindrance, which prevents me from focusing on my masters wholeheartedly. Moreover, we are not old or dead, and it is actually not a big deal to have no descendants. Gigi and Tianyan said one after another, which made Ye Feng very gratified. However, for him, it is not difficult to really want to have a descendant. The system's binding of symbiotic characters is limited to characters with names and surnames in the original plot. Ye Feng's words, as long as he doesn't go to symbiosis, or find those women who can't be bound, then there is no problem. I am very happy that you can think of it this way. In the future, the division of labor of the team, in addition to me, the main core, can be divided into combat units responsible for combat missions, reconnaissance units that collect intelligence and detect targets, and logistics units that ensure the group's living materials. Originally, it was possible to divide a medical force to treat the wounded, but because I already had the foundation of the ghost body immortality and immortality, there was no need for this medical force to exist. Whether the division of labor will be carried out in more detail in the future depends on the situation. Seeing Ye Feng say this, both Yu Ji and Tianyan nodded. The immortality of this ghost body is not so simple, not only has super regenerative ability, but can even decompose and cure the body's toxins and germs. Therefore, not only do ghosts not die, but they do not actually get sick. Coupled with the existence of Ye Feng, the main core, with such a powerful ability, there is really no need for any medical troops. So, Master, where do we stand? Tianyan is mainly responsible for life, which is temporarily summarized as a logistics unit. Gi's words are naturally combat troops. Of course, now we still have few people, and the division of labor does not need to be so clear. For the lions to exert their power, numbers are a must. The more lionesses participate in the hunt, the higher the success rate. Ye Feng said, but when it came to quantity, others still couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Yu Ji and Tianyan were smiling and didn't care at all. Well, Master, you need to come on. That's right, I hope the number of sisters can be more. At the same time, the headquarters of the ghost-killing squad located somewhere deep in the mountains and old forests Yashiki, who was wrapped in a bandage on her head, also returned to the headquarters with another woman from the priest clan. Although the priest Tianyan lost this matter, it made the priest family very annoyed. But the patriarch of the priest clan also knew that this matter was no wonder Yaya. On the contrary, the place where Tianyan had an accident was originally in the base camp of their divine official clan. Instead, it was Yaya, the guest, who had an accident on their territory. If you really want to say that it is a loss, it should also be the clan of priests. Therefore, the clan of priests not only took over the matter, but also married another girl of school age in the clan to Yaya. It's just that for Ye Feng, who took Tianyan away, these two families are also obsessed. Of course, the most attentive nature is still the clan of priests. The focus of the Izayashiki family is still on dealing with misery. A year later, Asakusa Night Market. Tianyan wears a cloak and moves on the street. Just not far in front of her, a man with short hair was running away. A year ago, Ye Feng came to settle in this Asakusa, but he did not choose it arbitrarily. Because this Asakusa is exactly where Tanjiro and Suzuo and Yoshiro first met in the original plot, and it was also the place where he first bumped into misery. And Ye Feng's goal is Zhu Shi. Although staying here is risky, as long as you are careful, it is okay. Not to mention, that's the original plot, and it's far from that time. However, Ye Feng was still very careful about this. It's like he can hide Fallen Ji and Tianyan in his body. Every time they acted outside, Ye Feng and Yu Ji would also hide in Tianyan's body, allowing Tianyan to act outside in case of accidents. After all, Wu Miao didn't know Tianyan. Even if you see it in person, as long as you don't expose the breath of blood ghosts and ghosts, it is impossible to recognize it. To this end, Ye Feng also specially prepared a wisteria flower sachet for Tianyan. For them who have already taken the cyan flower, this wisteria flower is no longer a weakness. Instead, other ghosts instinctively avoid her out of disgust. In this year, the entire Asakusa has long been understood by them. Fortunately, the emperor did not live up to the painstaking people, and finally let Ye Feng and them detect the clues of the Pearl World. Now, it's time for them to close the net against Zushi. And the man who was running in front was none other than the little henchman who was madly obsessed with Zhu Shi, Yu Shilang. I won't let you escape. The crowd that walked out, Tianyan also suddenly accelerated. And went straight to Yu Shilang, who was fleeing in front. Although she is not defined as a combatant, she has obtained a ghost body after all, and her physical fitness is extremely high. Moreover, this ghost body is against the fallen Ji. Compared to Yushilang, a half-hanging ghost, Tianyan's physique is undoubtedly much stronger, and his speed is naturally much faster. Chapter 15. Damn, what the hell is going on with that woman? Obviously, there is no peculiar smell unique to ghosts, but in terms of breath, there is a bit of a ghost feeling. At this time, Yushilang, who was fleeing, had an extremely ugly face. However, when he turned into the alley and put a charm on his forehead, the others were also relieved. Although he is not a ghost created by Wu Wu, but created by Zhu Shi. But as a ghost, he still awakened his unique blood ghost technique, Muyan. Unlike other ghosts' vampy demon techniques, which are more inclined to attack abilities, Yoshiro's vampire techniques are more inclined to assist. His vampire magic is related to vision, and can rely on charms to block the view of others or make people see things that they would not normally see. It can even be activated through spells, allowing others to see what other charm bearers see, and even create visual illusions. For example, now he is still in a transparent state after using the spell. At least, in the eyes of others, he is now completely transparent and invisible, and will not be discovered. If ordinary people want to see him, they must borrow his charms. What? It can't be. Seeing a silk belt suddenly attack, directly blocking him and cutting him off, Yushilang also widened his pupils and looked incredulous. And just after he was injured, the separated lower body immediately appeared from the stealth state and appeared in the alley. Tianyan slowly walked into the alley, and behind her, there were 4 ribbons under her control floating, ready to launch further attacks at any time. It's useless, your stealth is meaningless in my eyes at all. Tianyan spoke, his eyes seemed to look at the direction of Yushilang's stealth, which made the latter also hesitant, and the atmosphere did not dare to come out. He didn't know if what Tianyan said was true or false, but now, the only thing Yoshiro could rely on was his blood demon technique, Mu Yin. And seeing that Yoshiro did not respond, the 4 ribbons behind Tianyan also attacked again. It was like 4 sharp blades, instantly cutting open Yoshiro's arms, neck, and head. Because the spell was also cut off by the ribbon, this directly caused Yoshiro to fully appear. Damn, why can you see me? Yoshiro's face was full of unwillingness, although he was very miserable now, but because he was not slashed by the Nikki knife, this would not cause him any harm, let alone his death. In this regard, Tianyan did not answer Yushilang's question, but took out Yefeng's Nikki dagger and slowly walked towards Yushilang. This dagger was prepared by him earlier for Yoshiwara Yukaku's actions, but before it could come in handy, Yukiheim had already been taken by him. Now, it is very suitable to kill Shilang. Stop. Just as Tianyan walked towards Yoshiro, a voice also came from behind her. Seeing the person coming, Tianyan also laughed and said, "You are here, Miss Zhu Shi. Actually, it doesn't matter if you don't come, when I solve this ghost, I will naturally go to you. We have already figured out your residence. You shouldn't be a ghost, but why can you use vampire?" Zhu Shi frowned, his eyes looking at the ribbon on Tianyan's back. The power of the blood demon technique, she can naturally see this ghost. However, Zhu Shi, who has not eaten people for hundreds of years, can also see that Tianyan has not eaten people, and even, the aura of ghosts on her body is very blurry. Whether it is a ghost or not is really difficult to judge. These are gifts from the master, who now sees you and wants you to join us. Of course, it doesn't hurt if you refuse, because, from the beginning, you are not destined to escape from us. Tianyan said as he continued to walk towards Yushilang. This person's ability is very good, but unfortunately it is not important to Yefeng. No way, who makes Yoshiro not a beauty? With spiritual purity, he will never coexist with men and male ghosts, which will only make him feel sick. Stop it, judging by your situation, it shouldn't look like a miserable subordinate. Moreover, we do not eat people either, should not be your enemy. Zhu Shi spoke, she could see that Tianyan had nothing to do with Wu Miserable. But whether she is a member of the ghost-killing team or not, Zhu Shi can't be sure. Give up, Zhu Shi, this guy is dead. Tianyan said, and the person also held the Nikki dagger against Yoshiro's neck. Don't hurt Yoshiro. Blood confusion and visual dreamy incense. Seeing that Tianyan was about to cut off Yu Shilang's neck, Zhu Shi was also anxious, and his claws directly tore the skin on his arm, and blood flowed for a while. Her blood also emitted a strange aroma, which made Tianyan, who was about to attack Yu Shilang, couldn't help but be shocked, but quickly calmed down. So that's the case, is it the aroma that affects the vision? You and your servant's blood demon technique really match. Unfortunately, in front of the transparent world given by the master, all I see is the truth. Tianyan spoke, and the person also immediately exerted his strength, and the dagger slashed suddenly. For a while, Yu Shilang's newly recovered head immediately fell, and then completely disappeared. Whether it is Zhu Shi's blood demon art and blood confusion, or Yu Shilang's blood demon art and eye concealment, in front of the transparent world, all of them are meaningless. Zhu Shi looked at this scene, and the whole person froze, and his expression was full of sadness. After Yoshiro was turned into a ghost by her, the two also got along for a long time, and if you want to say that the two sides have no feelings, it must be fake. Even if the two parties are not partners, Zhu Shi treats them as relatives. Now, the only relative is dead, and Zhu Shi is naturally difficult to accept. Next, it's your turn, Miss Zushi. Master. As soon as Tianyan's words came out, Ye Feng also separated from her body and looked directly at Zhu Shi. And in this regard, Zhu Shi was also full of stunned. Although angry, this moment is more inconceivable. Like her, your breath is very strange, who are you? This, when you become a part of us, you will naturally understand. Ye Feng said with a smile. The person also controlled the bandage, directly wrapped Zhu Shi and pulled him into his arms. System, I want to live in symbiosis with Zhu Shi. System, confirm the target, Zushi, meet the requirements of system symbiosis, start symbiosis. As the sound of the system sounded in Ye Feng's mind, the golden lock burst out instantly, directly pulling Zhu Shi into Ye Feng's body. Feeling the message from the system, Ye Feng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Host, Ye Feng gender, male age, 19 years old height, 172 system, symbiotic characters, Fallen G, Divine Official Tianyan, Zushi physique, ordinary human constitution, ghost body skills, blood demon art, silk, 10 belt slash, through the world, blood magic, blood confusion. Blood confusion visual dream incense, blood confusion white magic incense, blood confusion accommodating incense without hindrance symbiosis cooldown time, 71:59:58 Finally, Ye Feng is also a person with 3 wives. Chapter 16. Another year, somewhere in Kanagawa. Ye Feng held a steel bar weighing tens of kilograms and danced in the courtyard. For him now, ordinary katanas can no longer meet his needs. Even, in order to better exert the power of breathing in the future, he also added a lot of weight to his body. Among them, the thigh bears 20 pounds and the calves bear 10 pounds, and these 2 legs are 60 pounds of weight. And the 2 sections of the arm also have weight, which are 15 pounds and 10 pounds, adding up to 50 pounds. The most terrifying thing was that at the waist and abdomen, Ye Feng directly wrapped 50 pounds of weight-bearing steel plates, a total of 160 pounds. Such a heavy weight is no less than carrying an adult male on him. However, even so, Ye Feng danced Kagura and was still beautiful. Coupled with his own handsome and extraordinary beauty, he really has a picturesque feeling of beauty. As for Asakusa's side, because Ye Feng's goal from the beginning was only Zushi. With Zhu Shi getting started, he naturally had no plans to stay there longer. Although he didn't know when Wu Miserable would appear there, since there was a risk, Ye Feng naturally had no intention of staying there. I'm back. Welcome back. It seems that this time the operation was not as smooth as expected. Looking at Tianyan's kimono that had been cut by the Nikoro knife, Ye Feng couldn't help but speak. It was indeed a bit of effort, but fortunately, I still captured the person back. Tianyan spoke, and a ribbon also flew out of her wrist. On the ribbon, there is a human being, and looking at the special uniform, you can tell that the other party is a member of the ghost-killing team. In addition to being able to be used as a weapon for attack, this Fallen G's Blood Demon technique ribbon can also differentiate consciousness itself, replacing Fallen G's actions, which is equivalent to being an independent doppelganger. In addition, the ribbon can also hide objects including humans, which can be stored and transferred more conveniently, which is quite practical. What level of team member is this guy in the ghost-killing team? What level it is, it's not clear. However, judging from his performance, it should not be lower than grade C. Tianyan opened her mouth and said, although she was not good at fighting herself, she was not a rookie in the ghost-killing team that could deal with it. As for the ghost-killing team, ghosts, and the plot of the world of ghost annihilation, Ye Feng has already told his women. The reason why he kidnapped people this time was also because Ye Feng felt that simply dancing Kagura would not help much. Now it's time for him to start touching the breathing method. Of course, it is actually easy to attract the members of the ghost-killing team. It is only necessary to carry out a few disappearances in their city, and then spread the matter, and naturally there will be members of the ghost-killing team to investigate. At that time, Ye Feng and they can naturally wait for the rabbit and capture the people back. At this moment, Tianyan also controlled the ribbon and threw the captive of this ghost-killing team in front of Ye Feng. Say, your name, what level is in the ghost killer squad, and what breathing method is used? Yamamoto Daigora, a member of the second class of the ghost killer team, uses the breath of the wind. What about you? Being able to walk in the sun shouldn't be a ghost. What about her words? Also, why are you arresting me? Yamamoto Daigora looked at Tianyan beside him with trepidation. He was walking on the street well, but he was inexplicably pulled into the alley by a ribbon. Before he could understand the situation, the Tianyan people had already emerged from the shadows and fought him. Unfortunately, in the end, he was defeated by Tianyan with both fists, and not only was he defeated by Tianyan, but he was also packed and taken away by Tianyan with a knife and appeared here. Even the communication tools of the ghost killer squad, the crows belonging to him, were cut off by Tianyan with a ribbon. You have a lot of questions, but these are not the things you should know. Well, tell me about the practice method you received from the cultivator. Practice? Do you want to learn breathing? Why, can't you? Of course not. The breathing method is the skill of the ghost-killing team to kill ghosts. How can it be taught to unrelated people? Yamamoto Daigora looked firm, while Ye Feng took out the Nikawa dagger and pressed it directly against his neck. If you don't say it, then you won't be worthless, and I'll kill you here. While speaking, Ye Feng also gently cut a hole in his neck. For a while, blood oozed directly from Daigora's skin, staining the blade red. In this regard, although Yamamoto Daigora turned pale and sweated coldly, he still gritted his teeth and did not say a word. His resoluteness made Ye Feng a little impressed. However, when they thought of the situation of the ghost-killing team, others were relieved. Most of the members of the ghost-killing team either had a bad life or were persecuted by evil spirits, and their will was much stronger than that of ordinary people. Moreover, the ghost killer squad is a profession that fights demons, and even if the salary is high, even the lowest level has a salary of 200,000 yen per month, but most of them are masters who have a life to take and not to spend. Yamamoto Daigora, a second-class player, is already very high in the ghost-killing team. Being able to mix up to this level, there are definitely not a few evil spirits he kills. People like him are afraid that they have already put life and death on the line. Ye Feng threatened him with death, but he fell behind. After all, a guy like you who betrayed the ghost-killing team was already very rare in their team. By the way, in addition to the column, the following team members are divided into 10 levels, from high to low: A, B, C, D, E, Hex, Gang, Xin, Non, and December. Yamamoto Daigoro can mix to the second level, and among the ordinary ghost-killing team members, he can actually be said to be a master. In the end, it is a member of the ghost-killing team, and it is quite backboned. Case. Tianyan, let him go. Just let him go. Tianyan was a little stunned. The person she finally caught was just let go, which made her a little incredible. If nothing else, after more than a year of getting along, she was already extremely familiar with Ye Feng, the master. Tianyan knew that Ye Feng was a master who did not see rabbits and did not spread eagles. Without getting the breathing method, he released the person, which really didn't look like Ye Feng's style. And Yamamoto Daigoro was also a little stunned. Obviously he was mentally prepared to be killed. But at this moment, Ye Feng planned to release himself, which made him a little unbelievable. Don't think too much, you can't give up an entire forest for one tree. After releasing him, let's go to Fuji Raid Mountain. What? Fuji Raid Mountain? Hearing Ye Feng say this, Yamamoto Daigoro's face immediately turned pale. Chapter 17. Seeing Daigoro's face, Ye Feng also raised the corners of his mouth. That's right, Fuji Strikes Mountain. That place is the final selection and testing place for the cultivators of the Ghost Killer team to cultivate the members of the Ghost Killing team. There, no matter what kind of breathing novice user, you should be able to run into it. Those rookies will definitely practice desperately in order to become members of the Ghost Killing team. I think those people must still have vivid memories of the cultivation of cultivators. Damn, you're so mean. Even though he knew that this kind of thing was no longer something that an ordinary team member could handle, hearing Ye Feng say this in person, Daigoro still couldn't help but be angry. In fact, there are actually many cultivators of the Ghost Killing team. Not only the retirees of the Ghost Killer team, but also some excellent team members, even if they are not columns, as long as they reach a certain level, they are also qualified to cultivate stepsons while performing tasks. For example, Purgatory Kyo's hero in the original plot. When he had not yet become a Yanzu and was still a grade A player, he had already left Ganlo Temple Miri by his side as a stepson to carry out tasks together. Therefore, every time the final selection of the members of the Ghost Killing team is selected, there are definitely not a few people who are referenced. These personnel are not only the basic 5 breathing methods of water, flame, thunder, wind, and rock, but even the breathing methods of some branch schools also exist. If Ye Feng really ran to the Vine Attack Mountain to mess around, if he was not careful, the Ghost Killing team might suffer huge losses, and it might even cause a break in the generation, resulting in a situation where the entire team was green and yellow. If you don't want me to do that, teach me how to breathe. I think, Daigoro, you don't want those cute juniors of yours to be poisoned by me. Ye Feng spoke, and the dagger once again cut a hole in his face. His patience is very limited, and if Yamamoto Daigoro continues to prefer to die, then he can really only send him to die. What? You said let him go. Of course, he lied to him. How could Ye Feng let him go? If Yamamoto Daigoro really didn't want to teach, then Ye Feng's next step was indeed to attack the mountain. It's just that before that, Daigoro, the insider, must be silenced. After all, if he reported to the Ghost Killing team, it would undoubtedly become a very troublesome thing for Ye Feng. At least, Ye Feng now has no idea of starting a war with the Ghost Killing team. Now he just wants to be a bystander and occasionally fish a few beautiful women from it to coexist. In fact, he does not need to intervene too much. I know, I'll teach you. But as a price for teaching you, you are not allowed to do anything to the Vine Attack Mountain. After a long silence, Daigoro finally spoke. Ye Feng glanced at him and said with a smile, "Your words are not binding on me at all, but it doesn't matter, as long as I learn the breathing method, naturally I won't go to those little ghosts in the Vine Attack Mountain. I have plenty of time, but I'm not idle enough to that point. Okay, then that's settled. Daigoro nodded, and Ye Feng also gave Tianyan a look, and the latter immediately untied the ribbon that bound the former. In the blink of an eye, another year, somewhere in Shizuoka. A flash of flame flashed. And a head immediately flew up, rolling on the ground, and then disappeared. No, it's too weak, such a weak ghost, there is no reference value at all. Sure enough, if you want to kill, you still have to kill the 12 ghost moon. Ye Feng looked at the ghost that had completely disappeared, and the person also put away the Nikawa knife that he had snatched. For Yamamoto Daigoro's teaching, Ye Feng completely mastered all his skills in only 2 months. Whether it was the precautions for battle, or the breath of the wind and the breath of concentration, Ye Feng had mastered it all. After all, Ye Feng had a transparent world, and just by watching the activities of his lungs, Ye Feng could quickly master his breathing method. That is, it took Ye Feng a little effort to breathe intensively, but it took half a month more, and Ye Feng completely entered the state and was able to maintain it 24 hours a day. And this concentrated breathing, by inhaling a large amount of oxygen into the lungs, allowing more air to enter the blood, accelerating the flow of blood and the beating of the heart. As a result, the body temperature rises. And when the human body temperature rises, the blood flow speed accelerates and becomes hot. Human beings can have the same powerful physical fitness as ghosts in a short time. For most ordinary ghost killer team members, they can only maintain fully concentrated breathing for a short period of time, so as to enter the explosive state, which is equivalent to an explosive technique. But for the column, maintaining this breath around the clock is a basic skill. Only in this way can they kill ghosts more efficiently. Even when facing the 12 ghost moons, he can still have the power of a battle. And this is the concentrated breathing. Yamamoto Daigoro's words naturally can't do this to this extent. Because Ye Feng had watched the anime, he had a little seed, so he relied on his own exploration to master it. And after becoming familiar with the breathing method, Ye Feng immediately began the practice of transforming the god of fire Kagura into the breath of the sun. And this alone took him most of the year. After all, the breath of the sun and the breath of the wind are two completely different breathing methods, and the rhythm of the breath are naturally completely different. It was also thanks to Ye Feng that he had danced Kagura for a few years, otherwise, he would probably have to spend more time if he wanted to master the breath of the sun. However, hard work is hard work, but the results of hard work are not in vain. The power of the breath of the sun is indeed good, and Ye Feng is still very satisfied. During this time, he also began to wander outside, looking for ghosts to practice his hands. Unfortunately, the ghosts Ye Feng encountered were all some garbage, and they were basically stabbed by him. Even the magical ghost who awakened the blood demon technique could not last a few rounds in his hands, which made him a little disappointed. Master, if you want to attack the 12 ghost moon, I do know the traces of some people here. It's just killing the 12 ghost moon, will it attract the attention of Wu Miserable? Ye Feng responded, and Gigi was also directly silent. As one of the 12 ghost moon in the past, Yuji knew very well how much Wu Miserable paid attention to the 12 ghost moon. To put it bluntly, Wu Miser's surveillance of the 12 ghost moon is completely 24 hours a day. There really is an accident in the 12 ghost moons, and Wu Mi will definitely notice it for the first time. Don't worry, Falaheim, since I abducted you from the prostitute Taro, he has noticed me a long time ago. The reason why I never appeared in front of us was just because I didn't want to confront him head-on, so I always avoided him. Even if it really collides, with our current strength, even if it is invincible, it should be no problem to retreat with the whole body. I see. Chapter 18. For the 12 ghost moon, Gigi is actually very concerned. Of course, she is not focusing on other upper windings, but on lower windings. Among the 12 ghosts under the rule of Wu Miserable, there is a rule called transposition and bloody battle. That is, the lower ghost can challenge the upper ghost, and after the challenge is successful, the lower ghost can not only obtain the number of the upper ghost, but even be eaten by the ghost he defeated, making himself more powerful. Of course, if the lower ghost fails the challenge, it will also become the food of the challenged upper ghost. Whether to eat or not to eat is up to the winner. In the past, the row seat of the third winding had challenged the Black Death Mao, one of the upper strings. As for the result, it is natural that the Black Death Mao has completely defeated the Kiwoza. However, out of appreciation for the pursuit of the martial arts realm of the Kiwoza, Black Death Mao did not eat the Kiwoza. And Jihime and the prostitute Taro, as the last ghosts in the upper string, naturally do not have to worry about being targeted by other winding ghosts, but they must also be careful of being caught by the lower string ghosts. In particular, Mirage, although as the Ghost King, Misery acquiesced that she and the prostitute Taro belonged to the same upper string Roku. But once there is a bloody battle of transposition, it is difficult to say whether Wu Wu will consider separating them. Yukihime herself actually has a number in her heart, and the truth should actually belong to her brother, the prostitute Taro, not her, a half-hanged son. Ji himself is almost at the level of the lower string 1 and the lower string 2. Therefore, for those lower strings that may threaten their status, Ji will naturally pay a little attention when he is leisure. For example, the tiredness of the next string 5. As a recognized darling of no tragedy, he is also the second chord who has never participated in the bloody battle of transposition. Although it is only the fifth of the lower string, Ji occasionally hears Wu Miao say that tired may have the strength to wind up. In addition, the captured bird of Xiaqian Yi is also a fierce rival in the eyes of Yu Ji. Because, like her, the other party is the only two beauties in the 12 ghost moons. Moreover, if the next string is 1, it is also the ghost closest to the upper string, and it is strange to say that Ji is not worried. And this time, the target that Yu Ji recommended to Ye Feng was none other than the Guyu bird, one of the lower strings. As for Pei Wolf in the second of the lower string, and the nightmare of the third of the lower string, in the eyes of Yu Ji, they are not worthy of becoming Ye Feng's opponent. Even if you really want to fight, you can completely kill the captured bird first. 3 days later, at night, in front of a mansion somewhere in the island nation. Red Manju Sawa is spread throughout the courtyard. This Manju Sawa alias is the other side flower, but unfortunately it is red, not the cyan that Wu Miserable wants. At this time, several uniformed ghost-killing team members slowly stepped inside. They have been given the mission of the Raven to fight the evil spirits here. The bright moonlight shining on these red flowers actually makes this mansion look a little strange. As the team enters the mansion, a leisurely incense comes in. In the next second, a harsh and terrifying scream echoed around the mansion. Along with it, there was also the laughter of women. At the crack of the door of the mansion, there was faintly blood overflowing from it, which looked extremely terrifying. Is this the territory of the captured bird? It seems that it is quite interesting. Ye Feng stood on the branch outside the mansion and took in everything in full view. He actually knew a little about this bird, but it was the next string before the nightmare. She was killed by the undead Minoru Kawawa and his friend, Quangjin Takano, but in the process of killing her, Takashi Hashino died to save a young girl. The surviving immortal Minoru Kawa was also appointed as a wind pillar precisely by virtue of his merits in killing Shimaji Ichiku Yatori. In the Ghost Killer team, there are actually 2 ways to become a column. One is to kill 50 ghosts alone, and the other is to kill 12 ghost moons. 50 ghosts are good to say. If you kill 12 ghost moons, the difficulty is undoubtedly the highest. And because the upper string ghost has not been killed for hundreds of years, the killing of the 12 ghosts and moon pillars is generally only for the lower string ghost. Immortal Kawashiya killed Shimoichi, and such difficulty is undoubtedly already heavenly. And this bird was named Yi in the human period, which is a big beauty and looks very beautiful. It's just that I met someone and married a scumbag. In addition, She also has psychological problems, so Guyu Bird secretly killed her husband and daughter. Later, after discovering her and turning her into a ghost, he gave her the name Guyu Bird. The front of this garden is full of red flowers, perhaps planted by the birds in order to please the boss. After all, no one is sure if this red side flower will suddenly mutate and grow a cyan side flower. If this is really caught by her, then it is really outrageous to open the door to outrageous home. For prey, birds like to capture people who have been abused by their parents, claim to be their new mothers, and devour them into their belly. In other words, this product is a sick mother. For children's love, the birds like to eat them. She believes that the child in her belly, that is, always together, this is a manifestation of love. The bird vampire technique, on the other hand, is similar to illusion, a kind of olfactory illusion based on incense. As long as you smell this incense, the person will be the first time to move, which can be said to be impossible to prevent. Guyu Bird casts his blood magic in a small incense burner, which constantly emits fragrance and spreads almost all over the mansion. Those who smell the aroma will immediately be hit and controlled by the illusion of the blood ghost technique. This incense burner is hidden by the captured bird in a very secret place, and it is not easy to find it. Unfortunately, the more this kind of blood ghost technique aimed at vision, whether it is illusion or stealth and transparency, the less afraid Ye Feng is. In front of the transparent world, this little trick does not mean anything at all. At this moment, Ye Feng also directly carried the knife, jumped down from the tree, and walked towards the mansion. Is someone coming so soon? Nasty, obviously I haven't eaten yet. Forget it, let your mother love you well. Sensing that someone had entered the house again, the bird that was preparing to dispose of the corpse couldn't help but smile. It's just that when she saw Ye Feng's appearance clearly, the whole person couldn't help but shrink her pupils. This face, she remembers vividly, is a wanted order issued by all the ghosts without misery, and it is a target that must be captured alive. At this moment, Guyu Bird's whole person even trembled with excitement. I was so lucky that Mr. Kaed actually appeared here. As long as I catch him and give it to the adults will definitely give me more blood. At that time, I will definitely become stronger, and maybe even become a winding with this. Chapter 19. At the same time, in a different space, in an infinite city. The miserable person who was doing the drug test could not help but be shocked, and an evil smile immediately appeared on his face. After many years, through the vision of the bird, he finally saw the human who fooled him again, Mr. Kaed. Naruto, call me Black Death Mao and the prostitute Taro. Yes, Lord Wu Miserable. Naruto, who controlled the entire alien space infinite city, answered, and the person also moved the pipa in his hand. In the next second, one of the upper strings, Black Death Mao, and the sixth prostitute Taro, were immediately teleported to Infinity City by Naruto. At the same time, in the old mansion, Gu Yuniao was looking at Ye Feng with a confused expression, and his brain was a little unable to turn. Why did you come here? Shouldn't you go there? Seeing that Guyu Bird said this, Ye Feng was also a little unclear. Guyu Bird's words gave him a feeling that he should be in the car and should not be under the car. Aren't you here? Why should I go there? Impossible, you should have smelled my incense, why didn't you hit my vampire technique? Guyu Bird shook his head repeatedly, a little incredulous. This old house has been completely enveloped by her incense, as long as you smell that fragrance, you will be trapped in a fantasy and cannot get out. And in the fantasy world, the bird is an invincible existence. All the people who have illusions are nothing more than fish to be slaughtered in her eyes. However, now, Ye Feng actually failed to win her blood demon technique, which really made Guyu Bird a little unbelievable. She had already cast a labyrinth illusion on this room, waiting for Ye Feng to get lost in it and circle here in order to consume his physical strength. Just wait for Wu Mian to send someone over, and he can take Ye Feng away. But as a result, Ye Feng didn't have anything to do, and came directly to the exit on her side. You don't play cards according to the routine. Breath of the Sun, 1 no type, round dance. What? Guyu Bird's eyes widened, and for a moment, her blood veins were trembling. Ye Feng's figure wielding the Nikki saber instantly coincided with a certain figure. She knew that this was the blood that had been given to her by the infallible fear, that it was fearing this sun-like force. Then, Guyu Bird saw with his own eyes that his lower body was standing in place. Her upper body, on the other hand, detached directly from her body and fell to the floor. She, one of the lower strings, was cut off by Ye Feng in an instant. Too fast, this guy, is it a monster? The brain of the bird was blank, and the fear of Ji Guyu and Ichi seemed to be infected with the bird at this moment. For Ye Feng, who cut himself in half in an instant, Guyu Bird was also extremely afraid at this time. It's just that she doesn't quite understand why Ye Feng didn't cut her neck, but cut her waist. Guyu Bird could be sure that if Ye Feng wanted to kill her, it would definitely be a breeze. You. Well, beauty, who made you look so beautiful? I just don't know if you meet the conditions for symbiosis with me. Ye Feng groped in the upper body of the Guyu Bird, and had to say that the breath of the sun was really strong for the demon's ability to restrain the devil. A lower string like her, the regenerative ability should be very strong. However, after several seconds, the captured bird showed no signs of regeneration. On the contrary, this huge old house, in addition to the incense of the captured bird, there is also an extra smell of meat at this time. System, I want to live in symbiosis with Guyu Bird. System, confirm the goal, capture the bird, meet the requirements of system symbiosis, and start symbiosis. The voice of the system sounded in Ye Feng's mind, which also made Ye Feng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Although the system's requirement for symbiosis goals is plot characters, Ye Feng is not sure whether plot characters like Guyu Niao, who is from the light novel The Way of the Wind, can also be integrated into symbiosis. Now it seems that not only the plot characters of anime and manga, but even the plot characters of orthodox Gaiden novels, there is no problem. If this didn't work, then Ye Feng would have to cut off this beauty with tears. No way, the bird is really beautiful. Although she was married to a human being and even had a daughter, there was no problem with this. It is well known that island girls can get married and have children in their teens, and even in the modern 21st century, 16-year-old girls have reached the legal age. Not to mention, it is the late Meiji era at the beginning of the 20th century, and the age at which the bird got married will only be lower. With her conditions, Cao Thief has to give a thumbs up when he comes, not to mention Ye Feng, who inherited Wei Wu's legacy and was still a single dog in his previous life. It can be said that the bird is like this, it is very fragrant. It was also at this moment that the golden chain immediately flew out of Ye Feng's body, binding the Guyu Bird and pulling it into his body. At this point, Ye Feng finally surpassed the sound pillar of the future ghost-killing team and began to become the envy of all men. Host, Ye Feng gender, male age, 21 years old height, 172 system, symbiotic characters, Fallen Ji, Divine Official Tianyan, Zhu Shi, Guyu Bird physique, ordinary human constitution, ghost body skill, breath of the sun, blood demon art, silk, tenfold belt slash, through the world, blood magic, blood confusion visual dream incense, blood confusion, magic incense of day, blood charm, accommodating incense, blood demon art, incense. Looking at his attribute version, Ye Feng also laughed. As for Zhu Shi and Guyu Bird's blood demon technique, Ye Feng also had some ideas. These two people's blood ghost techniques are both from the perspective of aroma, by letting the opponent smell the aroma, and then exerting the power of the blood ghost technique. Although one is the blood fragrance emitted by relying on its own blood, and the other is the incense that is used by itself, it is also considered to be similar, and if these two olfactory types of blood demon techniques can be used together, it may be able to play an unimaginable role. As soon as he thought of this, Ye Feng felt more and more feasible. But at this moment, Ye Feng didn't have the mind to let the two join forces to develop the blood demon art for the time being. Because, he had already felt two powerful auras appear outside the old mansion. In Infinite City, the miserable brain at this time is directly blank. Although he can no longer feel the existence of the bird now, from the last visual sharing of the bird, he sees the breath of the sun, the figure of the man who used to be like a nightmare and almost gave him the final blow. Damn, why is it the breath of the sun? Why was this Mrkad able to use that man's breathing method? Black Death Mao, that man is able to use the breath of the sun. There is no need to capture him alive, just kill him for me and bring his corpse. Almost immediately, Wu Mi gave instructions to Black Death Mao. He believed that Black Death Mu would definitely do his best to wipe out Ye Feng. Because the breath of the sun is also a nightmare-like existence for Black Death Mao. Chapter 20. Squeak. When Ye Feng opened the door, the person was also facing the Black Death Mao and the prostitute Taro. That's right, it's you guy. Say, what about my sister, where is she now? It's so noisy. Breath of the sun, one no type, round dance. What? The prostitute Taro's pupils shrank, and by the time he reacted, a flaming Nikki knife had appeared in front of his neck. It's just that at the moment when he was about to be beheaded, Black Death Mao made a move. He pulled out the weird ghost knife with eyes on his waist, a false cry, and a slash, instantly collided head-on with the Raiwa knife in Ye Feng's hand. Moon breath Ichi no type dark moon yo no gong. When the hot flames and countless irregular full moon blades collided instantly, and in the next second, Ye Feng and Black Death Mao also took half a step back and looked at each other. It's really the breath of the sun, then, you have to die. A strange look flashed in Black Death Mao's eyes. After the death of Ji Kuyuan, he and Wu Wu could be said to have killed all the insiders of the breath of the sun. Although it is not clear why this breathing method can still be passed down, but anyway, since it has been encountered today, it is only necessary to cut the grass and remove the roots. For these ghosts, all those who use the breath of the sun, whoever they are, must die. Compared to the murderous Black Death Mao, Ye Feng's eyes were shining, and he seemed to be a little excited. Is this the breath of the moon? Sure enough, the breath of the moon suits me a little more than the breath of the sun. What? Seeing Ye Feng say this, Black Death Mao couldn't help but be a little stunned, and even scratched his head. Don't you understand, Black Death Mao? No, Jiguo Yan's hung. The breath of the sun is more suitable for those who are bright, righteous, and gentle in heart, just like your younger brother, Ji Kuyuan. And I, may be a little different from you, but should also be regarded as a despicable and shameless kind of person. You guy, you actually know my name from my human period, A&D. Black Death Mu's eyes became more and more surprised. A self-deprecating person like Ye Feng, to be honest, after living for hundreds of years, he really saw it for the first time. There are many types of breathing, but each one has its corresponding mental nature. Only those who meet the corresponding hearts can better exert the power of the breathing method. The breath of water is suitable for people who have no distractions, are calm and steady, and have a calm heart like water. The breath of flame is suitable for people who are enthusiastic and cheerful, and their hearts are as blazing as flames. The breath of thunder is suitable for those who are passionate and as fast as lightning. I am self-aware, and I am by no means the kind of gentle and bright figure, and although the breath of this day is powerful, it has never been suitable for me. Even though I've practiced it to the fullest, but what is really powerful is never the breathing method, but the person who uses the breathing method. Just like the user of this breath of the day, my words are definitely not comparable to the successor of the kingdom. Ye Feng opened his mouth and said, he died once. Looking back at himself before he crossed over, his life flashed like a horse lantern. Although Ye Feng was an honest person in his last life, he actually knew very well that he was not the kind of person who was honest by nature, but was forced to be honest as a last resort. He has no money, let alone power, and no capital to do bad things. If he had money, he would be poorer than any rich second generation he knew. If he had the right, he would have brazenly said to every flat-headed people that the law was made for them. Maybe he also has a little conscience in his heart, but Ye Feng, who has relived his life, can be regarded as having completely seen it, and he is definitely not a good person. Now with the system, he is also very clear that he has the capital to challenge and destroy all secular and legal things. Even if there is a bottom line, this bottom line is definitely very low. On the other hand, Black Death Mao was jealous of the strength of his younger brother Ji Kuyuanyi, so he took the initiative to join the camp of misery and became a ghost. And the breathing method created by a bad guy like him, the breath of the moon, is undoubtedly very suitable for a bad guy like Ye Feng. Even, Ye Feng was definitely worse than Black Death Mu. And the breath of the moon is characterized by high attack speed and wide range. Such a breathing method, killing people, is undoubtedly more efficient and more fierce. Compared with the breath of the sun, it is no wonder that Ye Feng likes the breath of the moon more. Is it not the breathing method that is really powerful, but the person who uses the breathing method? I have to admit, you are absolutely right. Honestly, I admire you a little. It's a pity, the adult wants your life. Black Death Mao-sama, wait a minute. The prostitute Taro still wanted to force out the thoughts of Ji from Ye Feng, but before he finished speaking, he was kicked by Black Death Mao. For him, the order of no misery is absolute. How can he delay the business for the sake of personal children's private affairs? He didn't bother to pay attention to what was the situation of Yu Ji, and the priority was to kill Ye Feng. Moon breath, 2 types, Zuhua moon. Breath of the sun, 3 types, scorching sun red mirror. The large-scale slashes of the two breathing methods collided instantly, and for a while, the entire space seemed to be filled with endless sword chi and burning. Soon, 2 beams of light, one red and one pink, instantly turned into afterimages, crisscrossing the courtyard of this small old mansion. Invisibly, countless moon-shaped sword chi scattered in all directions, and the terrifying burning sensation also burned the space to a distorted place. Taro, the prostitute who was kicked away, looked at all this stunned, although from his perspective, he could clearly see the battle between Ye Feng and Black Death Mao. But in the depths, he had a strong premonition that such a battle was not something he could intervene in at all. Even if it is just the aftermath, I am afraid it will hit him hard. Even if he was unwilling, he had to admit that Black Death Mao and Ye Feng were monsters whose strength was far above him. Black Death Mao was also full of surprise. How long had it been since he fought like today? Since he became a ghost, I am afraid that he has forgotten this. Even if it is the pillar of the ghost-killing team, it will not last long in his hands. Moreover, he could clearly feel that when he made a move, Ye Feng could always immediately use a targeted attack or simply choose to avoid it. It was obvious that Ye Feng, like him, had mastered the transparent world. Breath of the moon, 6 types, long night lonely moon, infinity. In an instant, countless intertwined moon-shaped slashes approached Ye Feng. It's just that Ye Feng, who should have been cut to pieces, turned into an afterimage at this moment and disappeared in front of Black Death Mao. Breath of the sun, 4 types, magic sun rainbow. It's useless, I've already seen your trick. Black Death Mao turned around abruptly, crying and slashing directly at Ye Feng's waist and abdomen. However, at this moment, Ye Feng suddenly jumped into the air and launched a horizontal slash in an upside-down position. Breath of the sun, 9 shapes, slanting sun turn. This knife was fast and fierce, straight to the neck of the Black Death. This is already impossible for the Black Death Mao who has already launched an attack. Chapter 21. Don't make an inch, boy. Moon breath, 5 types, moon calamity vortex. A large-scale irregular slash suddenly erupted, and in an instant, Ye Feng was bounced away in midair. For a time, Ye Feng's whole person was also scarred, and his body did not know how many wounds had been cut. Being in midair, it was naturally difficult for him to dodge the slashes of the Black Death Mao, and almost ate most of the slashes. It hurts, but I'm glad you can knock me off. If I really kill you, I won't be able to learn the breath of the moon. Ye Feng opened his mouth and said, and the many wounds on his body also healed instantly, making the prostitute Taro stunned. Black Death Mao's face was a little ugly, but for nothing else, just at his neck, a knife wound with deep bones was also very obvious. Because of the restraint of Hinata's breath, his regeneration speed has decreased a lot. Just as Ye Feng said, if he hadn't released the moon calamity vortex in time, he might have been beheaded by Ye Feng in that moment just now. Boy, are you a ghost? Although he was very upset, Black Death Mao still asked his doubts. From the time he first came into contact with Ye Feng until now, he had a wonderful feeling, which was an existence that even his transparent world could not see. Although Ye Feng looked like a human, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was a human. But that strong ghost breath cannot be fake. This made Black Death Mew quite puzzled, what the other party was. This, you don't need to know. One thing is certain, though. What you ghosts can do, I can do too. Blood Ghost Technique, Flying Blood Scythe. Suddenly, several bloody slashes also flew out of the hands of the prostitute Taro. Ye Feng swiped casually, and the Raiwa knife directly cut the slash. Black Death Mao frowned slightly, for Ye Feng, the user of the breath of the day, he actually wanted to be one-on-one with the other party. It's just that since the order is to kill Ye Feng, then the prostitute Taro made a move at this time, and he didn't want to say anything, but he was just a little displeased. Ye Feng glanced at the prostitute Taro, who was also a little unhappy, and said, "Sure enough, you guy is very annoying. Since you want to see Fallen Ji so much, let you die at the hands of Fallen Ji." What? The prostitute Taro was a little confused, but in the next moment, Black Death Mao and him opened their eyes wide and looked stunned. I saw that Yu Ji was directly separated from Ye Feng's body and faced the prostitute Taro. I haven't seen you in years, brother. Unexpectedly, when we meet again, we already have to kill each other, which is really regrettable. As soon as Yukahim's words came out, 8 bandages immediately appeared behind him, killing the prostitute Taro. What are you doing, sister? Do you still need to say this? Of course, on the order of the master, kill you. By the way, if the blood demon technique is used, it seems that you can't kill the ghost, then. Boom. Before Yu Ji finished speaking, 2 of the bandages broke through the wall of the old mansion, burrowed into the house, and brought the Nikki knife of the member of the ghost-killing team who was killed before. Sister, you. The master has given me his power, brother, let you also try the breathing method that is most feared by misery. Breath of the Sun, 7 types, Yang Huitu. What? Armed with a Nikki knife, Ji launched a sudden stab, and his attack was fast and fierce. Before the prostitute Taro could even fully react, a large hole was blasted out of his chest by the sudden flying slash. For a while, the intense burning caused by Hinata's breath also made the prostitute Taro scream in pain. Impossible, besides you, there is anyone who can master the breath of the sun. Black Death Mao was a little unbelievable, how difficult it was to inherit the breath of the sun, no one knew better than him, who was the elder brother of Eniki. It is precisely because he himself cannot inherit the breath of the sun, so Black Death Mao created a deteriorated version of the breath of the day, the breath of the moon. In this regard, Ye Feng was unimpressed, and said, "Are you surprised? You might as well tell you that all the people who are absorbed by my fusion can get the power I hold. Whether it is the breath of the sun or the penetration of the world, the current Fallen Ji has mastered it. You guy." At this moment, for Ye Feng, Black Death Mew became more and more jealous. Although he had fought with Ye Feng before, he had not yet given his full strength. But he had a strong premonition, and Ye Feng definitely did not give his all. And if everyone who was absorbed and fused by Ye Feng really mastered the breath of the sun and the penetrating world, then there was no doubt that Ye Feng alone would probably be enough to be comparable to the 12 ghost moons commanded by Wu Wuxi, or the ghost-killing team led by Izayashiki. As the master of the transparent world, Black Death Mao knew very well that it was a skill that only top powerhouses could master. Its combat power is enough to match most of the winding ghosts, plus the breath of the sun that can be mass-produced. At this moment, Black Death Mao also had to admit that Ye Feng might be more threatening than the ghost-killing team. And Wu Miserable, who was hiding in Infinite City, was also stunned at this moment, thinking that he might be beaten by a bunch of sun breath users in the future, and others couldn't help but shiver, shocked into a cold sweat. Soon, under the offensive of Yukiheim, the prostitute Taro was also defeated, and his limbs were directly cut off by Yuhime and cut into a stick. His Nikawa knife was also against his neck, and he could be hacked to death at any time. Times have changed, brother, the master has given me even greater strength. Now I am stronger than you. Even if it is Tong Mo who gave us ghost blood back then, I have the confidence to kill it. Seeing Yukiheim say this, the prostitute Taro was also speechless. He had some trance. Unconsciously, the sister who had always been protected by him had surpassed him, and even reached the point where he longed and was out of reach. Let's do it. The prostitute Taro closed his eyes and completely confessed his life. Gigi also raised the Nikki knife and abruptly cut off its head. For a while, the prostitute Taro's head also rolled down, gradually turning into flying ash along with his body. Farewell, brother. Yuji spoke, but I don't know if it was an illusion, and there seemed to be a hint of sadness between the words. The prostitute Taro also didn't say a word, and just completely disappeared in front of him. Black Death Mao looked at this scene, and for some reason, he was more emotional. But after the sigh, it was more dignified. Although he didn't pay too much attention to the battle between Yukiheim and the prostitute Taro. But being able to kill the prostitute Taro so easily, Yukiheim's current strength is probably only stronger than the Kaiuza of the Third Wind. And facing two ghosts who used the breath of the sun at the same time, even he had to feel pressured. If Ye Feng knew what he thought, he would definitely say with a smile, they have all come to this ghost annihilation world, if they don't breathe a day, wouldn't it be too disrespectful to Wu Miserable? Chapter 22. Then, Black Death Mao, you should almost teach me the breath of the moon. Ye Feng opened his mouth and said, and the fallen Ji who killed his own brother, the prostitute Taro, also immediately walked to Ye Feng's side and stared at the Black Death Mao. Yuanyi, he should also be very distressed, a guy like you actually learned his breathing method. Black Death Mao sighed, his words, even Ye Feng could not imagine it. Don't say that, Black Death Mao. I also worked very hard to achieve this breath of the day. Although, I prefer your moon breath a little. Don't blame Ye Feng for saying this. Maybe the breath of the sun has a strong ability to restrain ghosts, but it is only limited to ghosts. Regarding the killing breathing method, in Ye Feng's opinion, the breath of the moon is stronger. And in the heavens and realms, there may be ghosts as creatures, but they are definitely not more than people. Therefore, compared to the ghost-killing breath of the sun, Ye Feng preferred the breath of the murderous moon, which was understandable. It's disgusting. You guy, just like Eniki, die at my hands. The Black Death Mao burst out of murderous energy, and the ghost knife in his hand, the void weeping god, directly extended the alienation and turned into an even more hideous alien knife. Seeing this, Ye Feng was not shocked and rejoiced, and raised the corners of his mouth. You can't kill me, Black Death Mao. However, since you are not willing to teach it, then I will force you to use the breathing method of the moon breath in all the sword forms. As the master of the transparent world, you should know very well how fast the learning ability is with the blessing of this realm. As soon as Ye Feng's words came out, Black Death Mao also looked gloomy. He knew that what Ye Feng said was the truth. Transparent to the world allows people to see the opponent's body meridians, joints, bones, organs, and blood flow. The breathing of the breathing method is naturally inseparable from the changes in the lungs. Therefore, Ye Feng only needed to constantly observe the changes in the contraction and expansion of the Black Death Mao's lungs during the battle, and naturally he could quickly grasp the trick of moon breathing. At that time, he only needs to master the sword type again, so it is only a matter of time before he learns the breath of the moon. You won't have a chance, a guy like you, just learning the breath of the sun is the biggest insult to Aniki. In the same way, I will not let you learn the breath of the moon, and today you will have to die here if you say anything. Yes. Ignoring the coldness of Black Death Mao, in the next second, Ye Feng's body immediately released Tianyan and Zhu Shi together. And Yu Ji also gave them each the Nikawa knife he had collected in the house before, and for a while, the three women stood directly in front of Black Death Mao. You fellow, are they? They, like Ji, have been blessed with the breath of the sun and the world of transparency. Even if he is not good at fighting, with the blessing of these two divine skills, he will reach the level of comparing, or even surpassing, the pillar. Plus the immortal physique of ghosts. Black Death Mao, you have no possibility of killing us at all. On the contrary, in the face of us armed with the Nikawa knife, only we will kill you. As soon as Ye Feng's words came out, Fallen Ji, Zhu Shi, and Tianyan also rushed directly up. As early as after Ye Feng shared the breath of the sun and the transparent world with them, he had asked Yu Ji and Tianyan to try to use the breath of the sun to fight. After all, whether it was a ghost-killing team or a ghost, Ye Feng was likely to be against them. The ghost-killing team can use the blood ghost technique to deal with it, but the ghost is undoubtedly more targeted in the breathing method. With the Nikaiku, the effect is even better. Now, it is time for them to show their combat power against Black Death Mu. Ye Feng's words didn't need to make a move at all. He only had to stand aside and carefully observe the changes in the sword shape and lungs of the Black Death Mao. Bastard, Moon Breath, Hachi no Type, Moon Dragon Wheel Tail. The Black Death Mao wielded the evolved Ghost Blade, and for a while, the giant slash mixed with countless giant full moon blades swept towards Tianyan, Fallen Ji, and Zhu Shi, including Ye Feng. This power was at least twice as strong as the moon breath before using full strength. In this regard, under the gaze of the transparent world, the three women also easily avoided it. After that, it is directly separated and fan-shaped to surround the Black Death Mao. On the contrary, Ye Feng didn't think about it at all, and directly carried the attack of the Moon Dragon Wheeltail head-on. Although he was instantly disemboweled, it was not much more than the upper string, and even the regeneration speed was still excessive, which instantly recovered his injury. For Ye Feng, who had obtained the body of the ghost and also ate the cyan flower, there was actually no need to dodge the attack of the Black Death Mao. Because the Black Death Mao had no means to kill them at all. Their immortal immortality, whether it is the ghost-killing team or the ghosts led by Wu Miserable, there is no means of restraint at all. Therefore, now Ye Feng only needed to seriously and intently observe the breath of the moon of Black Death Mao. Even if the eyes are scrapped, it doesn't matter. Although it is to see through the realm of the world, it does not need the carrier of the eyes at all. In the original plot, the blind rock pillar, sorrowful Yu Xing, after comprehending the transparent world, also saw through the Black Death Mu and the miserable body. Breath of the Sun, 5 types, Train. Breath of the Sun, 6 types, Burning Bone Impotence. Breath of the Sun, 11 types, Dragon of the Sun, Head Dance. Give me death, you stinky women. Breath of the Moon, 9 types, Falling Moon, Face. Black Death Mu continued to recover the ghost blade in his hand, and for a while, countless giant slashes with intricate interactions carried the blade wind to madly rush the three women. Tianyan's train and Zhu Shi's burning bone Yanjian were offset by the slash of Black Death Mu every 2 strokes, and even suppressed. However, Fallen Ji's dragon head dance was stronger, but it didn't last long, and it was soon scattered. However, this is not a problem for the three daughters at all. There is no doubt that Black Death Mu's strength is stronger than any of them. However, Black Death Mao did not have a way to kill them, which ensured that the three women were invincible. And they have only one task, not to kill Black Death Mao, but to constantly force out Black Death Mao's moon breath, force out all his bottom of the box, and let Ye Feng see, learn, and comprehend. When the day comes, after Ye Feng has completely mastered the breath of the moon, they can also pick up the knife and frantically slash and kill the enemy. Therefore, Breath of the Sun, 7 types, Yang Hua 2. Breath of the Sun, 8 types, Flywheel Yanjian. Breath of the Sun, 10 types, Radiance. Disappear for me. Breath of the Moon, 14 types, Fierce Change, Full Sky Slim Moon. Compared to the ease of Ye Feng and the third daughter, Black Death Mao at this time was half angry. Originally, he hated Ye Feng for violating the breath of the sun like this, and now, the other party actually let the 3 women use the breath of the sun to fight him, which made Black Death Mao feel greatly insulted. Chapter 23. And for Black Death Mao, who was extremely humiliated by the breath of 3 days, through his vision, watching the battle without tragedy, his scalp was numb. As a ghost who has truly and completely learned the breath of the sun from ancient times to the present, Wu Miserable knows better than anyone the restraining power of the breath of the sun on ghosts. Don't look at his seemingly intact appearance now, but in fact, hundreds of years ago, the injuries left on his body by Ji Kouyuanyi have not yet recovered, but they have just been hidden without tragedy. Although it is Ye Feng or the third daughter, in terms of the attainment of the breath of the sun, it is far inferior to the successor of the country. But Black Death Mao is not comparable to him, the boss of the Ghost King. At this time, watching the Black Death Mao with the breath of the moon with one enemy 3, and the breath of the 3 days, for some reason, Wu Miserable actually had some sympathy for the Black Death Mao. In his opinion, the breath of the moon is not comparable to the breath of the sun. But now it's good that the moon is going to fight against the 3 suns. What, moon, aren't you a little floating? Naruto, can you teleport Black Death Mao back to Infinity City? Wu Mian asked. He could see that if the characteristics of immortality were excluded, the combat power of Black Death Mao was actually still stronger than Ye Feng and the third daughter. At least in the solo fight, Black Death Mao definitely has the upper hand. And Black Death Mao, as the strongest combat power under Wu Miserable, naturally cannot be easily abandoned. What they lack now is only the intelligence of Ye Feng and the others, and once they figure it out, they may not have the ability to kill them all in the future. Therefore, until then, Wu must preserve its combat power. Whether it is against Ye Feng or the ghost-killing team, the trump card of Black Death Mao must be protected. As for the prostitute Taro, it is only a string 6, although it is a pity, but in the eyes of Wu Miao, it does not affect the overall situation. No, Lord, no misery. They were moving too fast for me to pinpoint them. Of course, if it is a large-scale transmission, it is no problem. However, that Mr. Kaed, as well as Yukiheim and the others will also be sent in. Then forget it. Naruto, teleport Tong Mo, Kaiuza, Bantengu and Jade Kettle over, and let them assist and cover the Black Death Mao to retreat together. That man is too mysterious, and it is not appropriate to start a war with him for the time being until he has a thorough understanding of his abilities. Wu Miserable opened his mouth and said, although he was very afraid of Ye Feng and the others' breath, he was actually not helpless. After all, Ye Feng was not a successor to the country, so he couldn't give Wu Miserable such a huge pressure. What really made Wu miserable was Ye Feng's weird fusion absorption method and the ability to give the skills of the split. Wu miserable didn't want to force Ye Feng into a hurry. When the time came, what if he absorbed himself? Even if he didn't absorb himself, if he absorbed Naruto, it would be a great loss for Wu miserable. At least, for this alien space, Infinite City, Wu miserable still likes it. As a last resort, he didn't want to give up the base camp of Infinity City. I know, my lord. As soon as Naruto answered, the person also began to play the lute. Unfortunately, what Wu Mian didn't know was that it was precisely because of his cowardice today that he completely missed the opportunity to pinch Ye Feng. After all, the fusion of symbiotic systems has a cooling time. Some opportunities are really lost. At the same time, the bird's mansion was captured. Because of the battle between Black Death Mao and the three daughters, this mansion and the red flowers planted by the birds in the courtyard have been completely destroyed by countless slashes. And Ye Feng looked at the battle of Black Death Mao, and people couldn't help but smile. Even if he is as strong as Black Death Mao, he is a little busy in the face of the attack of the three women. Even if he knew that Ye Feng was standing on the side stealing the master, in order not to let himself be hacked to death, Black Death Mao could only constantly use the breath of the moon to deal with the attack of the three women. And with the help of the transparent world, he saw Ye Feng's lungs that constantly adjusted the breathing rate. Ye Feng's breathing method also began to change, and it had gradually developed in the direction of his moon breath. That bastard! Vampire sorcerer! Destruction kill, empty style! Blood demon art, Senbon needle, fish kill! Just as Black Death Mao and the three women were fighting fiercely, the ice crystals in the sky roared like clouds, mixed with air fists like air cannons, and countless thousands of needles containing poison. Seeing this, the third daughter also immediately retreated and protected Ye Feng behind her. With a wave of the Nikawa knife in his hand, the hot knife chi directly melted the ice crystals. The continuous punches were also resisted by the three women with blades. As for those 1,000 books, they were all blocked by the three women with the blood demon technique silk ribbon. Not to mention that it touched Ye Feng in the slightest, even their level, these attacks could not break through. Ara, little Gigi, I haven't seen you for a long time, I didn't expect you to become so strong. Tong Mo. Hearing the voice, the fallen Ji people also looked solemn. When he and the prostitute Taro were persecuted, if not for Tma giving them ghost blood when they were about to die, the brother and sister would have died a long time ago. It's a pity, the timing is not good. Otherwise, I really want to fight that man. The Kiwo seat looked at Ye Feng behind the three women with a warlike intent. It was not that he looked down on the woman. On the contrary, these Shangxian who rushed to reinforce had learned everything that was happening here through visual sharing that came from the tragedy. Although he didn't like Ye Feng's style, he also had to admit that Ye Feng was really strong. And what Yawosa wants is to fight with the strong. It's just that he prefers to find men than women. For a long time, the dog and the jade pot were silent and did not speak, and even looked at Ye Feng and the third daughter a little nervously. The two knew very well that the strength of the three men and women they were facing was much stronger than them. If you really want to go to war with them, the two of them are afraid that they will die here. Fortunately, tonight's mission is only to assist the Black Death Mao to evacuate, so it is not a big problem, but they still have to be careful. It seems that Wu miserable attaches great importance to you, Black Death Mu. Anyway, I've mastered the rhythm of the moon breath. And I've seen all your sword forms. You guy! Black Death Mao stared at Ye Feng with 6 eyes, eager to unload him. Lord Black Death Mao, please stop your anger, the will of that lord. Shut up, you coward. I don't know what that adult means. Or do you want to teach me to do things for half a day? No, don't dare. The dog lowered his head for a long time, and the whole person trembled, looking very frightened. Master! Don't worry, Ji. They are not here to start a war with us, they really want to fight, and they will not just confront us, but directly surround us. That guy who is miserable should not be ready for war with us. As soon as Ye Feng's words came out, the third girl was also relieved in her heart. Although under Ye Feng's skill sharing, they all already had extraordinary combat power. But they can directly fight with Wu Mi and the ghosts under his command, and they are not ready for the corresponding psychological preparation. Of course, it was Ye Feng himself, in fact, it was the same. Regardless of whether the ghost-killing team could eliminate Wu Miserable in the future, Ye Feng would definitely kill it, but it was definitely not now. At least, in Ye Feng's opinion, his current reserves of combat power were not enough. Chapter 24. I thought it would be a troublesome task. Now it seems that it is not so much trouble. Tong Mo looked at Yu Ji, Tianyan, and Zhu Shi with some regret. These three women were undoubtedly very suitable for his appetite. He hoped to be able to gather the power of the string and fight Ye Feng here. If he defeated it, he would be able to taste the taste of the three women. Now it seems that the other party is unwilling to fight, then they can only retreat honestly. Boy, your name? Black Death Mao looked at Ye Feng and asked. Although the intelligence given to them without tragedy has always been Mr. Kaed. But what the full name is, they are still unclear. Just call me Ye Feng. Ye Feng opened his mouth and said, as for the name of his island country, he had already given it up a long time ago, and he didn't care at all. Ye Feng, wash my neck, one day, I will kill you with my own hands. Yes. I'd love to meet you, Black Death Mew. The next encounter may be the collision between the breath of the moon and the breath of the moon. Having you, the creator, as my whetstone, is also a good choice. As soon as Ye Feng's words came out, Black Death Mao also hated it, and finally he could only snort coldly, and return to Infinite City under Naruto's Blood Ghost technique. Master, is this really okay? Tianyan's face was a little more worried, but Ye Feng caressed her cheek and said, don't worry, it's no problem. Also, be confident that we also have an advantage over the ghost-killing squad commanded by Isaiah Shiki and the ghosts created by Misery. That's true, but... Master, I think, it is imperative that we change some suitable Nikkeku knives. Yu Ji spoke, and the person also placed the Nikki knife in his hand in front of Ye Feng. The battle with Black Death Mao directly beat this Nikkawa knife that had just been picked up not long ago. If there is another battle, the knife will be broken. Tianyan and Zhu Shi are similar, and their knives have also been damaged to a considerable extent, and it is really difficult to continue to fight. Although the number of members of the ghost-killing team who were killed by the bird was quite large, they also captured a lot of Nikkawa knives, which was enough for all of them to replace it with a new one. But the blade is not tough enough, and the frequent change of knife is not a thing. This. Let's talk about it then. I don't know if Yaya, that little ghost, will hate me. Remembering that a few years ago, he cut off one of Yaya's ears in order to snatch Tianyan, Ye Feng couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed at this time. At least, if it was him, then he would definitely not help Ye Feng change the knife. After all, this is the hatred of taking away his wife. 3 years later, a small town in Kanagawa. Hey, I heard, that girl, she actually knocked down the sumo wrestler today. Hey, I heard about it, I was there in person that day of the competition. I really can't believe it, obviously she is such a cute daughter, and her body is also very well proportioned, how can she have such strength? It is. However, her hair color is very weird. I've also heard that the girl is very good at eating, and is said to eat more than a sumo wrestler. This happened, that girl can't get married. On the street, pedestrians were talking a lot, but Ganlo Temple Miri, who was the party concerned, couldn't help but lower her head and fled the scene in a hurry. For fear of attracting the attention of others. She has been strong since she was a child, and her muscle density is 8 times that of ordinary people. Although the body looks slender, it contains strength that is difficult for ordinary people to achieve. At just over 1 year old, she was even able to lift 15 kilograms of pickle stones. This move even frightened the mother, who had always been known for her boldness. And as Honey grew up, her performance became more and more outstanding. As a child, she often wrestled with adult men, and won easily every time. Now she is 13 years old, and just a few days ago, she even directly knocked down the famous sumo wrestler in town. At this moment, she is also completely famous in this town. It's just that there are advantages and disadvantages to being famous, and the advantage is that some men who don't know the height of the sky do not believe in evil and come to challenge Miri's strength. When challenging, Miri's parents will also gamble with the men who challenge, and Miri will make a lot of money if she wins, and lose a lot of money. Therefore, The Honey family is now also a rich family, living a good life, and the family does not worry about food and clothing. The bad news is that Miri is so famous that the surrounding townships are now well known. As Honey grew up day by day, the girl finally began to have her own troubles. Marry her, I'm afraid that she won't be able to get married. After all, normal people who would marry a strange woman. Well, if Honey is just weird power, that's okay. After all, with such great strength, for the husband's family, the safety can be regarded as guaranteed. However, with Mi Li, she is also famous as a big stomach king. That's right, Honey Glass's rice is very large, and it belongs to the kind that can be eaten super well. Under normal circumstances, sumo wrestlers consume food and energy far beyond ordinary people every day in order to maintain their bloated body. But compared to Honey, sumo wrestler is a slag. Because she eats 3 times as much as a normal sumo wrestler. With such a huge amount of energy gathered in Miri's slender body, it was no wonder that she was able to burst out with strange power far beyond ordinary people. But that is because it is too edible. This dooms ordinary people to find people like Honey Glass as objects. After all, who can afford to raise a rice bucket like Honey Glass? And the rich and noble, how can there be a lack of beautiful girls? Although Honey Li is also very beautiful and can even be said to be very distinctive, those who can really afford to support her really can't look at her. Therefore, Miri, who is only 13 years old, has already begun to worry about the second half of her life. Especially at present, the boys in the neighborhood have also consciously or unintentionally chosen to avoid her and not contact her. Don't look at the laws of the island country that require girls to be only 16 years old to get married, but talking about relations between men and women in the early years is a normal thing in the world. Sister, a man has come to our house and named you to find you. Just when Mi Li arrived at the door, the little brother outside the door also immediately ran out and said to Mi Li as the eldest sister. Man? Are you here to compete with me? No, the man said he wanted to go on a blind date with you and talk about boyfriend and girlfriend. In order to meet you. He even prepared a lot of gifts, and both dad and mom were stunned. What? Hearing the little brother say this, Miri was also shocked, and hurriedly ran into the house. Soon, Miri was in the living room and met the man who came on a blind date. That handsome face instantly attracted Mi Li's heart. Chapter 25. Let me tell you, Xiao Feng, my family Honey Glass is a top girl, and she can work hard. Yes, you look so young and handsome, but you really match my family's Honey Glass. Dad, Mom. Mi Li, who was originally a little shy, was quickly stunned, not for anything else, although her parents were talking, they did not talk to Ye Feng, but to the wall of their own house. The scene was very strange. Ganluo Temple Honey Glass. Yes, that. Good fragrance, is this man's body fragrance? Seeing Ye Feng calling his name, Mi Li was just about to answer, but in the next second, she was attracted by the body fragrance emitted by Ye Feng. She had tried strength with many men, but it was the first time she smelled a man's body fragrance, and at this moment, Mi Li's whole person only felt that her brain was blank, and even her breathing became rapid. The already beautiful face was suddenly more unnatural, flushing at this moment. Since it is Ganluo Temple Honey Glass, then, from now on, you will be my woman. Hey! Mi Li's brain can't react a little. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you first get to know each other and decide whether to become boyfriend and girlfriend? In this regard, Ye Feng did not talk nonsense with her and directly contacted the system. System, I want to live in symbiosis with Ganluo Temple Honey Glass. System, confirm the goal, Ganluo Temple Honey Glass, meet the requirements of system symbiosis, start symbiosis. The sound of the system sounded in Ye Feng's mind, and in the next instant, the golden chain directly extended out, binding the honey glass. Then, under Mi Li's confused eyes, he directly merged with Ye Feng. The rest will be left to you, Gu Yu bird. Don't worry, Master, I have prepared the illusion for them. This family will regard Miss Honey as a girl who elopes with a man. The voice of the bird appeared in his mind, and Ye Feng also nodded and left the scene directly. Host, Ye Feng gender, male age, 24 years old height, 172 system, symbiotic characters, Fallen Ji, Divine Officer Tianyan, Zhu Shi, Guyu Bird, Ganlo Temple Honey Glass Physique, Ordinary Human Constitution, Ghost Body, Natural Strange Power Skills, Sun Breath, Moon Breath, Transparent World, Total Concentrated Breath Chongzhong, Blood Demon Art Silk, Blood Demon Art Phantom Misty Incense. In the courtyard, Ye Feng looked at his attributes, and the corners of his mouth were also raised, quite satisfied. It is worthy of being the love pillar of the 9 pillars in the original plot, and he got the honey glass of the Ganlo Temple, which gave Ye Feng's physique strange power. At that moment, Ye Feng also took out the Rihu knife, and with a slight force, the Rilun knife immediately turned red, and it was undoubtedly the Hedao. Very good, in the future, killing ghosts has a professional special attack of the breath of the sun, killing people has a wide range of AoE of the breath of the moon, plus this sword, in this ghost annihilation world, I can also be regarded as able to walk sideways. Ye Feng smiled even more. In the past 3 years, in order to master the breath of this moon, he had worked hard. Fortunately, the Emperor did not pay off, and the breath of this moon created by Black Death Mu really allowed Ye Feng to practice. Of course, although Ye Feng mastered the breath of the moon, in terms of performance, it was definitely not as good as Black Death Mao. On the one hand, Black Death Mao is definitely more proficient as a creator. On the other hand, Black Death Mao, as a ghost of the sword, in some cases, can even release the breath of the moon without wielding the sword. The former Ye Feng can also strengthen his sword skills through actual combat, the latter is no way, unless Ye Feng restrains his spiritual purity and fuses and absorbs the Black Death Mao, otherwise, he can't use the breath of the moon freely without wielding a sword, which is also his limitation. Of course, it was impossible for Ye Feng to absorb Black Death Mu, otherwise, he would not be him. And Ye Feng worked so hard, his women naturally did not sit and enjoy it. Among them, the Blood Demon Technique and Phantom Misty Incense is a powerful skill developed by Zhu Shi and Guyu Bird in conjunction with their own Blood Demon Technique. Although it is still the use of aroma to hallucinate enemies and interfere with the enemy's judgment and brain domain, both the efficiency of casting and the authenticity of the illusion have become stronger. Moreover, this phantom incense is no longer limited to incense or blood incense to launch, but can control the body fragrance emitted by itself, so that the target is instantly hit. This power is not much less powerful than the powerful illusion of the Hokage world. In addition, Zhu Shi also makes full use of his own doctor's talents. After all, before she got out of the control of misery in her early years, she was a miserable personal doctor and also knew a lot of miserable secrets. For example, in the Heian period, the medicine that healed the innocent doctor studied the prescription for the cyan flower, and Zhu Shi was very clear. And Ye Feng was able to get the cyan flower, and in the past 3 years, Zhu Shi had successfully reproduced that secret medicine. It can be said that with this secret medicine, Ye Feng can even create a ghost king similar to Wu Miserable. Moreover, it is still the kind that is mass-produced. Of course, Ye Feng would not do that. But even if you don't do it, you can't deny that this secret medicine has extraordinary medicinal value. In addition to these, in the past 3 years, Ye Feng has often done good things outside. Things like reducing the burden on families with many children and adding ding to childless families, Ye Feng did not do less. Unfortunately, this symbiotic system is a death-defying one, and can only symbiosis plot characters with names and surnames. Otherwise, Ye Feng would have already formed a women's army, and everyone held a Nikki knife in his hand, and used the breath of the day to make Ghost Dance Suji Wuxi into a delicate face. Master! Guyu Bird's voice suddenly came from behind him, which also made Ye Feng startled, and then looked at her speechlessly. It's not that Guyu Bird didn't do a good job there, or he was too loud to speak. Although it sounds beautiful at night, if it is daylight. Ye Feng said that he couldn't stand it. What's wrong, Bird? It's nothing, it's the little beauty you just received today, Master, it seems that you haven't given her strength yet. Guyu Niao said as he spoke, and the person was also clinging to Ye Feng's back, and his face was full of pampering. It was as if Ye Feng was not her master, but her son. However, it is actually natural that she has such a performance. Because of the system, all those who are symbiotic by Ye Feng will maintain absolute loyalty to him, never betray, and never give up. But that's just a change in spirit and belief, and individual memories and certain problems can't be changed. Just like Yuji, she actually has feelings for the brother of the prostitute Taro, but Ye Feng wants to kill him, so Yuji is dead. But even if he kills, Gigi will still feel sad. Guyu Bird is naturally the same, as a sick and loving mother, although she treats Ye Feng as the master, she still regards herself as a mother, which is actually not a contradiction. Therefore, it is inevitable that birds often get sick. Moreover, Ye Feng often eats her rations, and she feels that her mother is very qualified, and there seems to be no problem. Chapter 26. It's still early, Miri is only 13 years old now, and although she is in good shape, she will have to wait a few years to fully grow up. At that time, she will definitely become very female. Thinking of Miri's figure in the anime plot, Ye Feng couldn't help but smile. Female. Of course, majesty is used on me, and your words are naturally used for majesty. Ye Feng patted the chest of the Guyu Bird and spoke. Among the 5 women he currently lives with, the one with the best figure is Guyu Bird, followed by Yuji. As for Zhu Shi and Tianyan, although they are also very beautiful, their faces are a plus. If you are in shape, after all, it is a little worse. However, when Honey grows up, she will be able to overwhelm the crowd. In front of her pair of fierce weapons, even if it is a bird, I am afraid that it will be eclipsed. Therefore, Ye Feng did not plan to share his physique with her for the time being. Once Mi Li has a ghost body and becomes immortal, it will be a great loss for Ye Feng. For the sake of that pair of treasures, Ye Feng felt that it was nothing to wait for a few years. Master! How's it going, is there any news? Seeing Tianyan and Gigi returning, Ye Feng also opened his mouth and asked. Everywhere he went, he would go to some intelligence. After all, people who live in symbiosis with the system can only be plot characters. And Ye Feng only wants to live in symbiosis with women, which leads to the fact that in the entire Ghost Annihilation world, there are only a few characters who are in line with his symbiosis. At the moment, there are still about 4 years before the plot officially begins. Now the only thing Ye Feng could think of was the Butterfly Sisters. It has been determined, Master, in the column of the current ghost-killing team, there is indeed a flower pillar, Butterfly Kane. As soon as Tianyan's words came out, Ye Feng also laughed. Fine, as long as she's not dead. I hope that Miss Kane is good enough to become your sister too. As soon as Ye Feng's words came out, several women also laughed. For them, this is not only an increase in sisters, but also an increase in combat power. 2 months later, Yamanashi Prefecture. In the morning, the sun rises in the east and the sun gradually shines on the earth. In the shadow of the street alley, looking at the butterfly Kane that was illuminated by the sun, the leader of the 10,000 Worlds Bliss sect and Tong Mo of the second string also secretly said a pity, and then retreated wordlessly. He likes to eat women, believing that the nutrients that women possess can even allow them to conceive fetuses in their stomachs. Therefore, Tong Mo feels that eating more women can make himself stronger faster. Butterfly Kane's words are naturally in line with his menu standards. Not to mention, she is still the flower pillar of the ghost-killing team. Such a powerful and beautiful woman, eating it must also be of great benefit to him. Unfortunately, the sun has risen, even if it is as strong as Tong Mo, there is no way to do it at the moment, so I can only choose to retreat. The ghosts led by Wu Misery are no better than Ye Feng and the others, and if they are illuminated by the sun, they will be wiped out. However, Tong Mo is not worried. He admits that it is remarkable that Kane was able to fight him all night and hold out until dawn. However, even if she was not eaten by him, she was already seriously injured. And she was not destined to live long. The dying man, he may care too much. Also shortly after Tong Mo left, Kane also spat out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person collapsed to the ground, breathing extremely difficult. Tong Mo is an ice ghost, and his blood demon magic is enough to freeze the lungs of enemies. It can be said that he is a nemesis for the ghost-killing team that is good at using breathing methods to fight. Kane was not directly killed by him, and she is indeed very capable. If you change to other pillars, you may have already been killed and eaten by Tong Mo. Although Tong Mo prefers to eat women, if the target is a powerful human, then even if it is a man, he will not mind. Sister. Endure. Hearing her sister's call, Kane also turned to look at Butterfly Shinobu. It's just that at this time, she is already dying, and she doesn't even have the strength to stand up. Seeing this, he hurriedly hugged her on his lap, his eyes full of tears. Sister, are you okay? You will definitely be fine. Endure, I'm dying. Finally the end. Endure, you leave the ghost killer squad. Although you work hard, really hard, but endure, you may. Kane wanted to stop talking, but Shinobu understood what her sister meant. Even Megami, who has become a pillar, suffers miserably during the mission to kill ghosts. She was born relatively thin and weak, and her wrist strength was not even enough to cut off the neck of a ghost. How could everything be satisfactory? If she continues to stay in the ghost killer team, it is difficult to guarantee that one day, she will face the same desperate situation as her sister Kane. And Kane herself has already planted here, how can she let Shinobu be planted in the same big pit? Don't say it, sister, I beg you. To this, Shinobu was already crying. Kane shook her head and said with the remaining strength, Shinobu, I hope you can be as happy as ordinary girls, and I hope you can live to grey hair. So. Enough already, really enough. Sister, tell me who made you like this. Tell me the characteristics of that ghost, and I will definitely avenge you. Seeing that Kana Megami was like a gossamer, Shinobu also burst into green tendons, and asked. Since their parents were killed by ghosts, she has only been left with a sister like Megami Kana. Now, the ghost actually took her last relative, and no matter what, she Butterfly Shinobu will take revenge. In this regard, Kane did not say anything, but just looked at Shinobu with a pleading face. After fighting with Tong Mo for a night, she knew very well that the entire ghost-killing team, I am afraid that no one was Tong Mo's opponent. The strength of the second cord is really much stronger than these pillars. And no matter how hard Butterfly Shinobu tries to become stronger, at best, it is only to reach the level of the column, and what she will take to avenge herself, in the end, she will just die in vain. When she dies, but she must not push her beloved sister into the fire pit. It seems that I really came at the right time. In this last moment, God actually let me find you. Just when this butterfly sister was facing life and death, an untimely voice suddenly entered the ears of the two. Who are you? Patience looked at Ye Feng guardedly, but in his heart he remembered her sister, and his heart was extremely anxious. In this regard, Ye Feng also looked at the two and said, for you now, I should be considered an angel. Butterfly Shinobu, if you don't want your sister to die, give her to me. What? That's right, I can save your sister. Ye Feng said with a smile. Although he can rob by force, but now in this situation, he feels that he does not need it. As long as Shinobu still wants Kane to live, she will definitely comply. Chapter 27. Endure, don't believe her. Kane grabbed Shinobu's arm and spoke. Although she was not far from death, her intuition told her that the man who suddenly appeared in front of them was not a good person at all. Even if the man in front of him is very outstanding. But under that outstanding appearance, I am afraid that there is an extremely dirty heart. Sister, but it's hard to endure, maybe Ye Feng is a bad person. But letting her watch her sister die with her own eyes made her endure it. Don't believe me, too. But at least I don't eat people, do I? As soon as Ye Feng's words came out, he directly made up his mind. As soon as she gritted her teeth, she carried Kanei in front of Ye Feng. I don't know what method you will use to save my sister, but I must see the whole process of treating my sister with my own eyes. If you dare to deceive, even if you are charged with murder, I will kill you on the spot. Hey! There is not much skill, but the anger is quite big. However, it doesn't matter, because you will soon see a sister intact. Ye Feng said as he casually wiped the blood from the corner of Kanei's mouth. As the sister of the Butterfly Sisters, she really did not disappoint Ye Feng, and she was very beautiful. System, I want to live in symbiosis with the Butterfly Kanei. System, confirm the target, Butterfly Kanei, meet the requirements of system symbiosis, start symbiosis. As soon as the system's reply came out, several golden locks immediately flew out of Ye Feng's chest, binding Kanei and pulling it into his body. You are a ghost. Looking at Ye Feng's ability, he was also shocked, and instantly became angry, and directly pulled out the sun-wheel short knife on his waist, which was wiped on Ye Feng's neck. Because her strength is really not great, even if she can pick up the Nikawa knife, she can't cut off the neck of the ghost. In addition, their sister's parents were doctors when they were alive. Therefore, when her sister Kanei is on a mission, she is generally just an assistant to help deal with small problems. This day-wheel short knife is just a self-defense she uses. Now, she was extremely remorseful, and she would actually believe Ye Feng's words. But at least, she wants to avenge her sister Kanei and kill Ye Feng with her own hands. In this regard, Ye Feng directly grabbed her wrist with one hand and said, "Don't worry, I'm standing in the sun now, do you think this Nikaiku knife can kill me? Moreover, I didn't lie to you either, I really don't eat people." You was furious, but she was indeed a little frightened, because Ye Feng was indeed standing in the sun at the moment. What a ghost who is not afraid of sunlight represents, she still knows very well. As for Ye Feng's fact that he didn't eat people, she wouldn't believe his nonsense anymore. It was also after Kanei completely submerged into Ye Feng's body, Ye Feng people also directly shared physique and skills. In an instant, Kanei's lungs, which were completely destroyed by Tong Mo's vampire technique, were also immediately cured. As for strength, she who has gained the transparency of the world and the double breath of the sun and the moon is naturally elevated again. In itself, as a pillar, she is very proficient in combat. Now, with the blessing of Ye Feng's physique and skills, his combat effectiveness has also directly soared to be the first among all Ye Feng's women. Even if it is the 12 Ghost Moon under the command of Wu Miao, I am afraid that only the Black Death Mao of the upper string can fight with Kanei. As for Ye Feng, it didn't have much enhancement. In addition to Hana breath, her other skills, Ye Feng also have, naturally she can't look at it. For her, the existence of Kanei is equivalent to adding a powerful combat power. Host, Ye Feng gender, male age, 24 years old height, 172 System, symbiotic characters, Fallen Ji, Divine Official Tianyan, Zhu Shi, Guyu Bird, Ganlo Temple Honey Glass, Butterfly Kanei Physique, Normal Physique, Ghost Body, Natural Strange Skill, Sun Breath, Moon Breath, Flower Breath, Transparent World, Full Concentrated Breath Chongzhong, Blood Demon Technique, Silk, Blood Demon Technique, Illusion Misty. Cooldown, 71 hours 59 minutes and 56 seconds. Okay, you can meet your sister. Seeing the change in his panel, Ye Feng also spoke. His words also made Shinobu's face change. In the next second, under her gaze, Kane, who was absorbed into symbiosis, was also separated from Yefeng's body. Sister. Shinobi, I'm already fine. Great, that's great. Shinobu threw himself directly into Megami Kana's arms and cried. Soon, Shinobu wiped away his tears, put away the Nikki short knife, and bowed to Yefeng. I'm sorry I misunderstood you just now, and thank you for saving my sister. Don't get me wrong, I did save your sister, but it didn't come for nothing. What? Shinobu was stunned, and Kane also stroked Shinobu's hair a little apologetically, and said, I'm sorry, Shinobu, it's impossible for me to return to the ghost-killing team. Unless the master is willing, now, I can only follow the master. Why, sister? Also, why do you call him master? Shinobu looked at Kane in amazement, although Yefeng saved her sister, which made her very grateful, but the premise of saving was to take it away, it was not acceptable to Shinobu. The lives I have saved and captured will become my own. Your sister, naturally, is no exception. I'm interested in you too. Yefeng reached out and was about to touch Shinobu's cheek, but was pushed away by her hand, and then directly pushed away, glaring at Yefeng angrily. Sure enough, my sister is right, you are not a good person. And also, what the hell did you do to my sister? Patience asked. Yefeng just looked at her with a smile and said, I didn't do anything, I just labeled me on the original basis. Today, your sister and I can be said to have a symbiotic relationship. Of course, this symbiosis is based on me. Shinobi, come to our side too. It is a great happiness to be able to follow the master. Sister. Hearing Kane say this, Shinobu's whole person was stunned. If it were Kane at normal times, she would never say that. But now it's different, Kane, who has devoted herself to obeying Yefeng, now only Yefeng is left in his mind. If you endure it, you may still have old feelings, but it is not enough to shake Yefeng's position in her heart. Yefeng looked at the somewhat overwhelmed and confused forbearance, and the person couldn't help sighing. Each time this symbiotic system is used, there is a 3-day cooldown. Therefore, even if Yefeng wanted to take down the forbearance, it would be 3 days later. However, Yefeng was not in a hurry. Whether it is Butterfly Shinobu, or Kane and her adopted chestnut flower falling Kanahu, sooner or later it will be in his pocket. Chapter 28. Come on, Shinobi, be one of us. In this way, you can live happily with your sister forever. Yefeng stretched out his hand to Shinobu and directly opened his mouth to invite. Although the ability of the symbiotic system requires a cooldown period, he can completely raise Shinobu by his side first. Isn't it just 3 days? This little thing is not a problem for Yefeng at all. I'll be with my sister, but that's after killing you. Enduring a roar, the rich acrid short knife in his hand stabbed directly at Yefeng. But before the short knife could get close, Kane directly held the Nikki knife and set Shinobu's spurt away. This can't work, endure. Well, don't make your sister angry, just listen to the master. It's not. My sister Kane would never do such a thing. Sister, you have been manipulated by this man. Shinobu refuted. Kane couldn't help sighing, and then looked at Yefeng beside him. Master, please allow me to discipline and endure, after all, it is my sister. Yes. But be gentle, I love her and hope she joins us. If it really doesn't work, I will tie it up first and bring it back. I know. As soon as Kane spoke, the Nikki knife in her hand also swung down sharply towards Shinobu. In this regard, Patience did not dare to slack off and hurriedly blocked. However, at the moment when the knife and the short knife intersected, Shinobu immediately felt a huge force. For a while, the rich acrid short knife in her hand was directly taken off, and under the cracking of the tiger's mouth, the unbearable pain made her pale. No, how so? Shinobu is a little unbelievable, she also practices breathing. The two sisters also often talk together. Although Shinobu knows that she is not the opponent of her sister Kane, she still knows how strong Kane is. But now, the strange power that Kane showed directly stunned her. Shinobu even felt that her sister Kane's current strength was probably not comparable to the head of a giant bear. I'm surprised, Shinobi, but this is just the basic ability that my master gave me. My current strength, even if it is the rock pillar with the strongest wrist strength in the ghost-killing team, Mr. Sorrowful You, is not comparable. Boom! As soon as Kane's words came out, a meteor hammer also suddenly smashed over, directly separating Shinobu and Kane. Seeing this, Kane couldn't help but smile and said, "You just mentioned you came, Mr. Sorrow." Shinobu also immediately turned around, and not far behind her, the strong sorrowful using you also rushed to the two. In fact, when Kane was dying, her crow had already reported her situation to the surrounding ghost killer team. Shinobu, as Kane's sister and assistant, was naturally the first to receive the notice and was the first to rush over. The current sorrow is just the second. Soon, Yanzu Purgatory Maki Xiaolang, as well as some other ordinary team members, also appeared on the scene. After all, this accident is the pillar of their ghost-killing team, and any high-end combat power cannot be easily lost. Kane? What's going on? Your raven is reporting. Purgatory Maki Toshiro was full of surprise, the raven couldn't lie, but now, the intact Kane was really a bit against common sense. Indeed, I almost died just now. However, thanks to the owner, my injuries have fully recovered. Master! Purgatory Maki Xiaoro, Sorrowful Yuzinglu, and the ordinary members of the ghost-killing team were all stunned. For their ghost-killing team, there was no so-called master, only the lord. Everyone, please listen to me. Shinobu gloomy face, telling everyone the ins and outs of the matter. After knowing the beginning and end of the matter, everyone couldn't help but look at Ye Feng with a shocked expression. A human being with magical abilities, this kind of existence, they have heard of for the first time. Lord Yansu, I believe that my sister must be manipulated by that man now. It's a bit shameless, but please catch that man, so maybe my sister can be saved. Shinobu looked at Sorrowful Yu and Purgatory Maki Xiaoro with a pleading face. She knew that it was probably these two pillars who were now capable of saving her sister. With her words alone, let alone defeating Ye Feng, her sister Kane alone could not be tolerated. Moreover, she didn't want to fight her sister, so she could only rely on the same pillar of Sorrowful using you and Purgatory Maki Xiaoro. Since the other party is a human being, there is no reason to sit idly by. That's right, moreover, as the pillar of the ghost-killing team, there is no reason to abandon the team members. Sorrowful using you and Purgatory Maki Xiaoro spoke one after another, which made patients can't help but show gratitude. Thank you both. Miss Shinobu, we're here to help you too. That's right, when I was injured, I also recovered thanks to the treatment of Miss Shinobu and Lord Hanapillar. Now this situation, I can't stand idly by. It's the same. The other ordinary team members also spoke one after another, holding the Nikki knife, ready to fight at any time. For them, the flower pillar must have been dealt with by Purgatory Maki Xiaoro and Sorrowful using you. And they, as long as they controlled Ye Feng. As long as Ye Feng was arrested, perhaps, their flower pillars could be restored to their original state. Master, do you want to fight them? Kane looked at Ye Feng and asked. Kill. Whether it's a ghost squad or a ghost, to me, it's actually an enemy. It's just that compared to the ghost-killing team, killing ghosts is more in line with my original intention. But if the ghost-killing team doesn't know if they are dead or alive, then it's okay to kill them together. Ye Feng looked casual, as if the ghost-killing team in his eyes was just a weed on the side of the road. I know, then, except for Shinobu, I will kill all the others. Breath of Flowers, Ni no type, Mycage Plum. Breath of Flame, 4 types, Winding of Shengyan. Seeing Kane instantly slashing in all directions, Purgatory Maki Toshiro also wielded the Nikawa knife, like a vortex of flames, blocking all of Kane's slashes. It's just that the moment the blades of the two sides collided, the others felt an incredible huge force, which almost didn't let the Nikawa knife in his hand get rid of it. Kane, you! Lord Yansu, please be careful. After my sister was separated by that man, her strength became very strong. It's not clear if there have been other changes, but they should not be underestimated. Shinobu opened her mouth to remind that if others were injured because of rescuing her sister Kane, she would be overwhelmed in her own heart. Chapter 29. Yes. However, this strength is a bit out of the ordinary. Feeling the faintly numb arm, Purgatory Maki Shaoro couldn't help but speak. Mr. Purgatory, let me contain Kane with you. Shinobu and the rest of the team, you guys go and take down that man. Yes, Lord Iwaku. Shinobu and the ordinary team members nodded in agreement, and then bypassed Kane and went straight to Yefeng. In this regard, Kane only glanced at them, and completely focused her attention on sorrowful Yu Xingyu and Purgatory Makijuro. The strength of the pillars is actually similar, but now, Kane, who has Yefeng's skill sharing and system sharing, has full confidence that he can defeat these two. But how much time it will take to defeat, Kane has no bottom in her heart. After all, this is also the first time she has played two pillars at the same time, and in the past, it was already very good to be able to compete with one. Sorry, Kane, in the next period of time, I will bother you to accompany us to practice first. Purgatory Maki Shaoro spoke, and sorrowful Yu Xinglu was dancing a meteor hammer in one hand and holding a big axe in the other, ready to attack at any time. Unlike the other Ghost Killer Squad's Nikaiku blade, the weapon used by the sorrowful Yu Xingyu, which is a rock pillar, is a broad axe and a meteor hammer connected by a chain, and the purity of orangutan crimson iron contained in it is extremely high. Although it is very heavy, it can be easily wielded at the same time under the strong physique that far exceeds ordinary people. It can be said that the current sorrowful Yu Xingyu is already the first person in the pillar of the ghost-killing team. Even the Yanzu, who was a senior, Purgatory Maki Shaoro, was a step behind him. No need to apologize, Mr. Purgatory. And your words should be said by me. What? Maki Shaolang was stunned, and in the next second, the members of the ghost-killing team who surrounded Yefeng, in addition to forbearance, blood flew in an instant. The countless crescent-shaped blade slashes that swept around the body instantly killed all of these people. They are like fish on a chopping board, chopped up by countless blades. Moon Breath, 5 types, Moon Calamity Vortex. Yefeng held the rich acre knife in his hand and slowly said his sword type. The eyes that looked at the corpses of the members of the ghost-killing team were also full of disdain. Shinobu looked at Yefeng, who was already sitting on the ground at this time, his eyes full of fear. Breath of the Moon, breathing method that has never been heard of. Purgatory Maki Shaoro and sorrowful Yu Xingxing were horrified, and just feeling the powerful slash of the breath of the moon made them creepy. And just as they were about to go to Yefeng and save Shinobu away, Kane was directly in front of them. Your opponent is me. Megami Kana, you. Don't say it, Mr. Purgatory. Kane is now controlled by that man, and it's useless for us to say anything to her. However, since that man was able to restore the dying Kane, maybe we don't need to keep our hands at all. What do you mean? Maki Shaoro was a little stunned, and Xingyu also nodded and said, go all out to help, even if it is a serious injury to the other party, it doesn't hurt to save Shinobu first. If we can catch him, then maybe Kane can still be saved. And this man may be of great use to our ghost-killing team. I know. Flame Breath 5 type Flame Tiger. Breath of Rock, Ichino type, Serpentine, Bipolar. At almost the same time, Maki Toshiro and Yuki attacked Kane at the same time. Neither of them left their hands, they only wanted to take Kane as soon as possible, and then rescue Shinobu and attack Ye Feng. It's worthy of Mr. Purgatory and Mr. Sorrow. If it were me before, I might really not be able to deal with you. But now… Moon Breath, Hachi no Type, Moon Dragon Wheel Tail. What? The huge residual moon type slash instantly roared out, directly cutting the Yan Tiger swung by Maki Xiaolang in half in a sweeping posture, and the countless full moon blades attached to the slash also bounced off the broad axe and meteor hammer of the underworld. Even, because neither of them expected that Kane would actually use breathing methods other than the breath of flowers, this sudden huge slash also caught the two by surprise, directly slashing the two of them on the spot. Although it is not fatal, it is also covered in blood. If it is not dealt with in time, it is still very dangerous. Lord Yansu, Mr. Sorrowful Minjiu. Sensing the injured two pillars, Shinobu's face also rose with a touch of despair. If even the two pillars fail, then the task of rescuing her sister Kane is undoubtedly a complete failure. Even these people are afraid that they will not be able to protect themselves. Sister, are you? That's right, endure. From my master, I not only obtained strange powers, but also mastered the breathing method given by adults, and even reached an incredible realm. Now my strength has broken through to another dimension. The pillar of the Ghost Killer team is not my opponent at all. As for you, it's almost time to recognize reality. Surrender to your master and become part of us, so that you too can become as strong as I am. Don't say anything else, endure. You who have been dissatisfied with your lack of wrist strength can also be solved quickly. I can surrender to you, but I have one condition. Shinobu, don't you? Hearing Shinobu say this, Maki Xiaoro and Yuki couldn't help but look ugly. Endure, even if you are my sister, you can't be so rude. Moreover, now you are not qualified to negotiate conditions in front of adults. Kane's eyes gradually became cold, and the Nikki knife in her hand even touched Shinobu's neck. For her now, the sky and the earth are big, and Ye Feng, the master, is the biggest. Killing Shinobu may make her regret the loss of a biological sister. But she has become a symbiote of Ye Feng, and there is no shortage of sisters. Now, Gigi, Zhu Shi, Tianyan, Guyu Bird, and Mi Li are all her sisters. Okay, Megami Kana, Shinobu will soon be part of us. So, don't be so harsh. Say it, your conditions. Ye Feng said, and the person also put away the Nikki knife and looked at Shinobu with interest. My conditions are very simple, let go of Mr. Sorrowful Yu and Lord Yansu, you can't attack them anymore. Endure. Hearing Shinobu say this, Maki Xiaoro and Yuki were also very heartbroken. As the pillars of the ghost-killing team, the two now want a 14-year-old girl to rescue, which makes them feel extremely ashamed and blamed. Yes. Although the ghost-killer team is a little bit of an eyesore, it is still a human after all. Instead of killing them, I want to kill the second of the two who seriously injured your sister, Tong Mo. Chapter 30. Winding number 2, Tong Mo? Is it that he hurt my sister? Well, I agree. Endure. Seeing Shinobu nodding, Maki Xiaoro and Yuki were both a little unwilling, but at this time they didn't know how to stop it. If they make a move, the two of them will most likely be damaged here. But they didn't make a move, watching the ninja begging for perfection, they also had a heartache. It's uncomfortable, it's so uncomfortable. Then, the two of you have also seen the attitude of forbearance, now, please go back. Ye Feng looked at the two with a slight mockery, which made Maki Xiaolang couldn't help but burst into a green tendon. Xingyu sighed and said, Mr. Purgatory, we can't live up to the good intentions of patience. Moreover, today's affairs, we also need to report to the Lord. It's hard to hear, but… now we must not die. I know, okay. Maki Shaoro took a deep breath and relieved the depression in his heart. Every Yanzu is a warm and cheerful person, and when encountering this kind of thing, it is naturally the most difficult to accept. It's just that the situation is stronger than people, and he is not ignorant of good and evil, naturally he knows the advance and retreat. Otherwise, all those who died here today would have died in vain. The master of the ghost-killing team, speaking of which, that little ghost should already be in the position. What? Seeing that Ye Feng said the name of the contemporary Shiki family owner, Maki Xiaolang, and Xingyu couldn't help but be surprised, and their faces were full of shock. How did you guy know the name of my lord? Maki Xiaolang questioned, and Ye Feng raised the corners of his mouth. I knew a long time ago that I cut off his lost ear. You bastard! Seeing Xi clenched his fists. If it weren't for the fact that it was really difficult to continue to conflict with them at the moment, the two of them would have rushed up long ago and fought with Ye Feng. Speaking of which, you guy also fights using breathing methods. Even the breath of the moon that we don't know, but it is also breathing. Don't get me wrong, I'm not from your ghost slayer. My breath in this month was still obtained from one of the upper strings of the 12 ghost moons, the Black Death Mao. Although, he can't wait to hack me to death. One of the windings. Hearing Ye Feng say this, Maki Xiaolang and Xingyu couldn't help but gasp. Their ghost-killing team has not killed the winding for nearly 100 years, but the winding often kills the column. Although it has never been publicly stated, the columns actually have a number in their hearts that the strength of the winding should be stronger than the column. And like the strongest winding one, that guarantee is a monster that can match the 3 pillars. Well, that's all. Tell that kid for me, if the ghost killer team doesn't make some achievements, the next time we meet, maybe I'll even take his other ear. As soon as Ye Feng spoke, the person also put his arms around the butterfly sisters left and right and walked towards the direction of the forest. The headquarters of the Wanshi Bliss sect is there, and their target, Tong Mo, is naturally there. As for Maki Xiaolang and Xingzi, they were not put in Ye Feng's eyes at all. It's just a pillar, unless you open the markings and comprehend the transparent world, in Ye Feng's eyes, it is nothing at all. On the other side, deep in the forest, in the mansion of the 10,000 Worlds Bliss sect, Tong Mo is enjoying a beautiful female believer, and he has fought with Kana for a night, and his consumption is not small. Eat some flesh and blood, you can also restore your strength. Well, how can there be screams? Tong Mo, who was eating meat and drinking blood, couldn't help but be stunned when he heard the screams coming from outside, but he didn't pay much attention. On the one hand, it's daytime. Although the sun cannot fully shine in the depths of the forest, it can shine through the gaps in the leaves. For these ghosts, even a little bit of sunlight is deadly. On the other hand, even if he wanted to check the situation, he had to wait until he was full. It's been all night, can't you let him eat a full meal first? It's not good, sect master, that crazy woman, broke in again. A believer ran over and reported the situation outside the room. The meal time of the sect leader is the time to help believers go to Elysium, and no one can disturb it, which is the precept of the Elysium sect. Therefore, even if something big happens in the sect now, the believers outside the door do not dare to break in, and can only report the situation outside. That woman. No, her lungs should have been badly injured, and even if she hadn't merged with me, she wouldn't have survived. Or is the medical level of the ghost killer team already strong enough to restore even necrotic lungs? But that's not right. Even if that woman could get timely treatment, with her physical condition, she would have to cultivate for 10 days and a half a month. How could she call so quickly? Tong Mo's heart was full of puzzlement, but he didn't think too much, just accelerated the speed of eating. This soldier came to block, and the water came to cover the soil. Whatever the reason, since Kane had come to fight, he had to meet it. Moreover, he actually has a lot of ideas about Kane. That's a pillar, such a powerful woman, if she can eat her, in Tong Mo's opinion, she will definitely become stronger. Therefore, in this battle, Tong Mo will not only not run, but will come forward to meet it. Don't look at Kane fighting with him last night, but in fact, Kane is more of an escape. Yes, run away. Kane is not his opponent, and this so-called flower pillar is actually nothing in front of him, the upper stringer. Last night, Tong Mo didn't even have time to use his full strength, and he had already beaten Kane to the head. Now, even during the day, Tong Mo is confident that he can take it down as quickly as possible. At the same time, outside the mansion, Kane is like a god killer, frantically slaughtering Tong Mo's believers. If she was still a flower pillar from the ghost killing team period, she would naturally not kill people, but would only drive these ordinary people away. But now it's different. Xiongnuhui's owner is Ye Feng, and anyone who dares to hinder their actions, Ye Feng will not be polite. Not to mention just a group of believers, even if it is a group of old and weak women and children, dare to hinder them, Ye Feng cannot kill them. Damn, how can you let my sister kill someone? Seeing her sister Kane opening the killing ring, in the rear, Shinobu, who was staying with Ye Feng, couldn't help but scold Ye Feng angrily. Originally, she thought that joining Ye Feng was just a change of ghost-killing organization. Even if Ye Feng is a personal scumbag, as long as he can kill ghosts and grit his teeth, it is not unacceptable. But now it seems that compared to the ghost-killing team, Ye Feng is much more indulgent. Not only do they kill ghosts, but they also kill people, and they seem to kill more ruthlessly than ghosts, which makes Shinobu a little difficult to accept. Chapter 31. What are you excited about, Shinobi? It's just killing some garbage, what's the big deal? You bastard! Gritting her teeth with hatred, in her opinion, Ye Feng let her sister, Kane kill, must have wanted to cut off their back road. No matter what the reason, as long as they kill someone, they will be controlled, and they will not want to return to the ghost-killing team in the future. After all, the ghost-killing squad is an unofficial organization formed to protect humans from ghosts. And killing and throwing enemies are iron laws that all members of the ghost-killing team are never allowed to violate. Because these two iron laws all violate the basic principles of the establishment of the ghost-killing squad. Shinobi, pay attention to the way you speak. I know what you are resentful, but I want you to recognize your situation. Now you are no longer a member of the ghost-killing team. Moreover, the precepts of the ghost-killer team have nothing to do with me. Ye Feng spoke, and the look of light wind and indifference to life also made Shinobu clench his fists. As if feeling her anger, Ye Feng also smiled and said, in fact, you don't need to be angry about this. Maybe the people who joined the 10,000 Worlds Bliss sect have many people who have lost their footing, but in fact, most of them are scum. Yes. However, I think you are the biggest scumbag. Ha ha ha. I have to say, you look at people really accurately. You. Can't you have a little shame and shame? Shinobu had already clenched his fists at this time, and he couldn't wait to stain his sunglasses on Ye Feng's handsome face. Shame and shame are naturally there, but that is a matter of the last life. Since I have the privilege of living again, what I was reluctant to throw away before, now I can throw away without any psychological burden. So, even if it's something shameless, I can do it. Humph, what a life! I see that you are pure scum, beasts, scum. Yes, yes, you are right, endure. Rest assured, I will use the synonym you use on me, all on you. You. Okay, it's useless for you to say anything. And I really didn't say anything wrong about the Bliss sect. This is a religion that worships no misery as a god and the second of the above strings, Tong Mo as the leader. Their teaching is to live happily with a calm attitude, and there is no need to force people to do things that are uncomfortable or painful. It seems to make sense, and it looks like that. But the highest achievement of this religion is that by running in with the sect leader Tong, it can transcend the Elysium. Of course, All the combinations are naturally eaten by Tong Mo. It may be true that some unwitting girls join in times of hardship, but most of the believers are actually Tong Mo's servants. They get along with Tong Mo day and night. Don't they know the truth about Tong Mo eating people? As soon as Ye Feng's words came out, Shinobu's face was also a little better, but it was still not much better. She is not a pedantic person, on the contrary, after staying in the ghost-killing team for a long time, Shinobu has indeed seen many people who are more disgusting than ghosts. Many people with evil thoughts will even become accomplices of ghosts and help evil spirits do things. For their own benefit, these people can even maim others, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are uglier than ghosts. In this regard, Ye Feng also said no more. He believed that Patience understood what he meant. And Ye Feng would say this, in fact, it was not groundless. In the original plot of Ghost Annihilation, Kodoha, the mother of Izura Inashuk, discovered about Tongma eating believers in the 10,000 Worlds Bliss sect, and chose to escape with Inashuk, who was just born. And even Zwipping Kain Yi, who has not been in the sect for a long time, can find out. It can be seen that other believers are likely to know the fact that Tong Mo eats people. But they know but stick to the rules. Such a person, naturally, it is not a pity to die. Of course, Ye Feng didn't kill them mainly because of these. In his opinion, these people are actually no different from ghosts. Maybe they are human now, but in another 20 or 30 years, they will be devils, and if they kill, they will kill. Forget about the people of the 10,000 Worlds Bliss sect, but I hope that killing people will not let my sister do such a thing. Looking at his sister, who always faced others with a gentle smile in the past, who was wielding a butcher knife to fight and kill at this time, he couldn't help but speak. If you don't want your sister to kill anyone, then it's up to you to do it for you. Why do you have to kill our sisters? Your strength is also very strong, can't you make a move? Shinobu also said dissatisfiedly, although she said that she was surrendering, but she didn't take this matter seriously at all. The big deal is a death, anyway. Sorrowful Yu Xingyu and Purgatory Maki Shaoro are already safe. Even if they die, Shinobu feels that it is worth it. The only thing that makes her regret more may be that she failed to help her sister Kane get out of the sea of suffering. I would like to kill it myself, but unfortunately, if I make a move and let Tong Mo find out, then I am afraid that I will summon Shangxian again to cover Tong Mo's withdrawal. Again. Shinobu looked at Ye Feng with some surprise, and Ye Feng also nodded and said, I should have told you before that my moon breath was obtained from one of the upper strings, the Black Death Mao. In fact, I fought with the Winding Ghosts a few years ago. That time, I killed Taro, the prostitute of the upper Winding Six, and suppressed the Black Death Mao. It's a pity that Wu Miserable Hope doesn't want the strongest ghost under his command to die, so he gathers other Winding Ghosts, including Tong Mo, to come to the rescue. Because at that time, I was not sure to kill all the Winding Ghosts, and they were also very jealous of me, so both sides chose to retreat separately. This time, if I appear in front of Tong Mo, then there is a high probability that there will be no misery to gather all the Winding Ghosts again in order to protect Tong Mo's powerful combat power. Your sister is the combat power I just absorbed, and Tong Mo only fought with her last night, so it should not cause Tong Mo and Wu Wu to be on guard. Therefore, if Tong Mo's words, let Kane deal with it. Are you so sure that my sister can defeat her? Although he knows that his Kane has become stronger, but the opponent is the second in the upper string after all, whether he can win, in Shinobu's opinion, this is always unknown. Don't worry, Megami Kana will definitely win. Not to mention that it is daytime, Tong Mo's range of activities is restricted, and the power she gets from me is actually very restrained. Tong Mo. Ye Feng looked calm, ruling out the power that Ye Feng shared. As a pillar, Kane herself is the strongest among all the women in Ye Feng, and after the power sharing, it is even more terrifying. He didn't think that Tong Mo could defeat the current Kane. Chapter 32. I have to say that Kane, as a pillar, is indeed not simple. This day the wheel knife kills ghosts, it is called a sharp saw, and when it kills people, it is also fast and ruthless. This 10,000 Worlds Bliss sect occupies a large area in this forest, and there are not a few followers of Tong Mo, there are nearly 300 people. But there are so many people who are stunned to be killed by Kane and do not leave a piece of armor. Li Bai's 10 steps to kill one person Ye Feng has never seen, but Kane killed one in 1 step today, he can be regarded as an eye-opener. Of course, if you change Ye Feng, the effect will definitely not be worse. In just a moment's effort, of these more than 300 believers, there are only a dozen left. Even if there are still people alive, they have all fled. Whether Tong Mo, the sect leader, can take them to Elysium, they don't know, but if they continue to stay here, Kane can send them to see the Buddha, this is for sure. It's so ruthless, I can't tell who is a human and who is a ghost. Just as Kane was about to kill the rest of the people, Tong Mo suddenly opened the door of the house, holding 2 golden iron fans, and looked at Kane with interest. Sect Master, you have finally come out, please save us. Yes, please use your magical powers to destroy this murderous demon. The surviving believers knelt down in front of Tong Mo, and their words were also Tong Mo's raised corners of his mouth, and there seemed to be a hint of mockery. Have you heard, lovely Miss Flower Pillar, the sect leader is the savior, and you, the pillar of the ghost-killing team, is the devil who kills people and kills. Flower Breath 5 type fruitless peony medicine. Dang! Kane wielded the Nikki knife and instantly swung 9 consecutive strikes directly from all directions, straight towards Tong Mo. It's just that Tong Mo was already on guard, and the people also kept wielding iron fans to block all of Kane's slashes. It's useless, I have already learned all your swordsmanship last night, Miss Huazhu, you are not my opponent at all. Yes. Kane had a mocking smile on her face, which made Tong Mo stunned. In the next second, the remaining believers around him were immediately cut into pieces of flesh and died tragically on the spot. Even Tong Mo himself, unconsciously, there was an extra knife wound on his face. It's just that the ghost's regenerative ability will soon restore it. Impossible, I should have completely seen through her sword technique, why was I still cut by her Nikawa sword, what is going on? Tong Mo looked incredulous, then looked at the dead believer and said, although I don't know the rules of your ghost-killing squad very well, but the ghost-killing team should not be able to kill people. That kind of thing, wait until it kills you. As soon as Kane's words came out, Tong Moran also frowned. Although it was only an hour or 2 apart, Kane now felt completely different from the one she gave him when she fought him last night. It is clear that it is the same person, but Tong Mo has a wonderful feeling, the core of Kane, as if something has changed. Although I don't know what happened to you, since you are here, you don't have to leave. You can also rest assured that I will love you as a believer who loves me. Blood Demon Art Crystallization no Miko. Tong Mo danced 2 iron fans, and 2 Xiao's people who were exactly like him immediately appeared. They can use the same blood demon technique as me, and I hope you can still be as confident as before. As soon as Tong Mo's words came out, the 2 Xiao's also jumped in front of Kane and prepared to attack. In this regard, Kane was indifferent, and the right hand holding the knife suddenly exerted force. For a while, the red knife immediately appeared. Seeing this scene, Tong Moran was also surprised. Wu Miser's terrifying memory of Ji Guo Yuan Yi was also briefly awakened at this moment. At that time, Ji Guo Yuanika used the sword to cast the breath of the sun, and cut Wu Miserable to the point of suspicion of ghost life. However, although a little surprised, this is actually not in the way for Tong Mo. Because he himself is actually a person who cannot understand human emotions, crying and laughing in the face of outsiders is just his external disguise. Without miserable fear, naturally it will not have any effect. Blood Demon Technique, Cold Fierce by G. Tong Mo made 2 girl-shaped ice lotuses, and the 2 Xiaois did the same. For a time, 6 young girls appeared side by side, spitting out a large range of frozen air from their mouths, instantly covering the entire base camp of the 10,000 Worlds Bliss sect. This terrifying freezing gas even turned all the believers killed by Kane into ice sculptures in an instant. Tong Mo looked at Kane, who was trapped in the white freezing air, and the person also laughed and said, "Although I can't eat you raw, this big summer, the weather is so hot, it's not bad to have a human popsicle." Breath of the Sun, 11 types, Dragon of the Sun, Head Dance. What? Breath of the Sun? In the freezing air, Kane's voice came out, which also made Tong Mo's face show shock. In the next instant, an extremely burning fire dragon burst out instantly, and the crazy burning hot knife instantly smashed the 6 girl ice lotuses. Even the Xiaois of the 2 crystallized Myko instantly evaporated under the burning of the breath of the sun. The fiery red blade went straight to Tong Mo's neck. "So it is, I understand it all. No wonder you can survive last night's battle, no wonder you can use this breath of the day, I'm afraid you have some contact with that Ye Feng." Tong Mo looked like he suddenly realized, but Kane was silent, and only his neck was in his eyes. Blood Demon Technique, Fog Ice, Water Lily Bodhisattva. Tong Mo clapped his hands, and the huge Iceman Bodhisattva immediately rose to the ground. Although it is daytime, there is a risk of being illuminated by the sun when performing such a wide range of blood demon spells. But in the current situation, he can't care so much. Because, if he doesn't use it, then he will really die. It's just that at this moment, the attacking Kane has already disappeared in front of him, which makes Tong Mo's pupils shrink and his face is unbelievable. "Impossible, it's gone, how is this possible?" Breath of the Sun, 10 types, Radiance. This is... Tong Mo's pupils continued to dilate, and above what should have been empty, I don't know when Kane's figure appeared. The fiery red blade from top to bottom cut off the water lily bodhisattva at the same time, and also cut off Tong Mo's neck. This series of actions is done in one go, which can be described as wonderful. Damn it, I was defeated by one of my subordinates. Why is this? Tong Mo, whose body and head gradually dissipated, showed an expression full of puzzlement, but soon realized it again. So that's the case, is it the power of the bird vampire technique? I was too concerned about your sword skills before, and I didn't notice the special body fragrance emitted from your body. Ye Feng, that guy, has he used the power of ghosts and ghost hunters perfectly? Tong Mo looked surprised, but he was not unwilling. Unable to understand feelings, he naturally does not have a fear of death, let alone a strong obsession to live. He just looked at Kane like this until his body was completely wiped out. Chapter 33. Well done, Megami Kana. It was also after Kane killed Tong Mo, Ye Feng also appeared in front of her with patience. Now, the entire base camp of the 10,000 Worlds Bliss sect has become extremely cold because of Tong Mo's blood ghost technique, just like nature's ice cellar, just standing here makes people get goosebumps. But as the sun first rose, the coldness also quickly dissipated. It's just that the corpses all over the ground still make people shudder. All this is thanks to your master. Without your power, I couldn't have defeated Tong Mo. Kana smiled and then inserted the Nikawa knife in her hand back into its scabbard. Shinobu watched all this silently, with a complicated expression. Although he did not visit the scene in person, but only watched from a distance, Tong Mo's huge iceman that was tens of meters high, the water lily bodhisattva, could be seen clearly by everyone. Even if Shinobu is still young and does not have the strength of the column, he knows that it is not something that ordinary pillars can deal with. His sister, Butterfly Kane, after fusing with Ye Feng, really became a lot stronger. Well, now go to the butterfly house. As long as you take Shanna out, there is nothing to covet on the side of the ghost-killing team. How do you know Chanel? Seeing Ye Feng say this, Shinobu also asked. It didn't take long for her and her sister Kane to contact Ye Feng, and neither she nor Kane couldn't remember mentioning the girl adopted by their sister to Ye Feng. Now Ye Feng suddenly said coldly, which made him inevitably have some doubts. This, when you become a part of us completely, you will naturally know. Ye Feng quipped. Kana Megami also walked to Ye Feng's side, and his body, including clothes and weapons, was integrated into Ye Feng's body, which made Shinobu stunned. Let's go. I know. Although he hated Ye Feng very much, now, under the eaves of the roof, Patience also had to bow his head. However, the various abilities that Ye Feng displayed also made Shinobu full of curiosity. She felt that she should probably communicate with Ye Feng more. As for Chanel, this can only be left to fate. The alien space, Infinite City, smashed his desk in anger. Almost as soon as Tong Mo died, others learned all the information. Although he hated Tong Mo's cynical attitude, even he had to admit that Tong Mo was one of the top combat powers in the 12 Ghost Moon. After all, he was the second of the 12 Ghost Moons. If you really rank in order of strength and weakness, Tong Mo may be the third strongest ghost besides him and Black Death Mao. And a ghost as powerful as Tong Mo, under normal circumstances, it should be no problem for one person to hit 3 pillars. Ye Feng, that bastard, has already joined forces with the ghost-killing team. Wu miserable, his mind turning. Since the end of the Guyu bird incident that year, Wu Wei has also been secretly inquiring about Ye Feng's intelligence. Not to mention, Ye Feng's information really allowed him to get some. It's just that the information is completely different from what he knows. Kudo Ichino, the only surviving heir of the Kudo family, his parents and other relatives died one after another due to various accidents, and he dismissed the family servants a few years ago, sold the family assets, and his whereabouts are unknown. Although the intelligence sent to him by the ghosts under his command has basically confirmed its authenticity. But just knowing Ye Feng's real name and basic information, it didn't help Wu Yuxian at all. What he wanted to know was Ye Feng's ability to fuse, the source of Ye Feng's breath, and the news of the cyan flower. However, he has not gained this information so far, and he does not even know where Ye Feng ran away. Now that I finally had a little information, it turned out to be the news of Tong Mo's death, and the news that Ye Feng might join forces with the ghost-killing team, which made Wu miserable almost out of breath. Ghost Killer Team. I thought that they didn't have the breath of the sun, but it was no longer enough to worry. Now it seems that a little more attention has been paid to. Thinking in his heart, Wu Mi also immediately greeted Naruto. Compared to Wu Miao, who can get the news in the first place, Shiki Yaya, who has successfully become the leader of the ghost-killing team, is slower. Although it is still very convenient for the Ghost Killer Squad's crows to deliver letters, it is always more convenient than the bloody ghost art that is not cruel. Therefore, when Yaya knew the situation and decided to hold a pillar-level meeting, it was already more than half a month later. And for such a long time, the butterfly house of Kane and Shinobu had already been patronized by Ye Feng. In the original plot, the wife of the protagonist Tanjiro, Kurika Rakushi, has also been abducted by Ye Feng. As for the 3 little ones of Kanzaki Aoi and Butterfly House, the former did not conform to Ye Feng's aesthetics, so it was not taken away by Ye Feng. And those 3 little ones are because it is still early, and they have not yet joined the Butterfly House. Of course, even if they joined, Ye Feng couldn't look at them. No way, he is this kind of superficial man. If he can't meet his aesthetics and vision, then Ye Feng will definitely not accept it. Spring and autumn come, the sun and the moon are like a shuttle, and the times change. 4 years passed quietly. The Meiji era ended completely, and it was the beginning of the Taisho period. And since Ye Feng took Kanaho away, he has rarely walked outside, but returned to Okudama town and the town under Mount Yuntori to settle down. After all, the beauties in ghost annihilation that meet his appetite, except for your beans, have been taken down by Ye Feng. Ye Feng also didn't feel that he needed to go outside to wave. The rest only needs to be left to the ghost-killing team and Wu Wu to fight each other. Big deal, Yefeng's appearance at the last moment is the end. And in the past 4 years, Honey and Shinobu have finally grown into the appearance that Yefeng likes. Not to mention the honey glass with the first X instrument of ghost annihilation, although Shinobu is only 1 meter 5 meters tall, his figure looks petite and even, but it adds a little charm, which makes Yefeng love it. And after Shinobu was fused and symbiotic by Yefeng, how much he hated him before, how much he liked him after that. She also likes to bully Yefeng with her sister Kane the most, so that Yefeng is happy and happy. The only thing that made Yefeng feel a pity might be that Xiangne was still too small. Now she is only 14 years old, and although Yefeng is very good, she can't be so punished. Therefore, Yefeng could only raise her temporarily and eat her when Shanna grew up. However, even if there is no Xiangneu and Yubin for the time being, it will not prevent Yefeng from living the happy life he dreamed of. Host, Yefeng gender, male age, 28 years old, 18 years old appearance, height, 172 system, symbiotic characters, Fallen Ji, Priest Tianyan, Zhu Shi, Guyu Bird, Gan Luyi Honey Li, Butterfly Kane, Butterfly Shinobu, Chestnut Flower Falling Kananai Physique, Normal Human Constitution, Ghost Body, Natural Strange Power Skills, Breath of the Sun, Breath of the Moon, Breath of Flowers, Breath of Insects, Transparent World, Concentrated Breath Chongzhong, Vampire Art, Silk, Blood Demon Art Phantom Misty Incense. Today, Yefeng has given birth to 8 women. In addition to Xianehu, these 7 people are enough to ensure that Yefeng enjoys different love and care every day of the week. Chapter 34. Cold Winter and Heavy Snow. Because of the snow, Tanjiro, who could not pull the charcoal cart, had to carry a bamboo basket full of charcoal on his back and sell charcoal at the bottom of the mountain. Although it is hard, the weather is cold, and it is also a peak season for these charcoal sellers. Whether it is a small town under the mountain or a nearby village, residents' consumption of charcoal naturally rises in a straight line. On such days, the charcoal made by the stove family naturally does not worry about sales. Coming down to sell charcoal again, Tanjiro. Mr. Kaed. Seeing Yefeng greeting on the street, Tanjiro also responded cheerfully. Since the death of his father, Tanjiro, the eldest son in the family, has taken on the burden of taking care of the family and supporting the family. However, although life is difficult, it is not as tight as imagined. On the one hand, every year Yefeng would entrust their family to help pick wild vegetables. In addition, you can change to 1 yen for every 10 plants, regardless of the color of the wild vegetables. Although the mountain only grows that kind of wild vegetables for a few days a year, as long as you are diligent enough, it is no problem to pick a few hundred plants. Therefore, every year, their stove family was able to earn tens of yen from Yefeng. And these money alone, as long as they save a little flour, it is enough for their family to spend most of the year. Coupled with Tanjiro's own income from selling charcoal, it can be said that their life in these 10 miles and 8 townships can be regarded as okay. At least eat well, dress warmly, and occasionally buy some clothes and snacks to add some joy to his mother and younger siblings. And for Yefeng, who had helped their family a lot, Tanjiro naturally respected him from the bottom of his heart. Every day when they came down to sell charcoal, they would pass by their mansion. Whether Yefeng bought charcoal or not, Tanjiro would say hello. It's just that it's rare to encounter it on the street like today. Tanjiro, are you okay at home? Home is fine, Mr. Kaed, I have to thank you for your assistance to my family. Don't say that, Tanjiro, I'm just hiring your family to help pick herbs normally, paying with one hand and delivering them with the other. Then again, in the past, when you went down the mountain to sell charcoal, didn't you only sell it once? Why did you run a second trip today? Because it's the new year, I want to make a little more money, buy more delicious food, and let my family have a better life in this year. Tanjiro said that his family still has some savings, although it is also a heavy burden, but in this era, there is not much to spend. And Tanjiro is only 13 years old now, he doesn't smoke, drink, or have a girlfriend, so it's natural that he can save money. It's just money, who would have too much? As the pillar of the family, Tanjiro also has to think about his younger siblings. This way. Ye Feng's eyes flashed, and then he took out 20 yen from his pocket and handed it to Tanjiro. Mr. Kaed, you are. It's all the new year, so take more time to spend with your family at home. I want all these charcoal from you, that's it. Much more, Mr. Kaed, even if I sell you all this charcoal, I won't be able to sell it for so much money. Moreover, didn't you just buy charcoal 2 days ago? Now. Less nonsense, give it to you and you'll take it. Besides, this big winter, my family has a little more charcoal. If you kid doesn't care, when the weather clears, bring your beans to my house to sit, Kana likes to play with her. Yes, yes. Tanjiro nodded a little embarrassed, since he was in charge, others had also entered Ye Feng's mansion many times, knowing that Ye Feng's family had many female dependents. Although Ye Feng said that those people were his sisters and sisters, Tanjiro always felt that something was wrong, but there seemed to be nothing wrong, but he just couldn't figure it out. And Channa has also seen it, it is a cute girl who is a year or two older than Yuduzi. At least, Tanjiro had never seen such a beautiful girl. At Ye Feng's request, Tanjiro occasionally brings Yu Beans down the mountain to play. The two girls also have fun and have become very good friends. Then I'll put the charcoal in your mansion, Mr. Kaed. No need, Tanjiro. They are soaking in the hot spring now, and it is not appropriate for you to go at this time. Give me the bamboo basket first, and I'll give it back to you the next time you go down. All right. As soon as Tanjiro answered, he put down the bamboo basket filled with charcoal, and then bowed to Ye Feng to show his gratitude. Then, I'll go back first, Mr. Kaed. Well, be careful on the road. Ye Feng said, and Tanjiro also ran to the market. He wanted to buy more ingredients while it was still dark. With the 20 yen that Ye Feng gave him, he could buy a lot of rice, vegetables, and fish. Ye Feng, on the other hand, raised the corners of his mouth and directly grabbed the bamboo basket and went home. By the time he returned to the mansion, Zhu Shi and Tianyan had been waiting in the courtyard for a long time. Welcome back, Kaed. Ye Feng nodded, and then put the bamboo basket down. Because the master and master called master for fear of causing unnecessary conjectures among nearby residents, Ye Feng directly asked his women to call his name. Like the relatively small Xianehu, he directly called Ye Feng brother, which can be regarded as relatively close. So, Kaed, what about time, is it tonight? Tianyan looked at the bamboo basket that Ye Feng had carried back, and couldn't help but ask. In this regard, Ye Feng also nodded and said, it should be tonight. Zhu Shi, is your medicine ready? It's already ready. It's just that although the prescription is obtained from Wu Miserable, after all, this is the first time we use it, and we don't know how effective it is. It's okay, the island country is so big, there are so many experimental subjects on 2 legs. When Yu Bin completely joins us, the grudge between the ghost and the ghost killing team, let them go to fight, we can completely stay out of the matter and sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. Ye Feng sneered and said, after taking care of the Stovegate family for so many years, it was time to recover the interest. Soon, night fell. On the cold Yuntori mountain, only the candlelight of the Stove family shines a little light in this mountain. The Tanjiro family gathered around the campfire, and the burning flames made the stew in the cauldron pop. The pervasive smell of meat brought joy to this family. I'm sorry, I'm a traveler on this mountain, I accidentally got lost in the mountain, can I spend the night at your house? Yes, okay. Hearing the movement outside the door, the kind-hearted Tanjiro didn't think too much, and directly got up from the campfire and prepared to open the door. It's just that when others approached the gate, a strange smell instantly made them stop. But he didn't think much about it, just slowly opened the door. And the moment the door opened, the cold wind whistled into the house instantly, and the bonfire was extinguished instantly. The swaying sun earrings in Tanjiro's ears directly caused the man outside the door to erupt into endless murderous intent. In an instant, the entire Stove family was directly shrouded in blood. Chapter 35. The hateful steppe kingdom Yuan Yi has been dead for so long, and there are still small flames left in the world. Forget about that bastard, even such a place. Unfortunately, this flame was finally extinguished by me. Wu Miserable looked at the corpses in the house, and the people also showed a sneer. And at his feet, Tanjiro, who wore sun earrings next to his ears, also fell in a pool of blood. He had already been disemboweled, and even his intestines were flowing out. Although there is still gas, it is already not far from death. His eyes were already in tears when he looked at his dead mother and younger siblings. This happy family has also come to an end today. Boy, I'm scared. After all, it's death, it's something that makes people fearful. It's a pity that anyone can live, but not people like you. But maybe there will be surprises. I injected blood into your family, and as long as the physique is excellent enough, you should be able to survive. I also want to see what kind of ghost will produce if you inherit that guy's earrings if you are eaten. If you can overcome the sun, it will be much more interesting. Ha ha ha. Wu miserably laughed happily, and the person also turned to leave, and then disappeared into the snowy night. He was surprised to meet the successor of Jikokuaki here. And being able to kill that successor also made Wu Miserable very happy. Unfortunately, the person who died was not Ye Feng. If it was Ye Feng, it would be even better. Over the years, he has also arrested several members of the ghost-killing team and secretly collected intelligence. When he learned that Ye Feng did not join forces with the ghost-killing team, but instead formed a grudge with the ghost-killing team, Wu Mi was also relieved. He didn't want the breath of the sun to spread among the ghost-killing team, especially like Ye Feng, but if the pillars of the ghost-killing team reached Ye Feng's level, then even if he was not miserable, he had to weigh his ability. And over the years, Wu Mian has also been secretly looking for Ye Feng's whereabouts. It's just that since Tong Mo's death, Ye Feng and her women have been missing. Although this made Wu Xian very happy, he was also afraid that the other party was secretly plotting something and was ready to disadvantage him. Therefore, it has always been very careful to prevent the boat from capsizing in the gutter. Even if it was a trip, it was a good contact with Naruto. In the event of a sudden accident, he immediately opened the entrance to Infinity City and teleported him back to the other space. It can be said that with the appearance of Ye Feng, although the strength of Wu Miserable has not improved much, the degree of timidity has risen several notches. No misery. Master, found the crow of the ghost-killing team. It seems that the abnormality here has been discovered by the ghost-killing team, and soon, there will be members of the ghost-killing team here to check the situation. Sasai, Kane, Shinobu, how is the situation of the Stoveman family? No, except for Yubin and Tanjiro, there is still breath now. Madame Stove and the other children are dead. Yes. That guy is really too careful. Unfortunately, if he grabs someone to eat, he may overcome the sun. However, it is cheaper for us. Give them first aid, clean up this place, and we can go down the mountain too. Yes. Seeing Ye Feng say this, the several women who followed him up the mountain also nodded one after another. In this regard, Tanjiro and Yuduzi, whose consciousness has already been completely blurred, are naturally not clear. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. I don't know how long it was, but when Tanjiro opened his eyes and came to his senses, the whole person was in a state of confusion. What? This is so heavy. Looking at the iron chains that bound his limbs, Tanjiro was also a little confused. But when he saw the blood stains around him clearly, the memories of that snowy night immediately rushed to his mind. Ah! Mother, Yubin, Takeo, Shigeru, Rokuta, where are you? Tanjiro, great, you're finally awake. Sushi opened the door of the house and saw that Tanjiro had sobered up, and the person also showed joy. Miss Jushi, where is this? What about my mother, and you beans? Tanjiro asked with tears in his eyes. He was more concerned about his family's safety than his current situation. In this regard, Jushi also couldn't help sighing and said, Tanjiro, in fact, there are some things that you should also understand. A week ago, when Ka-ed from the morning exercise went up the mountain to return the bamboo basket, he found your family lying in a pool of blood. Your mother, as well as your younger siblings, have been. Sasai didn't finish his words, and Tanjiro, who already had a premonition, was also crying like a child. Of course, he is only 13 years old at the moment, and he is indeed a child. By the way, Miss Jushi, I should have been seriously injured that night, why did I survive? And Tanjiro licked the corners of his mouth, and although there was no mirror, he could feel the fangs growing in his mouth. Even the nails of his hands turned into claws and became quite hideous. That's something else, Tanjiro, I'm actually a doctor. After sending you down the mountain, I found that your bean's body seemed to have undergone some miraculous changes. Because you are brothers and sisters with the same blood type, you can get blood transfusions with each other. At that time, you lost a lot of blood, and in order to save your life, I could only collect your bean's blood and pump it into your body. It's just that I didn't expect that after the blood transfusion, you would have a strange change. Not only went crazy, but also became extremely aggressive. There were even several villagers who helped you, all bitten by you. I bite everyone. When Tanjiro heard Jushi say this, the whole person was also a little unbelievable. Just in the next second, the words that were miserable suddenly sounded in his mind. I injected blood into your family, as long as the physique is excellent enough, you should be able to survive. I also want to see what kind of ghost will produce if you inherit that guy's earrings if you are eaten. If you can overcome the sun, it will be much more interesting. Ghost? I became a ghost. Tanjiro was stunned, and although it was difficult to accept this fact, he knew that this was most likely the case. By the way, Miss Suzu, I'm like this now, then, you beans. Seeing a flash of hope in Tanjiro's eyes, Sushi sighed and said, Tanjiro, your mother, and those young brothers and sisters are all dead. You bean, how is she doing? Your beans are in a similar situation to you, but worse than you. When she fell into madness, she directly gnawed at the corpses of your mother and younger siblings. Hearing Sushi say this, Tanjiro's whole person was also stunned. He couldn't imagine that that gentle and considerate sister, Yu Bean, would actually eat his mother and younger siblings. Chapter 36. Miss Jushi, where is she now? Although what Yu Bean did made him unbelievable, Tanjiro knew that it was definitely not Yu Bean's intention. It was all the man's fault, he who ruined his happy home, who killed his mother and younger siblings. It was also he who turned him and his sister Yu Bean into ghosts. Although it is an accident that he himself will become a ghost, Tanjiro does not actually blame Miss Suzuo. On the contrary, if she hadn't accidentally injected ghost blood into herself, Tanjiro would definitely have died. Yes, it has nothing to do with anyone else, it's all the man's fault. Like you, Tanjiro, your bean is now tied up in another basement. Can you show me your beans, please? Sorry, can't. Tanjiro, your illness is very serious, I believe you yourself are aware of it. And, because it seems contagious, our entire township is now in a state of panic. In the past few days, many families have moved out overnight. I won't let you go until my disease is completely cured. Miss Jushi, please trust me, I won't go crazy again, so let me see if you beans, please. Tanjiro's words were full of earnestness, but Sushi shook his head and said, it seems that you have not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. In this way, as long as you can eat this cake, I will let you out. Sasai pulled out the cake he was carrying with him and handed it to Tanjiro. In this regard, Tanjiro also laughed and said, "Is it just like this? What's so difficult about this? I'll eat it." After that, the Tanjiro people also bit into the big cake handed by Sushi. Only in the next second, Tanjiro, who was still full of confidence, immediately changed his expression. The whole person coughed, and then spit out the flatbread he ate. Among them, there is even a little stomach acid, and there is a strange stench. "Miss Zhu Shi, how can you mix soil on the flatbread? Who can eat such a bread? Do you think I did the trick on this pie? How else?" Tanjiro was a little unhappy, but Sushi directly tore apart the part that Tanjiro had eaten, and then slowly ate the rest of the cake under his stunned gaze. "This. Tanjiro, it turns out that it wasn't me who moved on the pie, but something was wrong with your sense of taste." Zhu Shi spoke. Of course, this was also because Ye Feng shared the physique with her. This also allows the Pearl World, which is a ghost, to have the characteristics of ordinary people. Eating ordinary people's food, naturally, there will be no problem. If she hadn't had this gift, she would have vomited like Tanjiro when she ate this cake. "Miss Zhu Shi, are you saying that something is wrong with my sense of taste?" "Of course. However, if it is just a simple taste problem, it may not be a big problem. The most terrifying thing is..." Zhu Shi wanted to say more, and Tanjiro also gurgled in his heart, and the whole person began to panic. "What's the scariest thing?" "This. It's nothing." "No, you're lying to me, Miss Zushi, I must have something terrible wrong. Miss Zhu Shi, please tell me." Looking at Sasai's evasive eyes, Tanjiro also became more and more flustered, and more eager to know the answer. "Okay, Tanjiro, you don't have to think about it. When I cure your disease, everything will be fine. Miss Suzu, Miss Suzush." Seeing Sasai running out of the basement in a bit of panic, Tanjiro's heart began to give birth to a trace of despair. The more Zhu Shi concealed and did not tell him the truth, the more it showed that the situation was more serious than expected. "It's just that I didn't expect that after the blood transfusion, you would have a strange change. Not only went crazy, but also became extremely aggressive. There were even several villagers who helped you, all bitten by you? Your Bean's situation is similar to yours, but worse than you. When she fell into madness, she directly gnawed at the corpses of your mother and younger siblings." It was also when Tanjiro was struggling, and in the dark, he remembered Suzuo's words. At this moment, Tanjiro seemed to understand something, his pupils contracted instantly, and the whole person was directly frozen. Although it was unbelievable and even more reluctant to accept it, even the vague answer was enough to almost suffocate him. "Yes, he is a ghost. Ghosts can't eat human food, so it goes without saying what they want to fill their stomachs and eat." And the answer has long been in Zhu Shi's words. "Ah, mother, you Bean, Takeo, Hanako, Shigeru, Rokuta." Outside the basement, Zhu Shi, who had just come out, heard Tanjiro's crying, and people couldn't help sighing. And Ye Feng, who had been waiting for her outdoors for a long time, saw this, and also smiled. "It's really hard for you, Zhu Shi. But I didn't expect that your acting skills would be so good." "Where, master? After all, I have lived for hundreds of years and have seen too much of the world, but it is still not much problem to adjust my emotions and deceive children. However, there is also the effect of blood demon magic and phantom incense. Without any bit, I'm afraid I can't completely influence Tanjiro's emotions." Zhu Shi said that Tanjiro's nose was very smart, and he could even smell the lies of others, which Ye Feng had told him. Therefore, every time he came into contact with Tanjiro, Ye Feng and the women under his command would use the blood demon technique and the illusion of misty incense to cover up. In addition to creating illusions, this blood ghost technique can also affect other people's brains, interfere with memories, and even influence other people's emotions. No matter how sensitive Tanjiro's nose is, he can't break the restraint of the illusion of incense. Unless, he can awaken to the world. Unfortunately, he is still far from that level. However, I didn't expect the potion you made to be so good, just one bottle, and Tanjiro was successfully ghosted. Ye Feng smiled. Yes, Tanjiro's ghost transformation was not actually caused by blood transfusion, but Zhu Shi used the other shore flower potion he made to transform it. In the previous conversation between Sasai and Tanjiro, a lot of information was actually deceitful. And the highest level of deception is naturally true and false with true, false, and real, so that people cannot distinguish it. In this regard, Zhu Shi also smiled and said, after all, the prescription obtained from Wu Miserable, in order to overcome the sunshine, the prescription he gave me should not be fake. 1,000 years ago, that unknown doctor could use this prescription to turn Wojiro into a ghost, then we can naturally use this prescription to turn Tanjiro into a ghost. As soon as Zhu Shi's words came out, his expression couldn't help but show some pity. Tanjiro, who turned into a ghost, may be pitiful, but being targeted and used by Ye Feng is even more pitiful. No matter what the future holds, Tanjiro's end must be extremely miserable. Chapter 37. At the same time, somewhere deep in the mountains and old forests of the island country, the headquarters of the ghost-killing team. Tomioka Yoshiyuki, who had just become a water pillar, also appeared in front of the contemporary head of the family, Yoshiya Shiki, under the leadership of the logistics department of the ghost-killing team, the hidden force. Although one ear is missing, and even half of his face has become extremely terrifying and hideous because of the curse, in the face of the man in front of him, Tomioka Yoshiyuki's heart is still full of longing. I haven't seen you for a while, Yi Yang. This time is also hard for you. You're serious, Lord? This time, I asked you to take a special trip to learn about the mission in Kumotari Mountain in Okutama Town a week ago. Although I have already received the report of the crow, I still want to hear your report in person. I heard that when you were on a mission in Mount Untori, you encountered a controlled flower pillar, butterfly Kane? As soon as Yaya spoke, the righteous man also put one hand on the bandage of his right arm. The slightly rapid breathing already showed that he was not calm in his heart. Yes, Master. The subordinate was incompetent, not only failed to solve the situation, but was also defeated by Miss Kane, worthy of the name of Water Column. Yu Yang's expression was a little gloomy. Of course, I don't blame him for this. In fact, if it weren't for Ye Feng's lack of the idea of killing him in a battle with Kane, he would most likely die there. Compared with Kane, who has comprehended the world, can use 4 breathing methods, and can also use blood ghost arts, has immortality like a ghost, and has super regeneration ability, Yu Yang's strength is really nothing. Even, let alone Kane, any woman under Ye Feng's command is enough to defeat righteousness. Righteousness, don't be presumptuous, you are a well-deserved water column. Moreover, you should also know something about Ye Feng. If you change to other columns, you may not be able to handle it as well as you. Moreover, you have done a good job of being able to get out of those hands. Yaya said, giving full affirmation to Yi Yang. The flower pillar, butterfly Kane back then can be said to have given the ghost-killing team a head-on drink. For this reason, Yaya also ordered to thoroughly investigate the matter, and they also obtained a lot of information after that. For example, the name of the island country after Ye Feng crossed, his family background, and Kane's return to fight against Tong Mo. Just like Wu Miserable, for Ye Feng's intelligence, the information Yaya has is also the same. What really shocked him was Kane's strength. After being able to be fused and absorbed by Ye Feng, his strength immediately changed drastically, and even gave Kane the strength to kill Shanky Er. Even Yaya had to admit that he was very moved by this. No way, the ghost-killing team has never killed a string ghost in the past 100 years. Although Yaya has always affirmed the strength of the column, he also has to admit that the strength of the column is probably not comparable to the winding. Now, there is a change that can make the strength of the Ghost Killer team instantly stronger, and even reach a power that is comparable to or even surpasses the Winding, and this change is extremely longed for. In Yeya's opinion, if Ye Feng can help the development of the Ghost Killing team, then the Ghost Killing team will undoubtedly become more efficient in ghost hunting operations. As for the matter of his own ears, Yeya didn't care at all. Compared with the development of the Ghost Killing team and the future of the Izayashiki clan, not to mention that he lacks an ear, even if Ye Feng cuts off all his legs, Yeya can laugh and take revenge. Master, I think that the mission of a week ago has a lot to consider. I don't think that Miss Kane would appear in that place for no reason. There may be something that attracts Ye Feng. You're right, righteous. It's just that when Ye Feng is involved, then we can't act rashly. His special abilities, as well as the combat power he currently possesses, cannot be ignored by our Ghost Killer team. Unfortunately, although they also kill ghosts, they also kill people. This is something that we and the official do not allow. Yeya's face was a little more sad. Don't look at the Ghost Killing team as an unofficial organization, but they can kill ghosts in various places in the island country. In fact, both openly and secretly, there is also official support. Otherwise, how could Sorrowful Yu, who was charged with murder back then, be released by Yeya? Moreover, ghosts eat people every day, which means that a considerable number of missing people appear every day throughout the country. If it were not for the official pressure, for fear of causing social turmoil, the island country would have been panicked and made a mess long ago. Therefore, the existence of the Ghost Killing team is not only the result of the efforts of the Izayashiki family, but also the official secretly contributed to the situation. Official people are not fools, and they certainly know that the presence of ghosts threatens their personal safety and dominance. Therefore, the existence of the Ghost Slayer is necessary. Even if the Ghost Killing team led by Izayashiki is destroyed, the official will definitely form a Ghost Killing team in secret to maintain their dominance. Master, please appoint me to Yuntashan to investigate this matter. It is also the area that my water column is responsible for, and this matter should also be handled by me. Righteous courage. I know, then, this matter is up to you. However, if you run into Ye Feng and his people, I hope you don't have a conflict with them for the time being. I hope to negotiate with him. Yes. Yu Yang nodded in response. Ye Feng's matter was not trivial, it was not a problem that could be solved by relying on him alone. It is undoubtedly more appropriate to negotiate with Yeya, who is the leader of the Ghost Killing team. On the other side, after seeing that Tanjiro's ghost transformation was very smooth, Ye Feng also took Zhu Shi to observe Yubianzi, who was guarded by Shinobu and Tianyan. Like Tanjiro, Yudoko is imprisoned in the basement. Just to prevent the two brothers and sisters from meeting and prevent Tanjiro from discovering the truth, Ye Feng set the basement where Yubin was imprisoned in the mountains of Mount Yuntori. With his own two women guarding him, Ye Feng was not worried about any mistakes. Soon, as he and Zhu Shi arrived at the secret room in the mountain, they were greeted by beans that were wrapped in chains and bound like a rice dumpling. And when Yubin saw Ye Feng's arrival, people also kept howling, as if they were powerful ghosts, and they couldn't wait to unload Ye Feng. Not far from her, there were many human arms and thighs. However, if you look closely, it is not difficult to find that these arms, thighs, and Tanjiro's limbs fit very well. Or in other words, these arms and thighs were originally cut off from Tanjiro. Chapter 38. How's it going? Already tested, host. After eating the arms and thighs of the ghost Tanjiro, your Bean's Vampy Demon technique has indeed improved by leaps and bounds. After all, they are brothers and sisters, and they are of the same blood. Although Tanjiro, who used the flower potion on the other side, has not yet grown, in a sense, he is another ghost king independent of Wu Miao. After getting the flesh and blood of two ghost kings, it is only natural that your beans will become stronger. As soon as the words came out, Ye Feng also raised the corners of his mouth. So, what about the sunshine problem? Before using Sister Zhu Shi's potion, we found that although sunlight will have a violent burning effect on your bean's body, your bean's blood is also undergoing drastic changes. Therefore, I speculate that even if she does not use potions, as long as she gives you bean enough time, she herself can become a ghost who is not afraid of the sun. The estimated time is about half a year. After using Sister Zushi's potion, your bean's blood directly reversed and almost changed towards another cell. When we placed her in the sunlight again, it only took a few tens of seconds for her to fully adapt to the light and become a ghost who is not afraid of the sun. Yes, I've overcome the Sunday. Sushi, it seems that the potion you developed is indeed very effective, whether it is turning Tanjiro into a ghost king, or making Yu Bean overcome the sun, there has been very considerable progress. Ye Feng said with a smile, giving full recognition to Zhu Shi's talent. Of course, from the beginning, Ye Feng had never doubted Zhu Shi's talent. In the original plot, if she hadn't developed a variety of powerful potions that weakened Wu Miserable's strength to the greatest extent, it would be absolutely impossible for the ghost-killing team to defeat Wu Miserable. It is precisely because of this that Zhu Shi has been called the strongest MVP assistance of Ghost Annihilation by many Ghost Annihilation fans. Therefore, in terms of drug research and development capabilities, Ye Feng believes that in the entire Ghost Annihilation world, Zhu Shi is definitely an invincible existence in the world. This point, in fact, is still the master, you are more credited. Whether it's a recipe to turn Tanjiro into a ghost king or a potion that makes Yu Bean overcome the sun, the cyan flower is a top priority. It is precisely because the adults have collected the cyan flowers to the greatest extent over the years that I have enough medicinal materials to study prescriptions and develop medicinal agents. Zhu Shi looked humble and did not take pride in his achievements. Of course, she's not the kind of person who gets complacent about something. In this regard, Ye Feng was no longer polite. They are all already symbiotic people, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are one. The intentions in it, they all know each other's hearts. Now that the sun has been overcome and even the blood demon technique has been improved, it is also time to taste this ripe fruit. I have to say that the ghost blood without misery is very good. It is clear that Yu Bean, who is only 12 years old, was stunned to become a beautiful girl with a devil body and beautiful appearance under the urging of his ghost blood. Ye Feng admired Yu Bean's ghostly figure, but Yu Bean was dancing with his teeth and claws, as if he wanted to tear Ye Feng to pieces. Ah! Boom! Just as Ye Feng approached Yu Bean's body also suddenly exploded, and the raging flames instantly rose into the sky. Not only was the chain that bound her burned red, but even the secret room in this mountain became hot and unstoppable. Thanks to Ye Feng, they have a ghost body. If they are really replaced by ordinary people, they will not die, and I am afraid that they will also be roasted in this secret room. Is this the blood demon technique of Yu Bean, which is completely different from the explosive blood I know? Although the final form is all in the form of flames. Ye Feng opened his mouth and said, he had already informed his women of the plot of Ghost Annihilation. According to the information provided by you, Master, the blood demon technique that Yu Bean should have awakened, exploding blood, is a blood demon technique that uses its own blood as fuel to burn it. The flame ignited by this has the effect of purifying toxins and cracking the blood ghost technique. And Yu Bean's current blood demon technique, the flame power she uses is even more powerful. We have also tested that her flame can not only dispel poison, but also has a great restraint and purification effect on vampire magic. Not to mention anything else, the blood demon technique jointly developed by Sister Zhu Shi and Sister Gu Yu Bird, the phantom misty incense, will not work against Yu Bean. As soon as Tianyan's words came out, Ye Feng was also stunned, and then laughed. No wonder this kid looked like he wanted to kill me when he saw me. It seems that after breaking the illusion of incense, we discovered that we were fooling their true fragrance. However, even Yudoko, the successor of the non-breath of the sun, can obtain such a powerful blood demon technique, and we have to pay more attention to Tanjiro's side. As soon as Ye Feng's words came out, several women also nodded one after another, expressing their approval. Although the current Tanjiro has not yet awakened the Vampidemon technique, everyone has never doubted his potential. Since he is the protagonist in the original plot, fate will definitely favor him. Even if Tanjiro does not inherit the will of misery, he will definitely become an extremely powerful ghost king. Hey! At this moment, Ye Feng suddenly cast a blood demon technique ribbon and directly cut off the head of your bean. Although your bean's blood demon technique flame has a considerable degree of damage and restraint on other blood demon arts, it is not enough to crack it instantly. With Ye Feng's strength, he could completely cut off her head in an instant. It was also when your bean's head fell to the ground, and the flame on her body immediately stopped burning. Ye Feng took it in his arms and directly contacted the system. System, I want to live in symbiosis with the stove door you bean. System, confirm the goal, stove door you beans, meet the requirements of system symbiosis, start symbiosis. As the sound of the system sounded, in the next second, Ye Feng's body immediately shot out a golden lock, pulling the separated body and head of your bean directly into Ye Feng's body. Host, Ye Feng gender, male age, 28 years old, 18 years old appearance, height, 172 system, symbiotic system symbiotic characters, Fallen Ji, Priest Tianyan, Zhu Shi, Gu Yu Bird, Gan Luyi Honey Li, Butterfly Kane, Butterfly Shinobu, Chestnut Flower Falling Kanahu, Stove Gate Yu Bean Physique, Ordinary Human Constitution. Ghost Body, Innate Strange Power Skills, Breath of the Sun, Breath of the Moon, Breath of the Flower, Breath of the Worm, Transparent World, Concentrated Breath Chongzhong, Blood Demon Art Ribbon, Blood Demon Art, Phantom Misty, Blood Demon Art Yang Yan Cooldown Time, 71 hours 59 minutes and 56 seconds Yang Yan, Sun Fire, so it is, it fits the name very well, Yu Bean. Ye Feng smiled, it was obvious that your bean's blood demon technique Yanjian was the name that the system helped to make. Of course, the name is also APT. In itself, sunlight is indeed able to purify and restrain the blood ghost technique. Chapter 39. At night, the belly sound of cooing came out one after another in the basement of Ye Feng's mansion. At this time, the bound Tanjiro was already drooling, and his eyes were bloodshot. The terrifying hunger constantly hit his nerves, and the desire to eat was already driving him crazy. How he survived yesterday he didn't know, but today he really didn't eat anything. The only thing he chewed was the flatbread that Zhu Shi tested his sense of taste, but he didn't swallow it at all, and he vomited it all. How tormenting hunger is for a person has been clearly recorded in the history books. In the face of hunger, even grass roots, bark, and even dirt, humans can eat it. What's more, the current Tanjiro is still a ghost. This hunger will undoubtedly be even more terrifying for his torture. Perhaps at first, Tanjiro's conscience will constantly make him self-hypnotize, saying that it is okay to eat less than a day. But for a hungry person, time itself is also the hardest. 1 minute, 10 minutes, Tanjiro may be able to hold on. Within an hour, Tanjiro would even bite off his tongue, tensing his nerves. But by the time 2 hours later, Tanjiro had gone completely mad, all sanity had been lost, and the cells and brains of his whole body would only issue him one command: eat. In front of hungry and crazy people, all feelings are blind. If it were not for this, every great famine in history would not have appeared such a word. In the world of Ghost Bust, many guys who have been turned into ghosts without tragedy will attack their relatives at the first time and eat their families, which is for this reason. It can only be said that it is a miracle to protect Tanjiro under extreme hunger like Yu Bean in the original plot. It is precisely because of this that Tomioka Yoshiyuki will give Tanjiro and Yu Bean a chance and not kill the ghost of your bean. But even so, Yu Yang specially made a bamboo tube for your bean and asked her to bite it to prevent her from hurting others. It can be seen that for your beans, righteous courage is not absolutely trusted. Ghosts kill their loved ones and devour their loved ones, and the members of the ghost-killing team have definitely seen a lot. Now Tanjiro's situation is a normal phenomenon when the ghost is hungry. Even as the original protagonist, he can't go against common sense too much. Dang dang! It was also as Tanjiro continued to struggle, and the iron chains that bound his limbs also swayed. And just as Tanjiro continued to exert his strength and tried to break free, a screw suddenly and strangely fell off the ceiling. Soon, the entire chain that bound Tanjiro was also torn apart by him. Then the second, the third, and even the last one were all torn off by him. At this point, the evil ghost came out. Confused, hazy. Snowflakes fell from the sky, covering Tanjiro who was lying on the ground. As the cold wind howled, a burst of coolness also made Tanjiro on the ground shiver, and then suddenly opened the ghost's vertical pupils. What's wrong with me? Where is this? This. Tanjiro, who was originally full of doubts, immediately widened his pupils after seeing the tragic situation in the town, and he stood on the spot. The originally peaceful town has now turned into ruins. Because the houses in the town are almost all wooden, many buildings, you can faintly see the traces of being burned by the fire. Hey, what the hell is going on? Originally, Tanjiro wanted to call the familiar villagers in the town, but others soon discovered that the corners of his mouth were mixed with dozens or hundreds of bloody smells. This is not the smell of one person, but the smell of blood from dozens or hundreds of people. And Tanjiro's clothes were already stained red with blood, and although it was frozen straight because of the cold winter air, the red was like soaking in a blood tank, and it was constantly hitting his nerves. No, not me. Why is this? Lord God, I have never done anything bad, why do you do this to me? By the way, Mr. Kaed, Miss Sasai. Also, you Bean. Remembering his sister who might still be surviving, Tanjiro also hurriedly ran back to Yefeng's mansion. It's just that when he saw the tragic situation of the mansion, the little hope that remained in Tanjiro's heart was completely shattered. At this time, the mansion had been destroyed to pieces, and several corpses that had been burned out of shape by the fire could be faintly seen in the ruins. Looking at the clothes, it should be the owner of this house. There were also a few corpses, which had been gnawed out of shape, leaving only some stumped limbs and severed arms, and some disgusting organs. The burning smell of human flesh emanating from the air also stimulated Tanjiro's nerves once again. For a time, Tanjiro also knelt on both knees, and then lay on the ground and vomited. It's just that the bloody aura brought about by the vomiting not only did not make Tanjiro more comfortable, but made him feel sick and difficult to convulse. At this moment, Tanjiro, both physically and mentally, was almost completely broken. I killed Mr. Kaed, I killed Miss Suzu, I killed Kanahu. By the way, Yu Bean is a ghost, she should not die. Yes, go home, Yu Bean, she must be waiting for me at home. Wait for me, Bean, I'll go back to you. Remembering the situation of your Bean, Tanjiro also rekindled a glimmer of hope in his heart. He has lost everything and must not lose his last sister again. Almost immediately, Tanjiro got up and ran towards his home on the mountain. And the residents who died tragically along the way, those hideous deaths, also once again hit Tanjiro's heart. Those dead eyes seemed to echo and sounded in Tanjiro's mind. Why kill me? Tanjiro, return my life. Tanjiro, why? Ah! I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Tanjiro was crying bitterly, his apologetic voice echoing throughout the town. Even Kumotari Mountain seemed to be echoing from him. And when he appeared at the mountain home, Tanjiro's whole person was also frozen. He did not see his sister, Yu Bean, only 5 conspicuous grave bags, which met Tanjiro's eyes. Mom, Takeo, Shigeru, Rokuta, Hanako. Tanjiro seemed to have lost his soul, his knees went limp, and he knelt directly in front of the 5 graves. I don't know how long it took, when Tanjiro stood up, the whole person also walked down the mountain leisurely. He was as if he were a corpse, his eyes were empty and lifeless. Chapter 40. An hour, 2 hours. It wasn't until Tanjiro's figure completely disappeared into the Komotori mountain, and outside this empty hut, several figures gradually walked out. It was Ye Feng and his women. Master, is it really okay to just let Tanjiro go like this? Yuji looked in the direction of the mountain, and the person also asked. In any case, although Tanjiro is the successor of Hinata's breath, he does not know sword art at all, and naturally cannot transform Kagura, the god of fire, into Hinata's breath to fight. Although he overcame the sun and did not grow old or die, this does not mean that his combat power is strong. Don't worry, Tanjiro's quality as a ghost is still above the misery. Haven't you also witnessed with your own eyes what a combat power he burst out of when he lost consciousness? Besides, he is the brother of your bean. Ye Feng said with a smile, and the person also caressed your bean's hair. The latter also laughed and threw himself directly into Ye Feng's arms. She already has the master of Brother Kaed, Tanjiro, whatever. But, Master, Tanjiro doesn't know anything, the ghost-killing team and the miserable side, I'm afraid he won't be indifferent. That's not something we should be thinking about. One thing is certain, though. For the root cause of all his misfortunes, Tanjiro will never let him go even if he becomes a ghost. As for the ghost-killer team, no matter how kind Tanjiro is, a ghost who eats people is also doomed to be intolerable. When killing is commonplace, even the most gentle people will surely become the cruelest and most violent monsters in this cruel reality. Ye Feng spoke, he didn't care what the future of Tanjiro was. Now he has pocketed several of the most beautiful plot beauties in the world of ghost annihilation. All that remains is to wait for the end of the plot so that the system's traversal function can be turned on. In this way, he can go to other planes. And the plot of the world of ghost annihilation is mainly based on the ghost-killing team to destroy the ghost chapter led by Wu Miserable, although the final ghost-killing team wins, but that is just a simple plot. For the system, there is simply no difference between a protagonist and a villain. In other words, whether it is a ghost-killing team or a demon led by no tragedy, as long as one party is destroyed, it represents the end of the plot. Ye Feng's words did not have any deep hatred with the Wu Miserable and ghost-killing team. But in order to cross, he could only ask one of them to die. Of course, it doesn't matter if both sides are completely dead. Anyway, as long as it doesn't affect him, Ye Feng's crossing. Zhu Shi, the other side of the ghost-making flower potion, how much have you made? At present, there are about 300 copies. Then take out 100 copies and make 100 Ghost Kings. One without tragedy has kept the ghost-killing team busy for 1,000 years, and the words of 100 Ghost Kings should be able to turn the island country into a cafeteria. Ye Feng sneered and said, anyway, in a few decades, the people of this country will become ghosts, then Ye Feng will simply turn this country into a country of ghosts. Perhaps, when you send eggs in the future, you will give a few more because of this. Meanwhile, the town below the hill. With the approval of Yayashiki, Tomioka Yoshi, who is a water pillar, is also searching for the traces of Ye Feng and others in this vicinity. It's just that he never expected that he would actually encounter such a miserable appearance at his first stop. The entire town has been reduced to ruins, and none of the hundreds of people in the town have survived. At this moment, even the righteous brave who had been paralyzed for many years showed a scowl on his face, and his fists were clenched. Did you do it, Ye Feng? Unforgivable, as a human being, to do such a terrible thing. Thinking in his heart, the righteous brave man was also stunned, and when he turned around, he saw Tanjiro who had just walked down from Mount Komotori. At this moment, the two looked at each other, and the air seemed to be solidified, falling into a strange atmosphere. Well, please stay away from me, I don't want to hurt you. Tanjiro reacted immediately and spoke. With a kind nature, he doesn't want to kill anymore. He doesn't know when he'll go crazy again because of hunger, but staying away from humans, or keeping humans away from him, at least saves him unnecessary trouble. He didn't know that at this time, a terrifying wave was rising in the heart of Yi Yang. If nothing else, it's late afternoon, and the sun is high. A ghost actually walks outside against the sun. Such a scene is too unreasonable for the ghost-killing team. Hey! It was also at this moment that Yoshiyuki directly pulled out the Nikwe knife, and under the flash of his figure, a knife was slashed at Tanjiro's neck. The Nikawa knife can damage ghosts because the materials used to create it contain orangutan crimson iron and orangutan crimson ore. These two materials have the property of absorbing sunlight, which is undoubtedly extremely deadly for ghosts who are naturally afraid of sunlight. However, now, a ghost who is not afraid of the sun is standing in front of Yi Yang like this, which gives rise to a sense of foreboding in Yi Yang's heart. In the next second, Tanjiro's gaze rolled for a while. The head fell to the ground. I'm this. Tanjiro looked confused, while Yoshiyuki was solemn. Sure enough, is it invalid? How could a ghost who is not afraid of sunlight be killed by the Nikawa knife? And if all the ghosts were like Tanjiro, they would no longer be afraid of the sun, and would not be killed by the Nikawa knife. Thinking of this, Yi Yang couldn't even help but shudder at this. At this moment, even knowing that Tanjiro was not afraid of the Nikwe knife, Yoshiyuki frantically slashed him with the knife. In any case, this ghost who is not afraid of the sun must die. For the sake of mankind, for the sake of the ghost-killing team, even if he can't kill it, he must do everything possible to eradicate it. Soon, Tanjiro's body and head were cut off countless times by Yi Yang. Although Tanjiro's current regeneration ability is not particularly strong, the immortal nature still allows him to survive. Is constantly being hacked and killed by the Nikki knife, which makes him miserable. That feeling was no less than that of Yi Yang to delay him again. He really wanted to let Yoshiyuki simply kill himself, but as time passed little by little, even Tanjiro, who was not very good at brains, could see that this cold-looking guy in front of him could not kill himself at all. Hey, you guy, when the hell are you going to cut? I don't know how many times it was cut, but Tanjiro couldn't help it after all, and directly opened his mouth and scolded angrily. Why aren't you dead yet, you evil devil? Originally, he still had an unbearable look on his face, but looking at Yi Yang at this time, the people were directly stunned. It seems that he is the victim. Chapter 41. However, Tanjiro did not dwell for too long. Looking at the town behind Yoshiu that was destroyed by himself and slaughtered by himself, Tanjiro's whole person was gloomy and lifeless. I know, but, I'm sorry, I don't know how I'm going to die. Please try harder to kill me, please. You. Originally, because he couldn't kill Tanjiro, he was full of low righteous bravery, and he was also confused at this time. He had joined the ghost-killing team for many years and had killed many evil spirits, but it was the first time he had seen such a sincere ghost as Tanjiro. Although he will not believe what the ghost says, the ghost's eyes, like humans, are also incapable of deceiving people. That kind of sincerity made Yoshiyuki feel that Tanjiro was very unusual. Soon, as Tanjiro recovers and sees that the others have no desire to fight, Yoshiyuki also reluctantly collects ropes from the town and binds Tanjiro away. The appearance of ghosts who overcome the sun is no small matter for the ghost-killing team. Since he can't kill him, he can only take it to Yaya and wait for it to fall. On the other hand, Ye Feng naturally didn't care about what happened to Tanjiro. On the contrary, a ghost king like Tanjiro, Ye Feng actually didn't particularly like it. If nothing else, Tanjiro's character dooms him to not be able to grow stronger as quickly as other evil ghosts. Therefore, instead of pinning his hopes on Tanjiro, Ye Feng wanted to create a group of evil ghosts. Just to avoid causing unnecessary trouble, he left Okudama from the other side of Mount Kumotari. As for the candidate to create the Ghost King, Ye Feng had already had a plan in his heart. Ordinary people cannot adapt to the change from people to ghosts in a short period of time, but if they are evil and selfish in themselves, it is different. Power will make their desires run wild and do whatever they want. Therefore, after Ye Feng left Oduomo, he was immediately a prison all over the island country. There, you can always find some evil people. For example, the half-day dog in the human period was made out of prison without misery. A few days later, a prison somewhere in Uenohara City. The strange aroma permeated the entire surrounding area, mesmerizing the entire prison guards. Ye Feng held the list of criminals in the prison and looked through their criminal records. When the criminals in the prison saw this, they couldn't help but tremble. For nothing else, Ye Feng had already killed many prisoners. Although Ye Feng killed all the female criminals, no one was sure whether the other party would suddenly kill them all and slaughter them all. In their opinion, the beautiful boy with a beautiful face in front of them was just a demon in human skin, even more terrifying than these criminals. Nobu Asuka, a native of Nitta in Uenohara City, who owed usury for gambling, killed his younger brother, usurped the property that his brother had worked so hard for, raped his sister-in-law, and sold his brother's daughter to Yoshiwara Yukaku. What a talent! No, 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 don't kill me! Seeing Ye Feng open the cell door and enter his cell, Asuka Xin also knelt in front of Ye Feng, shivering. Kill you? Although I really want to kill you, a top-level junior like you is very suitable to become my experimental subject. Okay, okay, as long as you don't kill me, then let me do anything. Then, drink this. Ye Feng handed the ghost-making potion to Asuka Xin. Who couldn't help but swallow when he saw this? In his opinion, 9 times out of 10, this is poison. This is your life, remember, give me a drop to drink it all. But if you spill a little, I will cut off your head directly. Yes, I drink. Ye Feng's eyes full of killing intent made Asuka Xin's scalp tingle. At this time, he couldn't care if it was poison or not, and directly suffocated the potion handed by Ye Feng. A moment later, Asuka's shinto felt hot and dry, his skin gradually reddened, his face burst into bruises, and his meridians began to appear. Half an hour later, Asuka's shin's body began to twitch, and his nails began to grow and become sharp. In his howl of pain, fangs also grew out of his teeth. An hour later, Asuka's shinto was also completely changed. Not only did the ears become pointy, but the eyes also became vertical pupils, a burst of scarlet, and the muscles of the body soared, becoming much stronger than before. Even his height seems to have risen by more than 10 centimeters, and he looks awe-inspiring. He drooled, and the changes in his body seemed to consume too much of his energy, and he began to become hungry and desperate to eat. But Ye Feng in front of him let him restrain his beastly nature abruptly. The fear of Ye Feng made him dare not act rashly at all. Very good, very good. Ye Feng said with a smile. The blood demon technique ribbon was immediately activated, and he directly pulled the criminals in the cell next to him and threw them in front of the flying bird letter. Eat him. As long as you eat him, you can become stronger. No, don't, help. The captured criminal was still about to beg for mercy, but his throat was directly bitten off by the already hungry Asuka Shin. He was so hungry, although Ye Feng had killed the female prisoner of the Bao before, the smell of blood emitted by those corpses constantly stimulated his nerves. Under normal circumstances, even a criminal like him would not do such a thing as cannibalism. But now it's different, he just wants to eat, he just wants to fill his stomach. Strengthening this kind of thing is not on his mind. Of course, when he became a ghost for the first time, he didn't understand the Tao. In this regard, Ye Feng just spat out a mouthful of phlegm, and left the cell temporarily, allowing Asuka Xin to play. With his spiritual cleanliness, he naturally does not like this kind of scene. About half an hour later, Asuka Shinran came out of the cell and knelt in front of Ye Feng. It's just that his face is a little pale, after all, it is the first time to eat people, and he will still be a little uncomfortable. My lord! How does it feel? That. Asukai's confidence was very complicated, and he didn't know how to respond to Ye Feng at this time. Well, I won't tease you either. Since you have drunk the potion and become a ghost, then, from now on, you are free. And, soon you will feel the benefits of being a ghost. Come, drink this potion too, so that you have no weaknesses. Ye Feng handed another potion to Asuka Xin, and the potion made by the other side flower was divided into two types. One is the ghost-making potion that transforms humans into ghosts, and the other is the sunlight potion that helps ghosts overcome sunlight. Since Ye Feng was already preparing to create a ghost king, he would definitely not let these ghosts leave weaknesses. Otherwise, how would these ghosts created by Ye Feng be different from the ghosts that were miserable and transformed by his own ghost blood? And without misery, it has survived for thousands of years, and the ghost that Asuka believes in just created by Ye Feng may not have that time to grow. At least, it's still easy for the ghost killer team to kill a ghost like him who has just been born not long ago. Chapter 42. Time flies, half a year in the blink of an eye. As Ye Feng created the Ghost King of Asuka Xin, the news of evil ghosts eating people also began to gradually spread throughout the island country. At first, it was only Winohara City, and then there were also vicious cannibalism incidents in surrounding cities and areas such as Otsuki City, Fujiyashida City, and Oyama City. Ye Feng created the Ghost King, but it was not manufactured in large quantities in one place, which could easily cause internal infighting and internal friction between the Ghost Kings. In order to maximize the value of the potion, Ye Feng created 1 or 2 Ghost Kings every time he went to a city. In addition to telling them the basic common sense of ghosts and ghost-killing teams, all that remains is to let them play freely. As for whether these Ghost Kings would be caught and devoured by Wu Miserable, causing Wu Miserable to overcome the sun, Ye Feng didn't care about this. On the contrary, the headache is also the ghost-killing team and the island government. Ye Feng only needs to hide and sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. Big deal, Ye Feng can also choose to go abroad. Anyway, he only needs to wait until the end of the plot to travel to other worlds. At that time, where will Ye Feng still care about his flood? I have to say that in these years, Ye Feng's heart has changed a little. In the world of Ghost Slayer, at the beginning, between ghosts and ghost-killing teams, perhaps he will be slightly biased towards ghost-killing teams. But as his strength became stronger and stronger, and even mastered the other shore flower, ghosts, and ghost-killing teams or something, he no longer cared. Even if it was the destruction of the world, Ye Feng was afraid that he would not blink his eyes. Anyway, he can go ashore, and the others fall into the abyss of hell, so what does it matter to him? Therefore, in the past half a year, Ye Feng had created at least nearly 40 Ghost Kings. And they did not disappoint Ye Feng, and soon made a lot of trouble in their respective regions. Although the ghost-killing team has worked hard to kill ghosts, the ghosts they can kill are all those evil ghosts who have not been created miserably and have not overcome the sun. The Ghost King created by Ye Feng, they can't kill one of them. Even Tanjiro, who was taken away by Yoshiu, they had no choice but to temporarily imprison him. It is worth mentioning that because of the appearance of ghosts that overcome the sun, the ghost-killing team's means against ghosts also have to enter a state of innovation. After all, the Nikwe knife can no longer kill ghosts. If they still want to kill ghosts, they must find a way to solve the current dilemma. It is worth mentioning that Tanjiro, who was captured by the righteous brave, directly became their research object. However, Tanjiro did not resist this. Perhaps out of guilt for killing Ye Feng and killing the villagers in the town, Tanjiro is also eager to find a way to kill the ghost who overcomes the sun. In addition, he also hopes that the ghost killer team can help him kill Wu Miser and avenge his family. Tanjiro, who has not studied the breathing method, does not feel that he can eliminate the misery. But he can use the hands of the ghost killing team to eliminate Wu Miserable. Yes, for revenge, Tanjiro can pay anything. In this regard, Wu Mi on the other side was also extremely excited after learning that the ghost who had overcome the sunlight appeared. It's just that he also noticed the problem, because none of the ghosts who overcame the sunlight were created by him, which also made him wary. However, since he had hope of overcoming the sun, he naturally would not give up. It's just that he is not in a hurry, because from the information he has obtained, the number of ghosts who overcome the sun is not quite small. For Wu Miserable, as long as one of them is caught, then the remaining problems are not a problem. 3 years later, under Ye Feng's secret operation, the entire island country was finally completely chaotic. On the one hand, when hunting the Ghost King created by Ye Feng, Wu Miserable accidentally found that he did not need to eat all those Ghost Kings, but only needed to eat part of the flesh and blood of those Ghost Kings to overcome the sunlight. This made Wu Mi and the 12 ghost moons under him, as well as many supernatural ghosts, all overcome the sunlight one after another. Although Wu Xian did not want so many perfect life forms to appear in the world, he also knew that he could not stop this matter. Not for anything else, those ghosts who ate the flesh and blood of the Ghost King created by Ye Feng, while overcoming the sun, also magically got rid of the bloodless curse. As a result, Wu Wu can no longer control and restrain them. For this reason, he didn't even dare to contact the 12 Ghost Moon, and directly chose to hide, lest those ghosts who had been bullied by him for many years unite to clean him up. No way, although Wu Miserable is strong, it can't be the opponent of so many ghosts. Not to mention, the ghosts after overcoming the sun actually have the potential to become Ghost Kings. And the result of this change is that Wu Mi has become even more timid than when Ji Kouyuanyi was alive, and he does not dare to show his face at all. As for the ghost-killing team, the entire team has long been fully contracted. Although they have been researching ways to kill the ghosts that overcome the sun, unfortunately, for 3 years, the ghost-killing team has completely achieved nothing. It is because the incident of evil ghost cannibalism is getting bigger and bigger, resulting in the island country's official being completely unable to suppress it, not only openly acknowledging the existence of ghost-killing teams, but even starting to openly recruit young people in society to become ghost hunters. No way, if you don't get rid of these ghost kings, then the island country won't want to develop. The amount of food these ghost kings is not small, and they have to eat at least 1 adult a day. And the growth cycle of human beings dooms the island country to inaction, then the domestic people will quickly reduce the number of personnel. In particular, some ghost kings can even turn people into ghosts through their own ghost blood, which is terrifying. This increase and decrease doomed the island to a crisis of extinction. As for Ye Feng, the others had long disguised themselves as rich people, and along with the other rich people of the island country, they went abroad to take refuge together. Rich people can always anticipate crises earlier than other ordinary people. Besides, a good person like him, good deeds are not named. Nowadays, the island country has attributed all the turmoil of evil ghosts and cannibalism to Wu Misery. In other words, without Misery, he could be regarded as carrying a black cauldron for Ye Feng. Of course, Ye Feng did not know about this. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Now Ye Feng has already boarded the ship to the great beautiful country. It is worth mentioning that after 3 years of research, Sushi and Shinobu successfully realized the cultivation technology of cyan flowers. They found that the cyan flowers could bloom for a long time by planting the seeds of the cyan flowers in pots made of orangutan crimson iron and orangutan crimson ore. Of course, if the cyan flower is placed in a storage box made of orangutan crimson iron and orangutan crimson ore, it can also be stored for a long time. Because the cyan flower relies on sunlight, these 2 iron ores that can absorb sunlight have a very high phase with each other. This also led to the fact that now Ye Feng no longer needed to go to Yunta Mountain to find the cyan flower. This thing, how much he wants now, is nothing more than the length of time he has been planting and cultivating. And this time when he went to the great beautiful country, he carried 500 ghost potions and sunshine potions on him. For the sake of a better tomorrow for this world, he must create an umbrella company to shine for this free country. Chapter 43. Just as people decay, nations will one day perish. A 1,000-year-old prosperous empire is ultimately nothing more than a corrupt hell on earth. There are glamorous rays in human skin everywhere, roaming around the country arrogantly. At this time, outside the gate of the imperial capital, Ye Feng stood in the flow of people, and his expression could not help but be a little complicated. And when he thought of his feat in the world of ghost destruction, he couldn't help but want to praise himself. It's really me. In the world of ghost annihilation, because too many ghost kings have been created to overcome the sun, this has led to the scourge of evil ghosts and cannibalism directly spreading to the world in a few years. And such a result, naturally, is the development of the world. The Industrial Revolution was directly distorted. After all, it is impossible for ordinary guns to kill ghosts. Mushroom eggs may be useful, but it's a pity, because of Ye Feng's chaos, the world's science and technology simply has no hotbed for development. For the reproduction of human races, the times also had to choose the brakes and go another way. Especially when Ye Feng Huo finished the beautiful country and ran to the western land to develop, those western countries that could have been domineering for nearly 100 years were directly eaten by ghosts. Even if the Pope of the Holy See comes, for the ghost, it is just one more dish. In the end, humans all over the world directly turned into a buffet of ghosts. Countries around the world have set up ghost-killing squads one after another, but this is of no use at all. And seeing that the situation was beyond his control, Ye Feng finally stopped and chose to cross. Although, even he didn't know whether the island country's innocence was destroyed by other ghosts, or the island country's ghost-killing team was eaten clean by ghosts. But those don't matter, anyway. The crossing conditions of the system are met. As for where the future of the world of Ghost Destroy will go, it depends on whether God is willing to give mankind a glimmer of life. After all, in order to clean up without misery, hundreds of years ago, a steppe nation could appear. Now that the evil devil is in charge, maybe God will not be able to stand it again, and he will make a whole chosen son. However, these have nothing to do with Ye Feng. Because he ran away and crossed his forehead, no matter how awesome the chosen son is, it is impossible to cross from the world of ghost annihilation to this chop. Crimson Eye's world to cut him. But anyway, Ye Feng can also be regarded as having made outstanding contributions to the blue star of the ghost annihilation world. Not only did it avoid 2 world catastrophes for mankind, but also no more worrying about little devils excreting indiscriminately. Host, Ye Feng gender, male age, 40 years old, 18 years old appearance, height, 172 system, symbiotic characters, Fallen Ji, Priest Tianyan, Zhu Shi, Guyu Bird, Ganlo Temple Honey Li, Butterfly Kane, Butterfly Shinobu, Chestnut Flower Falling Kanahu, Stove Gate Yu Bean Physique, Ordinary Human Constitution, Ghost Body, Innate Strange Power Skills, Breath of the Sun, Breath of the Moon, Breath of the Flower, Breath of the Worm, Transparent World, Full Concentrated Breath. Chong Zhong, Vampire Art, Ribbon, Vampire Art, Phantom Misty, Vampire Art, Yang Yan Current Plane, Chop. Crimson Pupil has to say that today's Ye Feng is still the handsome man who sees people love and flowers bloom. The immortality endowed by the ghost body allowed him to maintain a young and robust body no matter how many years had passed. I don't know what time it is Tashmi here? Ye Feng thought in his heart. Although he hated the island country, he also had to admit that the anime and teaching movies of the island country have always done very well. This chop. Crimson Pupil, he naturally saw it. And since he came to this world, Ye Feng naturally had to make good use of his symbiosis system to give every plot beauty full of love and help them get out of the sea of suffering. Hey, look! It's so dirty, it's from out of town. No, this is a foreign race at all. That's right, this face shape is definitely not an imperial. Is it racist? Very good, it is indeed a feature of the imperial capital. As Ye Feng entered the imperial capital, from time to time, the voice of discussion began to be heard. Although the people of the imperial capital did not point at Ye Feng in person, the exchange of heads and ears, as well as the restless eyes, had already said it all. In this regard, Ye Feng did not care. He is in the world of ghost annihilation, but he has killed all the way through Europe and the United States from the island country with only the potion. How could these stupid mortals shake his Dao heart? Let's take a look at the situation first. Ye Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of essence, and then walked towards the alley. A passerby who passed by him suddenly stopped, his eyes suddenly fell, and then he walked crookedly into the alley that Ye Feng walked into. A moment later. What's wrong? What was that sound just now? Did something happen? The roar from the alley immediately aroused the vigilance of the people. Of course, they are not to blame for this. Since the little emperor took the throne and the minister Ernest took over the power, the entire top level of the empire has been corrupt, and I don't know how many imperial loyalties have been killed openly and secretly. Coupled with the corruption and bribery of officials, as well as all kinds of exorbitant taxes, the entire empire has long been a miserable livelihood for the people, which is why there is Chop. The origin of the story of Crimson Eyes. And the killer group of the imperial capital, the night attack, is to eliminate these beasts in human skin, so they operate in the imperial capital. Coupled with the turmoil on the border, the revolutionary army is everywhere, so to speak, Chop. The world of Crimson Pupil is a time of turmoil. In such an era background, if ordinary people want to live in peace and preserve themselves, then keeping to themselves and not casually making fun is the first element. SHHH. It was also at this moment that a monster with a four-legged head and green fangs suddenly burst out of the alley. Because the speed was too fast, before the people could even react, one person was thrown to the ground and directly bitten off his neck. Looking at the clothes, it was the passerby who had walked into the alley before. The person who was attacked did not even have time to resist, he was directly bitten to death by him, and his flesh and blood were constantly torn and chewed by it. Seeing that someone actually killed and ate people in public on the street, the entire street also immediately exploded, whether residents or tourists, at this moment began to scatter and flee, did not dare to stay here, lest this situation implicate themselves. But everyone who has lived in this imperial capital for a while knows that once an accident occurs, it doesn't matter if it has anything to do with you, as long as it is involved, even if it is a layer. Not to mention anything else, just the captain of the garrison of the imperial capital and the man nicknamed Ghost Oka Oka has to scrape a layer of oil from you. Chapter 44. Then, let me see what the empire is capable of. Ye Feng stood on the top of the building, looking at the scattered and fleeing people, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise. Although it is certain that the water in this imperial capital is very deep, it is naturally clear how to throw a stone down. And this evil ghost that had just been created by himself was Ye Feng's pathfinder. In the world of ghost annihilation, although Zhu Shi developed ghost potions and sunshine potions, she never stopped researching drugs. Fortunately, the emperor did not pay off, and in the years of the Great Beautiful Kingdom, Zhu Shi successfully combined the two potions into one, realizing that while creating ghosts, it also ensured that evil spirits could overcome the sun. It's just that the evil ghost is in this Chop. To what extent the world of Crimson Pupil can be achieved depends on their live play. However, in Ye Feng's opinion, the performance of the evil ghost should not be too bad. Not to mention anything else, the characteristics of immortality alone are enough for them to become famous. If you eat enough people and awaken the blood ghost technique, it will be even more awesome. Perhaps, these evil spirits can be compared to or even surpass the Imperial Envoy. This Imperial tool is about 1,000 years ago. In order to maintain a long rule, the founding emperor used the huge wealth and power of the empire to gather the most advanced craftsmen from all over the world, using the legendary super dangerous species as materials, plus rare metals such as ahuri steel and a large number of long-lost secret techniques, and developed 48 powerful weapons that could not be replicated. These imperial tools have great abilities and strength, and once they are put into use, they have achieved brilliant results. It's just that about 500 years ago, there was a large-scale riot in the empire, which led to the loss of many imperial tools to the people and even abroad. And the people who use these imperial tools to fight are the imperial envoys. Some powerful imperial envoys, one person is even enough to match an army, not to be underestimated. Even Ye Feng did not dare to underestimate these imperial tools too much, lest the boat capsize in the gutter. Not to mention others, among the imperial tools that Ye Feng knew, there were some that might pose a fatal threat to him. For example, in the killer group, the emperor tool of the red pupil, the village rain that will be killed with a slash, may pose a threat to Ye Feng. As the emperor of the sword, if it is cut by the demon knife of Mureu, it will be infected with curse poison from the wound and quickly die, and there is no way to detoxify. It is famous for the demon knife that kills with one hit, belongs to the one knife kill, bruised and dead, incurable, and forged for killing. Although Ye Feng's ghost body is immortal and immortal, it is in the world of ghost annihilation. In the new world of chopping chi, whether it can resist, decompose, and invalidate the curse poison, this Ye Feng is not clear. He is also a life-saving person, so it is better to be careful. Good boy, actually dare to spread wild on my Oka territory. In just a few minutes, the riots caused by this street attracted the garrison of the imperial capital. And as the captain of the garrison, Oka is naturally awe-inspiring for someone to make trouble on the territory under his jurisdiction. Once there is a desire to pursue it above, then what happened here today cannot be said to become the fierce material for others' impeachment. Therefore, Oka can be described as murderous at this time, and he will never allow the power he holds to be at the slightest risk. In this regard, passers-by and ghosts did not seem to hear it, and only cared about lying on the body of the deceased to eat. People who have just become ghosts are extremely hungry, because after the human body is transformed into a ghost body, it will consume too much energy. And it goes without saying how terrifying the ghosts who have fallen into madness due to hunger are. Not to mention just a person you don't know, even if it is a family member, the hungry crazy ghost will not hesitate to eat it. Captain, he. Looking at this situation, he seems to have lost his mind. However, whatever the case, homicide is a capital offense. Moreover, he also ate the victim without any need for interrogation. Kill him. As soon as Oka gave the order, the subordinates also showed bloodthirsty smiles, and they all raised their guns and aimed at the eating demons. The world technology tree of this chopping chi is also a little crooked, perhaps because of the emergence of imperial tools, which has led the empire to believe in this powerful weapon even more. Although a considerable degree of guns were also developed, they were not taken seriously by the empire and were only used as conventional weapons for the military and various troops. The garrison of the imperial capital is one of them. If the empire can develop thermal weapons to the point of mushroom eggs, then the so-called imperial tools will not be worth mentioning. The guns in the hands of the police officers continued to spit flames, and bullets were poured on the evil spirits without money. For a time, the evil ghost was also beaten into a sieve, and blood and flesh splashed all over the place. Oka licked the corners of his mouth and smiled cruelly. He had already decided to hang this guy's body on the execution table later to set an example. He wants to let those people know what will happen if something happens in his Oka territory. Ghost Oka is still alive, it seems that the current time period should be quite early, it's really good. At the top of the building, Ye Feng looked at all this, and people couldn't help but smile. Because the transparent world can completely converge the breath, which also caused these dozens of garrison members to not discover Ye Feng's existence. Of course, this was also when Ye Feng did not move. Judging purely by the strength of individual human beings, the strong in the world of chopping chi may not be as strong as ghost killing, but it will not be as dull as wood, and the sound has not yet been noticed. Soon, as the police ceased fire one by one, the evil ghost was also lying on the corpse, like a dead person. Humph, I thought it was some kind of prick, but it turned out to be this. Oka said disdainfully, and the subordinates did not say much. They followed Oka and did a lot of dirty things, both openly and secretly. Today, this is not the first time they have seen this scene. Okay, things have calmed down. Kate, Mir, you two go clean up the street. Others, patrol as usual. Yes, Captain. Captain, he. Just as the garrison was about to disband, Kate and Mir also looked at the evil ghosts they shot in horror. The evil ghost who originally thought that he had become a corpse stood up directly at this time, and the injuries on his body were also regenerated and recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon they were as intact as ever. It's just that regeneration requires the consumption of physical strength, and the little flesh and blood that I ate before has not even satisfied its own hunger, and now it consumes physical strength again, which makes it even hungrier. Impossible, how so? Oka widened his eyes, and in the next second, under the shocked gazes of him and the officers, the evil ghost directly pounced and bit off Kate's arm. Chapter 45. Seeing that Kate was hit hard in an instant, Oka and the police officers were also stunned. The evil spirits ignored their consternation and only cared about feasting. This arm, that is, a few seconds of kung fu, even the meat was eaten by him. Bastard, how dare you? Kill him for me, without saving bullets. If there is no bullet, directly take a knife and a baton, and scrap him for me. The subordinates were injured, and Oka was also furious, and gave orders directly to his subordinates. Yes, Captain. Hearing the order, the police officers also suppressed their fear, armed with guns and knives, and prepared to attack again. The evil ghost did not mean to dodge at all, directly pounced, held the injured Kate, and then bit his scalp, biting it off alive with the belt hair, and chewing it continuously. Of course, hair-haired demons don't eat. After eating the meat, the evil devil spat out his hair. The bitten Kate also wailed in pain and kept calling for help to the team and Oka. Captain, everyone, save me, I don't want to die. Captain, Kate, he's caught, this person looks obviously sick, and I don't know if this disease will be contagious. For the safety of everyone and the safety of the people of the imperial capital, we must wipe out all possible dangers. Now, shoot. Although they were very helpless about Oka abandoning Kate, for their own personal safety, the police officers could only ask Kate to die with the evil spirit. This is all mixed on the road, such a way to die, then at least a martyr can be mixed. Although in the current decadent imperial capital, the status of a martyr is useless, but at least you can get a martyr's condolence money. With this amount of money, Oka still won't be greedy, otherwise, how can he be able to convince the public? These police officers are willing to die for Oka because he is very moral. Soon, Kate was killed on the spot by the pouring of bullets. As for the evil spirit, although there are several more holes in the body, but because it is in a dry state, the speed of this regeneration and recovery is also much faster, so it is not in the way. Damn, is this guy a monster? Why can't he die? Captain, I'm out of bullets. What nonsense, the captain just said, if there is no bullet, copy the guy directly. Then why don't you go on? The police officers saw that the evil ghost's body was quickly intact, and they were all frightened at this time, and did not dare to use cold weapons for hand-to-hand combat. Kate has taught them a good lesson, and they don't want to be the second, third, and fourth to feed the devil. Seeing this, Oka couldn't help but burst into a burst of blue tendons, and there was a burst of anger in his heart. These subordinates have gained a lot of benefits on weekdays, but when this comes to the critical time, they will directly become shrunken turtles. Of course, if this were to let Oka go on his own, he wouldn't actually dare. On the one hand, he is also really afraid of evil spirits, and the situation is an infectious disease. When Kate was alive before, he actually said it without any basis. But what if? If it is really an infectious disease, then once he is infected, I am afraid that he will become the first person in the imperial capital to be erased. Oka knows too well the actions of those officials, those people are greedy for money and save their lives. If they know that Oka has an infectious disease, it may infect them. Then those people will definitely give him up at the first time for their own personal safety. Oka can be 100% sure of this. Because, he himself gave up Kate with this point of view. Gazote, Gozen, you two go and get a chain, be fast. Sheila, you. Captain Oka. Sorry I'm late. Just now there was a grandmother who was going to cross the street, so there was some delay. Oh, Cyrus. Seeing the arrival of Cyrus Epictetus, both Oka and the police officers couldn't help but smile. As the police flower of their imperial capital garrison, Cyrus Ubiquitous is still very popular in the garrison. Not only that, Cyrus is also a rare imperial envoy in the imperial capital, and his combat power is not bad. Many troubles that the garrison was difficult to deal with were well solved in the hands of Cyrus. As a result, Cyrus became the strongest trump card of the garrison, and he was Oka's favorite subordinate. In order to get closer to her, Oka even took her as an apprentice in order to make her obedient. After all, for Cyrus, who advocates justice, listening to master's words, this is always right. I'll talk about the late thing later. Cyrus, this time it is going to trouble you again. The prisoner seems to have an infectious disease. We did not bring chemical protection suits, it is not good to go directly. However, if it is your imperial tool, then there should be no problem. I know, Captain, leave it to me. Ziobe, get ready to hunt. Cyrus also saw the appearance and eating appearance of the devil, and did not have any doubts about Oka's words. In the next second, the white puppy that had been led by her to run immediately stood up, and then his body suddenly became larger. This is an imperial tool belonging to Cyrus Ubiquitous, Warcraft Change 100-armed giant, which belongs to the creature-type dog-type imperial tool, and Cyrus named it Ziobe. Its body expands and grows when it fights, and if it doesn't break its core, it can quickly regenerate no matter how damaged it is. In a sense, it is a dog-type evil ghost that is no less than a devil. It was also after Ziobe became larger that the broad dog's mouth immediately opened, and several rows of sharp teeth were revealed, directly towards the evil ghost, biting off the upper body of the evil ghost in one bite and chewing wildly. It worked. It's worthy of Cyrus, this imperial tool is really fantastic. The police officers praised one after another, and Oka also laughed, looking at Cyrus's eyes faintly with a little envy. In the imperial capital, no matter which army came from, without exception, they were very eager for imperial tools. For those of them who do not have imperial tools are synonymous with the strong. Oka is also a person from Earnest and has had the opportunity to choose imperial tools. Unfortunately, the imperial tool itself is very special and seems to have the characteristics of some creatures. Therefore, not only the person to choose the emperor tool will actually choose the owner. If the phase is not good, even if there is an emperor tool in hand, it cannot be used. And Oka is the kind of person who has no qualifications. But soon, all the police officers couldn't laugh. Because, the body of the evil ghost who was eaten off the upper body also quickly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and was once again intact. No way, is he really still human? Monster, he's already a monster. The police officers became more and more frightened, and the evil ghost who recovered his upper body continued to eat the flesh and blood, but the scarlet eyes did stare at Ziobe. In the face of the monster that ate half of his body, the instinct of the creature made him, the evil ghost, also rise to guard against Ziobe, and was no longer as crazy as a wild beast. Chapter 46. That kind of guy can't be considered a human anymore, a dangerous species. Hiding in the shadows of an alley, Lubbock carefully observed the situation on the street, and as a member of the killer group, the Night Raid, several of their internal members were already wanted by the Empire. Those who are not wanted are to collect intelligence in the imperial capital and prepare for the next operation. This area is the responsibility of Lubbock. Now that such a big thing has happened, he naturally can't think that he didn't see it, and he came to check it out at the first time. Of course, checking is one thing, but you still have to be careful of being detected by the garrison. If he is wanted, he will not be able to operate in the imperial capital in the future. Does it look good? What? The voice coming from behind also immediately alerted Lubbock. As soon as he turned around, Ye Feng was already standing behind him with a smile, his eyes looking directly at him. You. SHH. Lubbock wanted to say something, but Ye Feng made a silent expression. In the next second, a strange fragrance came out, and Lubbock's eyes were also confused, and his consciousness began to become blurred. Not good. Suddenly, Lubbock also bit his lip fiercely, and for a while, blood flowed directly from his mouth, and the strong pain instantly lifted his spirits. Without any hesitation, the Lubbocks simply turned around and fled. This sudden change made Ye Feng stunned. Actually relying on the strong pain to temporarily get rid of the influence of phantom incense, it is worthy of being the killer of the night attack. One by one, it is really a talent. Ye Feng sighed, although he had also been paying attention to the situation on the street. But the women in his body did not sit idle, but took advantage of the transparent world and kept a careful guard on the surrounding environment. The existence of Lubbock was discovered by Kane. Do you want to go after him, master? Forget it, now is not the time to hunt them, first solve the current goal. GG, you go out and pack up the garrison. That's Cyrus, I'll handle it. Yes, master. GG's voice sounded in the alley, and in the next second, she also split from Ye Feng's body. And on the street, the evil ghosts are already fighting with the gigantic little ones. Although he really wanted to continue cooking, there was a big trouble around him, and he couldn't eat at ease. Seeing this, the other police officers and Cyrus had no intention of stepping forward to help. On the one hand, they really have to prevent this evil spirit from having an infectious disease. On the other hand, the battle between Xiaobi and the evil ghost also gradually began to gain the upper hand. The most intuitive manifestation is that the regeneration and recovery speed of the evil ghost becomes slower and slower in the fight with Xiaobi. Xiaobi can eat demons, but evil spirits are not interested in Xiaobi's meat. As for the bodies of the two victims, they had already been eaten by evil spirits. Even if the evil ghost wants to hunt, it must first pass the level of Xiaobi. Of course, the evil ghost will be suppressed by Xiaobi, in fact, it is also a helpless thing. After all, it was a ghost who had just been transformed by Ye Feng, and there were not many people who had eaten yet. In addition to his physical fitness being different from ordinary people and the powerful regeneration ability of immortality and immortality, this evil ghost has not even awakened to the blood ghost technique. If you can give the evil ghost a little time to grow and awaken the vampire technique, then it should not be a problem to suppress Xiaobi. Hey! Just as the police officers were watching Xiaobi's battle with the evil spirit, several bandages instantly flew out of the alley. Because the speed was so fast, most of the police officers didn't even have time to react, and 7 or 8 people were directly cut off their heads. The blood spilled directly decorated this street with a few red flowers. Hey, what's going on? Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Ah! Before the garrison could fully react, the second wave of Yuji's attack had already arrived. Almost in the next instant, she appeared among the policemen, and the flying ribbon was like a sharp sword, cutting off the policeman's waist, severed limbs, or directly beheaded. In just a few seconds, there were only 3 or 2 of Oka's men left. Abominable. Although I don't know what the situation is, but Yuji has attacked the police, it must be the enemy. At the moment, the Oka people also took out their swords and prepared to deal with GG. Cyrus and the remaining 2 team members also took up arms and were ready to attack. As for the evil spirits, they believe that Xiaobi can solve it. Cyrus ubiquitous. Who? Hearing someone behind him calling his name, Cyrus also looked back. And Ye Feng did not hide, and directly stood up and faced the police flower of the garrison. "It's time, Cyrus, come on, be one with me." "What?" Cyrus looked puzzled, but the next second, she felt a trance. Before she could react, Ye Feng also used the blood demon technique silk ribbon, directly binding Cyrus and pulling him into his arms. "Damn, let me go! How is it possible to let go of you? Shhh!" As soon as Ye Feng's words came out, the Cyrus suddenly opened her mouth, and a black barrel also protruded from her throat, and the muzzle suddenly shot out of itself, directly opening a hole in Ye Feng's head. This sudden change made Gigi, who was dealing with Oka and the others, unable to help but be stunned. "Justice is done." Cyrus laughed maniacally, being able to kill criminals and punish evil, which made her feel a great sense of accomplishment. Growing up in this imperial capital, her heart has long been twisted. "Ha ha ha! Well done, Cyrus! That kid is your companion, you dare to attack the police, and you will soon follow in his footsteps." Oka smiled evilly, trying to shake Ji's heart with words. He could see that fallen Ji's combat power was very high. If he goes head to head, he is most likely not the opponent's opponent. But if she can shake her spirit, then Oka has a chance to defeat Ji. Even if it is only a momentary wavering, this is an opportunity for Oka. "Humph, stupid! What?" Seeing that Ji not only did not suffer any influence, but also mocked him, Oka couldn't help but be stunned, a little unclear. "I almost forgot, my Cyrus has already done human body modification. How is this possible?" The sound behind Ye Feng came out again, which also made Oka and the police officers widen their eyes and look incredulous. This Ye Feng, who should have died with a headshot, was resurrected intact, which directly made them dumbfounded. You. Cyrus was also frightened and stupid, unable to even speak. "Don't worry, after merging with me, I will change all the parts of your transformation back. System, I want to live in symbiosis with Cyrus Ubiquitous. System, confirm target, Cyrus Ubiquitous, meet the requirements of system symbiosis, start symbiosis." Cyrus and Xiaobi. Chapter 47. As the sound of the system sounded in Ye Feng's mind, in the next second, several golden locks extended out from Ye Feng's body, binding Cyrus and pulling it into Ye Feng's body. In the next second, a knife and gun was also discharged from Ye Feng's body, which was the weapon installed in Cyrus's body when he was undergoing human body transformation. Ye Feng didn't want Cyrus to use the muzzle to blow the flute, that was too scary. "Ha ha ha! After more than 10 years, there are finally new sisters." Yuji looked excited, and Oka and other Imperial Capital police officers were stunned. "Cyrus!" Boom! Suddenly, a golden flame also ignited in Ye Feng's hand, instantly igniting Oka and the others. For a while, the entire street was filled with a disgusting smell of meat. And this flame is exactly from Medusa's blood demon technique Yang Yan. The temperature of the flame was very high, and it soon burned Oka and the others into flying ash, leaving only a skeleton in place, representing their previous existence. At this point, except for Cyrus, who lived with Ye Feng, Oka and his garrison were directly destroyed here. "Okay, Gigi, come back." "Yes." "Xiaobi." Ye Feng called, and Xiaobi, who was fighting with the evil spirit, also stopped fighting, and ran to Ye Feng's side quite suspiciously. It was obviously the first time to see Ye Feng, but Xiaobi felt a familiar feeling. In this regard, Ye Feng gently stroked Xiaobi's strong body. After living in symbiosis with Cyrus, others naturally have the breath of Cyrus. Although it was not clear in what way this biotype Emperor tool recognized the Lord, in Ye Feng's opinion, the other party should listen to his words. It's really not possible, Ye Feng can also release Cyrus. At that time, in the face of Cyrus, the real master, Xiaobi will naturally be honest. As for the evil spirits, they did not dare to act rashly at this time. Although he didn't have much reason now, the instinct of the beast was to let him know that Ye Feng was an extremely dangerous existence. Therefore, after Xiao Bai was called away by Ye Feng, the evil ghost did not fight, but just grabbed the body of the person killed by Fallen Ji and continued to eat. In this regard, Ye Feng also ignored him. Just try to contact Xiaobi to see if you can cross Cyrus and directly subdue Xiaobi. This Emperor tool, Warcraft Change 100 Armed Giant, is still very good. As a biotype Emperor tool, it can be used as an independent combat power in itself. Moreover, this combat power is not low. At least, in this world of chopping chi, Xiaobi's Imperial tool itself can match an ordinary Imperial tool envoy. Compared to other Emperor tools that need to use Emperor tools manually to fight by themselves, Xiaobi is much more convenient. The most important point is that with this small comparison, Ye Feng will also be spared the trouble of creating ghosts. Although these ghosts are strong, they are uncontrollable in themselves. It is precisely because of this that in the world of ghost annihilation, Ye Feng will have to choose to cross after the evil ghosts are rampant in the world. If he could completely control these created ghosts, he would have been the emperor in the world of ghost annihilation and enjoy it well. How could he be so anxious to cross over? Soon, it seemed to have determined Ye Feng's breath, and Xiaobi also hugged Ye Feng's leg affectionately. It's that the pose is a little ugly, especially like Teddy. Very good. Little one, be obedient in the future, master, I will take care of your food and accommodation. As soon as Ye Feng's words came out, Xiao Bai also jumped up happily, and then ran to the dead police officer and began to cook like a devil. Obviously, they were still teammates before. Master, is this little thing reliable? Gigi, who was standing beside Ye Feng, looked at Xiaobi and asked. How ferocious this little thing is, she has already seen through Ye Feng's perspective. Although, in terms of combat effectiveness, Yuji does not put it in his eyes at all. Don't think too much, it's just pets. Moreover, in the future, the corpse will be destroyed, and the little one can also be a cleaner. So it is. Fallen Ji suddenly said, because they share their physique, they can eat human food, whether it is Fallen Ji or Zhu Shi or Guyu bird, these ghosts have long stopped eating people. If you really need to destroy the corpse one day, the little one will definitely come in handy. At this moment, Xiaobi was already grasping the thigh of a corpse and gnawing. That look, it's like eating spicy strips. And the evil ghosts did not grab food with Xiaobi, because there were enough corpses on the ground, definitely enough for them to eat. Master, what should he do? If you leave it alone, you don't know what kind of mess will happen. Gigi pointed to the evil ghost and spoke. Put it away for now, it's always useful. Especially those magical imperial tools, which can be used to do some experiments. I know. As soon as Gigi replied, the blood demon technique ribbon also immediately rushed towards the evil ghost, and instantly controlled it. This blood ghost art ribbon itself has the effect of storage, and in the plot of ghost destruction, Yuji once used the ribbon to store humans as spare food. Stockpiling evil spirits is naturally not a problem. And Ye Feng also tested that the living creatures stored by the ribbon, whether they were people, animals, or ghosts, would temporarily lose consciousness until they were released, and they would not recover. Therefore, this time he used a ribbon to collect the evil spirit, and Ye Feng was not afraid of any changes. And after collecting the evil ghosts, the fallen Ji people also merged into Ye Feng's body, waiting for the next attack. A few days later, unconsciously, the cannibalism incident on South Street also gradually subsided. Of course, this kind of thing is actually nothing to the people of the imperial capital. The darkness of the imperial capital and the corruption of the empire can be felt by the people who are the imperial capital, even if they are not witnesses with their own eyes. It's just that due to the obscenity of the officials in the imperial capital, no one dares to say things in public. Even if it is a discussion with family, relatives, and friends, and they dare not let outsiders know at all. If this is reported, even if it is not dead, it will have to peel off a layer of skin. At this time, in front of the gate of a certain mansion in the imperial capital, Ye Feng also stopped here. Boy, this is Baron Zoga, I don't know what his name is, and idle people are not allowed to make trouble. When the two guards saw Ye Feng, they were also ready to drive him away, but as soon as they approached, their spirits were in a trance. It was like just waking up, a moment of confusion. By the time they came back to their senses, Ye Feng had already disappeared from their eyes. Strange, did you see anyone just now? I seem to see it, but it seems to be gone. The two guards looked confused, but they didn't think too much, just thought that they had hallucinated because they had been too tired these days. As for Ye Feng, he had already entered the mansion they were guarding at this moment. Chapter 48. At the same time, in the warehouse of the mansion, the sound of whipping and screaming came one after another. 818283. No, my dear, this outlander is dead. Baron Zoga's wife, Hillman, looked at the man being pumped to death by her husband, not only did not feel fear, but looked intoxicated. And the same intoxicated, there is their daughter, Arya. Their family of 3 is also strange, although they are nobles of the empire, but they are not personnel, and they like to trick countrymen who come to the imperial capital to make a living in their homes, and then torture them to death. The warehouse of this mansion has also become a prison for the family of 3 to abuse outsiders. The man who was previously whipped to death by Baron Zoga with a long whip is just one of them. Inside the warehouse, it can be said that there are many dead and miserable corpses. After this outsider arrived in the imperial capital, he was helpless. Even if he died, he didn't have to worry about what went wrong. Therefore, the family of 3 has always been preying on outsiders. And today's empire is corrupt. Even if it is a dog, it has to be born in the imperial capital, let alone the people outside the imperial capital. Therefore, they do not have to worry about not having toys for their enjoyment at all. Outsiders are simple-minded, and most of them do not know the sinister nature of the imperial capital. Without the help of acquaintances, it's easy to get poor. At this time, they only need to come forward to invite, give them a meal, a place to live, and no one will be fooled. After these outsiders completely let down their guard, at that time, they only need to find an opportunity to put some drugs in the meal, and the fate of these toys will be completely determined. And such a method can be described as 100 trials. I don't know how many fools were tossed to death by them. Cut, 83 times to swallow, the nearest countryman, the physical fitness is too poor. Last time that Justin, I pumped him more than 200 times with a thorny rattan before killing him. After Baron Zoga finished speaking, the person also twisted his neck, looking a little bored. My dear, the missing more than 100, I will satisfy you at night. Mrs. Hillman secretly sent Chubo to Baron Zoga, which made the latter laugh. Honey, you know, my that. Humph, useless things, more than 100 times. Seeing that her husband was not on the road, Hillman was also displeased. Seeing this, Arya covered her mouth and snickered. Her mother Hillman is also a beauty, but it is a pity that the family flowers have the fragrance of wild flowers. In the early years, when Baron Zoga was in his prime of life, he liked to play outside, which made Hillman very dissatisfied. Now, the couple wants to have a child again, and Zoga is already overwhelmed. If it weren't for the fact that this family of 3 had the same hobbies, plus the bond of daughter Arya, this family might have dispersed earlier. But every time Hillman wanted to, Zoga shirked and still caused her dissatisfaction. Although he didn't quarrel, Hillman never gave Zoga a good face. Okay, Mom, don't be angry. This time Daddy's game is over, and next time, it's your turn, Mom. Yes, too. Hearing Arya say this, Hillman also laughed. She had already figured out what criminal law to use to torture those countrymen. It's a lot of fun, then, don't mind letting me join in. Suddenly, the door of the warehouse was opened. Ye Feng looked at the miserable corpse, as well as this strange family of three, and couldn't help but speak. You, who are you? Guards, guards! Baron Zoga scolded angrily, and also began to call for his own men. As a nobleman of the empire, although Zoga did not have a fief and was not granted military rights by the emperor, he could apply to the imperial capital for protection. The two guards guarding the gate and some of the men and horses in the mansion were the same. Stop barking, old thing, when you whipped that hillbilly, those guards outside of you have already been dealt with by me. As soon as Ye Feng's words came out, the corners of his mouth were raised, and his white teeth were visible. You, what do you want to do? Of course I want to you! Roar! As soon as Ye Feng's words fell, the gigantic Xiaobi also suddenly flew away, and his sharp teeth directly bit off Zogaga's upper body, leaving only two legs still standing in place. Hillman and her daughter Arya were also frightened when they saw this scene. The mother and daughter shrank directly together, shivering. Especially when they saw Ye Feng walking towards them, the two women were even more afraid. You, don't come here. Don't be afraid, sister-in-law, beautiful women can get preferential treatment here. Ye Feng's face was full of smiles, and the blood demon technique and phantom misty incense were also launched. For a while, the mood of the two women gradually stabilized. Arya's eyes were even more confused, and she broke away from her mother's embrace and walked directly into Ye Feng's arms. This beautiful blonde girl is exactly in the original plot, inviting Tajmi, the original protagonist who has just come to the imperial capital, to be a guest at home, and also killed Tajmi's two best friends, Xiao and Iaz. It is precisely because of the death of two close friends that Tajmi can see the darkness of the empire clearly, so he resolutely joined the killer group of night raids. Of course, although this area was a scum with a twisted heart, Ye Feng didn't mind. As an excellent scumbag, as long as he looks beautiful and meets the requirements of system symbiosis, then Ye Feng will accept it. And this area is a rare character with a name and surname in the original plot. The only thing that made Ye Feng regret was that her mother, Hillman, did not meet the system requirements. After all, this is indeed a beauty. System, I want to live in symbiosis with Arya. System, confirm the goal, Arya, meet the requirements of system symbiosis, start symbiosis. Arya sounded in Ye Feng's mind with the sound of the system, and in the next moment, the golden lock flew up, directly binding Arya and pulling it into Ye Feng's body. Host, Ye Feng gender, male age, 40 years old, 18 years old appearance, height, 1.72 m system, symbiotic characters, Fallen Ji, Priest Tianyan, Zhu Shi, Guyu Bird, Gan Luyi Honey Glass, Butterfly Kane, Butterfly Shinobu, Chestnut Flower Falling Kanahu, Stove Yu Bean, Cyrus Ubiquitous, Area Physique, Normal Physique, Ghost Body, Innate Strange Power Skills, Breath of the Sun, Breath of the Moon, Breath of the Flower, Breath of the Worm, Transparent World, Full Concentrated Breath. Chong Zhong, Vampire Art, Ribbon, Vampire Art, Phantom Misty, Vampire Art, Yang Yan Current Plane, Chop. Crimson Pupil Cooldown, 71 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Very good, so that there are 11 people living together. Ye Feng was very happy in his heart, and immediately took Hillman aside and prepared to talk. Although he couldn't merge with Hillman, this made Ye Feng a little regretful. But if you simply fit together, there is still no problem. Chapter 49. The next day, early in the morning, Ye Feng opened his eyes under the light of the morning sun, and beside him, the two girls Cyrus and Arya had a sweet face. These two young girls who have just joined the team will be fully loved by Ye Feng in the past few days. As for the Fallen Ji and them, Ye Feng was not in a hurry. He and the women from Ghostbuster have spent more than 20 years together and have become very familiar with each other. Now that there are new people, Ye Feng naturally can't snub them. It's a pity that Hillman can't live together, and she can't enjoy the beauty of it. Therefore, last night, This Baroness cried a lot. Master, don't go, sleep a little longer. Ye Feng was just about to get out of bed, but the area suddenly opened his eyes and took his hand. Cyrus is also unwilling to be lonely and smiling. Yes, Master, Cyrus wants to continue tasting the lash of justice. Well, play and play, make trouble, and the business can't be left behind. This side of the house will be guarded by you for the time being, and we will also walk around the imperial capital. Yes, Master. Master, please rest assured, even if you spare this life, Cyrus will guard the castle of justice for you. Arya and Cyrus spoke, but compared to Arya, Cyrus is still the same Cyrus, still the girl in middle school. She is extremely paranoid about justice, and after merging with Ye Feng, she has defined the core of justice as Ye Feng. In his opinion, Ye Feng's thoughts, Ye Feng's will, and Ye Feng's actions were all just. Even if Ye Feng ran to the pig farm tonight and let the sow in the farm scream all night, it was also a model act of justice, worthy of all male compatriots to emulate. Well, it's not that exaggerated, Cyrus, I'm just going out for a trip and I'll be back soon. And also, Mrs. Hillman, I hope you don't trouble me, or I'll be very troubled. As soon as Ye Feng's words came out, the beautiful woman also trembled and bowed her head slightly. Seeing this, Arya smiled and said, Don't worry, Master, Mom, she won't cause trouble for Arya. And Mom, Arya wants a younger sibling, and you'll definitely help Arya, right? As she spoke, Arya also threw herself at Hillman, her eyes full of hope. This made Hillman, as a mother, couldn't help but have a complicated face, and didn't know how to answer for a while. In this regard, Ye Feng is also a little complicated. Because the symbiotic woman cannot help him bear children, this means that Gigi and Arya will definitely not be able to become mothers. But Hillman is different, a woman who can't live together, it's no problem to help Ye Feng give birth to a bunch of children. It's just that even Ye Feng himself is actually not mentally prepared to be a father. However, if Mrs. Hillman really gave birth, then Ye Feng would not mind giving them a glory and wealth. At that time, even if the little emperor of the empire is slaughtered and his own children are put on the throne, it will not be impossible. And by the time Ye Feng appeared in the hall, Xiang Neiwei, Yu Ji, and other women were already waiting at the scene. You guys are really hard-working. No way. Master, this will become a stronghold for our activities next, or should it be taken care of as soon as possible? Zhu Shi spoke, and the women also nodded. That's right, Ye Feng had already decided to turn this Baron Zoga mansion into the headquarters of their operations in the imperial capital. The plot of this chopping chi basically takes place in the imperial capital, and there is a suitable stronghold in the emperor, which is also convenient for their future actions. Of course, if there is a more suitable location, they will also choose to move, not necessarily here. And the plot development time of this chopping chi and the time point that Ye Feng traveled through also doomed him not to stay in this world for too long. In this world, Ye Feng may only stay for 1 to 2 years. Unlike Ghost Annihilation, Ye Feng lived there directly for 40 years. So, what about the guards and servants of the mansion? It's all worked out, Master. You see, Xiaobi's stomach is about to break. Shinobu pointed to Xiaobi lying on the ground. Compared with the previous 2 days, Xiaobi's belly was indeed much rounder, and it was almost a ball. It's just that the little thing doesn't seem to agree with Shinobu's words, and at this time it still hums, as if in protest, saying I can eat 5 more. What about property? Although I don't pay much attention to money, after all, we are going to live in the imperial capital, and we should still reserve some money. Unlike other worlds, the world currency of chopping has no paper money, only gold, silver, and copper coins. Among them, 1 gold coin is equal to 10 silver coins equal to 100 copper coins. The purchasing power of a gold coin is already very high, equivalent to 500 RMB in the real world. At the end of the anime plot, Tajmi's village is supported by a small box of gold coins, which is enough for the entire village to live for a long time. Not to mention brocade clothes and jade food, but it is absolutely no problem to eat and wear warmth. The assets of the entire mansion, plus the extra money we have made outside in the past few days, have a total of 5,027 gold coins, 427 silver coins, and 746 copper coins. According to the price judgment of the imperial capital, excluding unnecessary consumption, such a large amount of money is enough for us to live for several years. Yu Bin opened her mouth and said, born into a poor family, she knows how to spend every amount of money on the blade of the knife, and there will be no extravagance and waste. Of course, even if it was extravagant and wasteful, Ye Feng would not care. No money? Just grab it. Even the lowest aristocratic baron's family is so rich, let alone those corrupt officials in the imperial capital. Moreover, there are also money banks in the imperial capital that are similar to real-world banks. If he was really shy, Ye Feng wouldn't mind wearing a black hood to get money. It seems that the issue of money does not need to be worried. So, what about safe passage for insurance? Ye Feng asked again, and this time, Yu Ji also raised his hand. Master, I have dug a cave under the mansion. The entrance to the passage is only the size of a baby and connects to the suburbs of the imperial capital. If there is any accident, you can get out safely in the first time. Well done, Jackie. You have experience in this matter, you do things, I can rest assured. Ye Feng gave Yu Ji an affirmative look. Anyway, Yu Ji had done a similar thing in Yoshiwara Yukio in the world of Ghost Annihilation. Going back to her old business is naturally nothing to her. Master, what about Arya and Cyrus? Tianyan asked, and for the new sisters, they were naturally welcome. But in this group, Ye Feng should still be the mainstay. Although they do not have a perfect division of labor system, every woman does have her own tasks. Some time ago, we eliminated the imperial capital garrison led by Oka, and the existence of Cyrus is not a dead person for the official imperial capital, it is also a missing person. If he reappeared in front of them, I am afraid that it would arouse unnecessary suspicion. Therefore, if Cyrus speaks, let her stay in the mansion. As for Arya. Speaking of this, Ye Feng also raised the corners of his mouth and continued, after all, it is a noble status. Don't waste it in vain. Chapter 50. A few days later, the relevant departments of the imperial capital. Hillman, led by Arya, and Megami Kana, and Gigi sat in the office, signing various documents. Baron Zoga died after all, but his title was not wasted, but passed on to his children. Although Hillman is Zogaga's wife, it is their daughter, Arya, who can inherit the title after all. And as a small nobleman, just the inheritance of the baron's title, naturally there is no need to alarm the emperor. You only need to sign various documents to obtain the corresponding rights of the title of baron. As for the cause of Zogaga's death, who cares about this kind of thing? As long as the murder of the father was not written in the document, the officials of the imperial capital would not care about the death of such a small nobleman. With that person to investigate, it is better to reorganize the garrison to prevent night attacks on this killer group. While Arya and them were busy inheriting the title, Ye Feng and Tianyan were at the gate of the imperial capital, finding the nearest open-air coffee shop, drinking coffee while observing the pedestrians coming and going to the imperial capital. In the plot of Chopping Chi, there are so many female characters with names and surnames, and Ye Feng's words naturally don't want to miss any beautiful women. Among them, including Xiao and Iaz, who came out of the village with Tashmi to wander in the imperial capital. Forget about Iaz, Ye Feng has a strong spiritual cleanliness. He would never do such a thing as a symbiosis with men. No matter how strong and awesome this man is, as long as he carries it, it is definitely not within Ye Feng's consideration, how far away and how far he dies. On the contrary, as long as it is a beauty, whether it is strong or weak, whether the heart is distorted or not, Ye Feng welcomes it all. Even if the target does not come, even if it is the end of the earth, Ye Feng will find the door and live with her. God blocks and kills God, and Buddha blocks and kills Buddha. And in order to wait for Xiao, in the past 2 days, Ye Feng and Tianyan don't know how many cups of coffee they have drunk here. Late afternoon. 2 figures also came slowly from afar, standing outside the gate of the imperial capital. Amazing, is this the imperial capital? Compared to our village, it is really spectacular. That's right, if you get ahead here, you can make enough money to save our village. Xiao opened his mouth and said, Ia is also secretly cheered for himself in his heart, and he must become a superior person. I don't know what happened to that guy in Tajmi, blame those thieves in the night, otherwise we wouldn't have been separated from him. Don't worry, Xiao, that gang of thieves is nothing at all. Although Tajmi's skills are not as good as mine, self-preservation is definitely no problem. Don't forget, all 3 of us are masters who can kill dangerous species alone. Iaz gave Xiao a confident smile, only in exchange for Xiao's white eyes. We were indeed able to kill the dangerous species alone, but how did I not know that you were able to win the Tajmi? It seems that if you compete with him, you haven't won a few times. Xiao was so broken by Xiao, Iaz also turned red, and his expression was full of embarrassment. 2 of you, come from out of town. Just as the 2 were talking and laughing, Tianyan also appeared in front of them, smiling. That indescribably beautiful face was instantly stunned by the noisy Xiao and Iaz. Although Xiao is also very beautiful, just like Yu Bin, she is the village flower of their village. But compared with a beauty like Tianyan, it is still a little worse. Well, may I ask if you are? I am the priest Tianyan, the handmaid of Baron Arya in the imperial capital. Because Baron Arya is a woman and does not like male guards, she has been recruiting female guards in the imperial capital recently. Miss, although you are an outsider, since you have a sword behind you, you must also have some strength. So, why not come to our mansion and apply? This. Xiao, who had the intention to refuse, suddenly smelled a strange fragrance, and her brain became confused, and she was stunned that she did not refuse for the first time. In this regard, Tianyan also smiled and said, you don't need to rush to agree or refuse, you can first transfer around the imperial capital. Baron Arya is very warm and friendly to every aspiring young man who comes to the imperial capital to develop. As long as you have the strength, you will definitely be entrusted with a heavy responsibility by the Baron. This is a meeting ceremony, the night in the imperial capital is still relatively cold, please pay attention to keep warm. Tianyan took out a ribbon and handed it to Xiao. And Xiao wanted to refuse, but finally accepted it in confusion. This situation made Xiao feel indescribably strange. There seems to be something wrong, but there seems to be nothing wrong. As for Iaz, he has long been fascinated by Tianyan, and his brain is in turmoil. By the time the 2 reacted, Tianyan had disappeared from their eyes, and only the strange pink scarf proved the existence of Tianyan before. Meanwhile, on the street. How? It's done. Whether she comes or not, she will be our sister tonight. Tianyan gave Ye Feng a confident smile. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't want to openly cause a riot again, they could have robbed Xiao by force. Don't doubt it, even Tianyan, who has a relatively poor sense of battle, and Xiao, who has just come out of the village to break in, is definitely a hand-to-hand capture. Ye Feng didn't say much. In Chopping Chi, excluding the 2 major groups of night raids and hunters, there are really very few plot beauties outside the main line. Arya is one, and Xiao is the second. As for the rest, forgive Ye Feng's clumsiness, I really didn't see what other beauties met the standards of the system. The team member of the hunter, Horus's wife and daughter, is not bad, but unfortunately the name does not appear in the plot. This is like Arya's mother, Hillman, which is really a pity. But Ye Feng's words did not mind taking good care of his wife and daughter. There are so many bad people in this imperial capital, and the only humanitarianism that Ye Feng, a scumbag, Kin play is to care for widows. In the evening, the sun sets. As night fell, Seo and Iaz were also somewhat decadent in their communal chairs. They are from the countryside, and naturally have no connections in this imperial capital. I want to be a civil servant, but I don't have the corresponding knowledge. In this way, if you want to get ahead, you can only go to the recruitment office to become a soldier. Unfortunately, the reality is even harsher than they thought. Because the economic development of the empire has not been good in recent years. There are too many people who choose to become soldiers. This also leads to the fact that those who want to become soldiers now have to rely on the lottery to be selected. No way, being a soldier also costs money. With the current economy of the empire, it simply cannot support so many soldiers. Unless, all the corrupt officials headed by Minister Ernest are raided. Otherwise, the empire's economy would not be better.